Good morning. Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Man, there's a quiet menu. Also, why do I hear... Sounds like there's wind or something in the microphone. I hope that's not... It shouldn't be too bad, I hope. Yeah. We're here with the new game, right? Elden Ring's... Well, sort of done. I was considering maybe going back into Elden Ring and doing a little bit of a wrap up, maybe talking about the game a little bit more. But then again, I've talked about what I like and dislike about the game so often during the playthrough that I feel like that's a bit, too much or unnecessary rather. And you know, I've actually looked up a couple things about Elden Ring, and one thing that I did look at are the Future Press guides. Now, um, it seems to be pretty easy to order the German versions on Amazon, but for whatever reason, the English ones don't seem to be available. That being said, they're both not released yet, right? I think the English version releases first. Obviously, the translation, I think, comes after. Um, and they release like end of August or something, the first one, and there's apparently a second one that releases like end of September or October, depending on the language version. Um, they both look really good though. I mean, it's like $45 per book, but I mean, it's a really good book, probably. It's Future Press, right? They usually do really, really good guides. It's also a hardcover book, I think. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll order them. I'll have a talk at, we have like a really good local bookstore here. Maybe they can like order it or something, because I would really like to order it like locally instead of on Amazon. That's just a decent thing to do. And yeah, I mean, if that's a thing and if they're really good guides, then I might do like a New Game Plus slash second playthrough of Elden Ring as soon as those two are released. And then, because I would be really, really interested in doing like a playthrough and having those books along, not necessarily for the guides, although, um, uh, uh, I would like to do all the quest lines properly, stuff like that. So that's what the guides would be good for. But I just really like having like a physical resource. You can just, flip the pages, flip through and like read different descriptions of items, for example. And usually Future Press does a really, really good, uh, does really, really good work in that regard, right? Where you're really able to do like a deep dive on lore and everything because you have the information available, right? And you can discuss certain things and for example, if quests can go certain ways, we could talk about that. I feel like that would be a good sort of hook for a second playthrough. That would make it still interesting, right? Because otherwise, I don't know how interesting a second playthrough, especially on stream, would really be. Though I did say I would also be interested in on a second playthrough to do the whole thing without summons, which I think would be interesting to see how the bosses really are in terms of solo play, right? Are they really fun? Because that is one thing that is actually quite difficult to gauge if you're playing with, let's say, the Mimic or other summons that I did earlier in the playthrough. Then it's, kind of difficult to gauge how fun the bosses really are. I do suspect that some of the problems that arose this time around or the first playthrough will still stick around, right? So I don't think that it would change my opinion about the game much. Um, but yeah, that would be something that I would be interested in. And since that might be a future thing, I thought, doing like another sort of wrap up stream of Elden Ring where I don't really know what to do would be, yeah, I don't know, just a bit strange. Um, yeah, so now we're here in Jedi Fallen Order, which is a game that I've actually purchased a long time ago when it was on sale. I was, you know, actually a really big Star Wars fan for the longest time until they kind of fucked it up now. I don't really mind it too much, right? I mean, I can just the stuff that I don't like about whether it be the new movies and such, I could just ignore it. I don't really, mind it that much. The problem that I have with the new movies isn't even that they're bad or anything, right? I mean, a lot of discussions have been made about that on the internet, and what I always struggle the most with, right? If something is just straight up bad, right? Let's say a new Call of Duty game, or that's a bit of a low blow, but I don't know what Cyberpunk, right? When Cyberpunk released, it was just straight up a bad game. There was almost nothing good about it. I don't know how it is now. I suspect that actually hasn't really changed, sadly. But you can just sort of ignore that, put that aside, and say, okay. Although then again, Cyberpunk is another bad example because you could still see the potential in it. So maybe, even Fallout 4, in terms of the games that I've sort of played. I mean, I wouldn't have started them if I didn't think they had potential. Whatever. Point being, what I struggle the most with is not when something is outright bad, right? Because then it's just bad, I can ignore it, I don't care about it, whatever. But if something has potential despite being bad, right? If you can see the really, really good stuff through the bad stuff, and you can sort of imagine in your head, oh fuck, if they had done this slightly differently and this slightly differently, and you realize, wow, this could be really, really awesome, like really good, right? But for certain reasons it isn't, then that really, I don't know, I tend to hang on to that really badly, right? Yeah, I wish that it would have just been done differently, and I think that's how you can sum up the new Star Wars movies and everything. Admittedly, I haven't even seen Episode 9, right? I wasn't. See, I can't even say that I was disappointed by Episode 8. I kind of expected how it would go, because by far, the biggest issue that I have with the new trilogy is that it's not a trilogy, right? That is my biggest issue that I have with it. If they had been just individual movies like Rogue One, right? For example, I did like a lot of stuff about Rogue One, but I also disliked some stuff about it. But overall, I thought that it was a decent movie, and it had like a really, really good last third. Or I guess in terms of movies, you could say it had a really good third act, right? And it had a lot of really great visuals, just, except for the really bad CGI faces that they put in it for whatever reason. But for example, the new Han Solo movie, right? I was just not interested in it. The trailers were really, really bad. So I just said to myself, well, I'm not going to watch it, right? I don't care. And that's completely fine, right? I just didn't care about the movie. Okay, whatever. But the problem with the trilogy is that it started out promising. I really don't like J.J. Abrams. I think he has some really problematic ideas about storytelling that I think you can also very clearly see, not only in Star Wars, but also in the Star Trek movies and other stuff that he's done. I honestly think he does a lot of good stuff, don't get me wrong, but I think in terms of storytelling, he's honestly just really bad. Like, he can't tell good stories. But despite that, I thought that episode 7 was really, really promising. And then episode 8 came out, and yeah, the movie in and of itself has a lot of structural problems, and there's a lot that I sort of, in terms of details, that I just don't really like. I think a lot of the humor is just really bad in episode 8 and really distracting. So, but those are problems that you could ignore, right? Because the beautiful thing even about a trilogy is that, for example, I think the prequels as a trilogy are actually pretty good, right? I mean, yes, the movies in and of themselves have a lot of problems. And obviously, a lot of especially the dialogue writing isn't really good, whatever. But that being said, as a trilogy, I think they work pretty well, especially with how they set up the later movies. Yes, there's problems in terms of visual continuity, right? Where I think they George Lucas definitely went way too overboard in terms of making the prequels look a lot more modern than episode 4 to 6. Obviously, that's also due to the technical limitations and everything, but it just logically doesn't really make a whole lot of sense that the universe would go back, in terms of technology over the 20 years between episode 3 and 4. It just doesn't make any sense. Okay. But still, they do work as a trilogy, and I like sort of their overall story structure, right? Even if some individual beats maybe aren't that great, I think the overall story structure of the prequel trilogy is actually really, really good, right? There is a really awesome base there. And I know a lot of people complain about the politics, but I think the politics are actually one of the biggest draws for the prequels. I think it's really good, actually, that Lucas tried to portray that in the Star Wars universe. That's what interested me or what made me interested in those movies in the first place, because I thought that was like a really cool way how they integrated it. Yeah, in terms of the details, maybe some stuff doesn't really work as well as it should, but I thought it was still a really good idea. But coming back to the new trilogy, it's just not a trilogy, right? Episode 7 and 8 are so far removed from one another, they just don't belong together. The episode 8 has nothing to do with what happened in 7. And it doesn't it doesn't use the story beats or the stuff that was set up in 7 in any sort of way. And the problem is that episode 7 very heavily relies on things that are being teased, right? So without the payoff, episode 7 retroactively became a worse movie. And that's a big problem, because when I saw, like, I was in the theater, on premiere night when episode 7 released, and I thought, it was good, right? I wasn't blown away by it or anything, but I thought there was a lot of promise, right? A lot of teasing, a lot of build-up that could potentially pay off in later movies. And well, the problem is, if you don't deliver on those things, then it retroactively makes the movie worse, because you know that certain things in it are just wasted, right? And that was my biggest disappointment with episode 8, that they felt like they were two movies of completely different trilogies, right? And episode 8 then has the same problem, because it doesn't take those sort of promises or teases that 7 laid out. It has to establish its own thing, which takes way too long and doesn't make sense, right? So you have these two movies that just don't work with each other. And that's also why I just didn't watch episode 9. And, when it came out and I heard that it wasn't really that great, and it's sort of, I'm probably going to watch it eventually, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of strange what they did, right? And now with hearing that, for example, I was thrilled about the idea, right, back when Disney Plus didn't even exist, right? About the idea of having like an Obi-Wan series that connected 3 and 4. And especially when Rogue One came out and sort of showed the promise of how well you can sort of add on to the old movies. I thought it would have been really, really great. And when I heard they announced it, and I thought that, well, maybe it works out, right? Maybe we got lucky, but apparently we didn't, right? At least in terms of the critiques that I've sort of read about, I haven't really gone in depth on it, but it sounds like it's just sort of passable, right? It's just not really all that great, which is a shame, because I really, really loved Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan in the prequels. It's probably my I'd say my favorite character in them. Well, it's probably a lot of people's favorite character, but yeah. Anyway, that's sort of my opinions about Star Wars, but bottom line being, I was quite a big Star Wars fan, right? I watched episode 1 to 6 probably, I don't know, 20, 30 times, something like that. Maybe even more. I definitely didn't count. um, yeah. So, when I heard that this game had really good critiques, I thought, yeah, why not buy it? The problem is that somehow I never really got around to playing it. I did, however, and I should say that because, it's labeled as a first playthrough. It is a first playthrough, but I did play the first, I don't know, 3 hours, something like that. Like, really only the beginning, basically. Well, I don't know, it must have been 3 years ago at this point. See, that's how long I've had this game and just didn't play it. I don't know. But that's your, typical thing. I don't know. It was on sale for like $10, I think. And I thought, can't really go wrong with that. And I didn't even think that it was bad or anything. I just didn't really care to continue forward. But that's more about, I don't know, myself rather than the game, right? It's not really the game's fault. But yeah, obviously I don't really, I remember, I don't know, a couple of images, but not really that much. So, it's definitely a first playthrough. So I'm interested to see how it goes. And yeah, I hope that it's going to be a lot of fun. I hope that audio and everything is all right. I didn't adjust too much in that regard. If it's too loud or anything, we can still go back in and change that sort of stuff. And with the HDR as well, though I think that at least streaming from the PS5 doesn't really create too many HDR problems. But I've definitely noticed that as cool as HDR can be, most games are set way too bright with it enabled. And I don't know, like, highlights are very often overblown. I don't know if that's part of my monitor or something, but then when I had the selection, right, and I turned down HDR, it seemed like the shadows were way too bright. So I don't know. I feel like developers haven't really figured out how to properly use it somehow. But that's another thing in games typically, that just the dynamic range between shadows and highlights is typically pretty bad on purpose, right? Because you don't, in games, as much as you want like a cinematic image, you also want the player to actually see where they're going, right? So you can't really play around that much with like really, really dark shadows, for example, because it typically, unless you have like dark caves or anything, right? But in like normal scenes or even night scenes, you can't just do what movies typically do, which is just blacken out the entire screen to a large degree in certain scenes. But let's actually get into this. Let's start a new journey. Let's see what this game does and what kind of story it tells, right? Let's get into it. Oh, also, this is obviously the PS5 version. There was a performance mode option. So I don't know what that's really about, because I would have thought that maybe this game is 60 FPS by default on PS5. Now, since it's more of a single-player story-focused game, I left it on non-performance mode for the time being. I don't know if that means that it's in native 4K or anything, which obviously for the stream, I don't know. We'll see about it. Right? But just be aware that I might go in and change those settings or that specific setting later on. In terms of gameplay, 60 FPS would probably be better, but that being said, it's also one thing that I do remember when I played it on PS4, PS4 Pro, is that it had like a little bit of a washed out image. Which is an issue that I think Red Dead Redemption 2 also had, where they used like a kind of a bad checkerboarding technique to increase the image resolution. We'll see, right? Let's just go in. Oh, hello. Right. That's another sort of question, obviously. So I do want challenge, but the problem with these types of games is that it's sometimes, they tend to struggle with balancing. I mean, Jedi Master seems good, just everything sort of on 50%. Is this like normal? Why do we have this then? So story mode is just super easy mode then, right? Focus more on story and desire minimal combat challenge. Players who are new to melee action games and desire a forgiving combat challenge. I always find that really weird when they do four, like, I don't know, they do four difficulty modes, but then the first ones are both easy mode. Okay, fair enough. Players who are familiar with melee action games and desire a challenge. Players who want an intense and demanding combat experience. Yeah, it's difficult to tell. I kind of wish that there was another difficulty here. I thought that, what was it? Last of Us 2 actually did it pretty well, where they had like a really, really, really difficult difficulty and like one step between normal and difficult. And I thought Last of Us 2 actually had really, really good balancing for a first playthrough, right? Because I feel like on first playthrough, as much as I want to challenge, I still want to experience the story in like, the problem is that hard modes, or like if you turn up the difficulty too high, it can destroy the pacing of the story, because suddenly you're in there and you're, I don't know, taking like multiple turns, or like it takes too long to get through, I don't know, a boss fight or a certain encounter, right? And it just kind of destroys the pacing of the story. I don't want that. Yeah, this is a little bit of an annoying difficulty selection. I don't know. Let's go with Jedi Master for the time being. And if I really, really enjoy the combat, either I turn it up in game, or I don't know, might be a thing for a second playthrough as well. Yeah, let's just, with a more story focused game like this, I think it's, unless it's way too easy, obviously we can still change it later on then. That was a cool transition. The opening in and of itself, like when you open up the game, it just looks really good. And seeing the Lucasfilm logo is always, or LucasArts. I think the audio's fine though. I mean, it needs to be a little bit louder, obviously.
Listen, I don't want to upset your rhythm, Cal, but the boss wants a word. It's gonna be good for us. Here he is, Chief.
An error has been detected on line 10A. All our clamps are jabbed. I need 2 workers to climb up and secure the cables.
That's not an easy maneuver.
The guild will double your pay for this shift.
Come on, Cal. What's our score? That couldn't hurt. Huh?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Get to work.
This way.
I'm right behind you.
Okay. Okay, I really like the opening so far. Ooh, okay, so... I mean, it's definitely 30 FPS. Obviously, it's always a little bit hard to tell. The game is definitely targeting native 4K, I think. There might be some dynamic resolution going on. It looks pretty good, though. It looks a little bit, you know, obviously not as smooth as 60 FPS might be. Maybe let's just very quickly, let's see here, where was that? Performance mode. Let's just see what this does. Ooh, ugh. I mean, now it's butter smooth, but the resolution isn't great. At least in direct comparison, I mean, it's not bad either. It definitely uses some sort of anti-aliasing. It was pretty cool in the cutscene, I would say. Like, the cutscene definitely felt a lot smoother than the actual gameplay in 30 FPS. It's always difficult with... I'll put it back to non-performance for the time being, and although now, in direct comparison, it actually... I wonder, there's definitely a very noticeable resolution difference, but it's also incredibly janky. I wonder if there's something going on with the frame times. Nah, let's go with 60 FPS. Yeah. Seeing the direct comparison, 60 FPS definitely makes a whole lot more sense. It still has this slightly blurred out look, somehow. So I wish that the cutscenes could be set to 30. But it also changes dynamically between cutscene scenes and whatnot, so... yeah. Let's go with this. So it seems like we're in some sort of scrapyard from the Empire.
Them Clone Wars were fierce. You have to be more than a few years old. Yeah, aged worse than you did, though. Guess you can't stop progress.
And these are the Republic ships, right?
Don't worry about it.
One thing that I also want to change, I think, as good as the Star Wars music is, especially the background music here is just slightly too loud, I feel like.
Couldn't pay me enough to salvage live munitions.
Can't spend money if you're dead.
Them crazy riggers can't seem to understand that.
You should get that checked out.
I'm sure it's nothing.
Sure. Really, really like the setup so far. I mean, this seems to be somewhat of a dangerous workplace, to be honest. Okay. Oh. That was weird. I thought he was already... So if you let go of the button in that particular scenario, it automatically makes it so that you don't climb up, see? If you let go of X too early, that's a weird choice, but okay. You have to hold X for a very long time.
Up
I don't
here.
think these tools are gonna make it through the shift.
You say that every time.
After you, kid.
Remember the old days when the guild serviced our gear?
Yeah, those were the days.
This Imperial contractors bantha poodoo. Got us paying to maintain our own equipment.
Hey, clamp it. Never know when one of those droids will listen.
These are very, very cool details, by the way, right? And something that I wish the movies actually had more of, especially the spin-off movies, because that's what you really want to know about this world, right? Seeing that, well, obviously, the Empire, you know, doesn't really pay well. They're, you know, everything's sort of going down. They don't really care about their workers' health, and apparently they, it's sort of the USA version of the Galactic Republic, right? And yeah, it's interesting to see. I wish the animation wouldn't be quite as snappy, but at least it's very quick that way. Braca shipbreaking yard.
A separatist ship. Haven't seen a Luke or Hulk in ages.
Yeah. Ages.
Breaking her will be big money. All right, let's go.
Man, this is a really, really awesome setup. In terms of the setting, slightly reminds me of the Uncharted 3 level. The ship graveyard in Uncharted 3 was also an absolutely stunning level. It's just a setting that you never really see that much, right? So I guess the implication here being they brought in that separatist ship, and they're gonna take it apart and everything, right? They're clearly looking for usable parts and whatnot, which seems crazy to me, right? Because this is, this is definitely very heavily, or very heavy. How do you put that? Manual labor intensive? Without the heavy. This is just very manual labor intensive, it feels like. Well, I mean, it still makes sense, right? You'd think that these giant-ass spaceships definitely have a lot of technology that you might want to salvage. Which now also makes me think, in terms of the setup, right? I could definitely see, because I was always wondering, one thing that the movies especially don't really explain all that well is this shift in technology. It was interesting to see that these ships that we see here, that were used by the Republic, they were similar in like overall, I guess the sort of their basic idea, or basic design to Star Destroyers, but they're obviously different, right? So now I'm wondering, maybe the reason why the Empire's Star Destroyers turned out looking somewhat similar to these ones, is because they reused parts. Right? I mean, obviously, considering how many Star Destroyers the Empire had, they couldn't have built all of these so quickly if they hadn't already had some sort of base to go from, right? So that's just a very neat detail, right? To think about that and think, oh, yeah, sure, it makes sense that they would look very similar because they might have just reused a lot of parts from what they already had, from the ships from the Galactic Republic. That being said, all of these ships, according to Episode 2 anyways, were built in the span of about 10 years, which also don't know how realistic that is. I mean, yeah, it's obviously a very advanced technology that they have, so the idea of building ships very quickly isn't too far-fetched, but at the same time, I don't know. Graphically, the game definitely still holds up. I mean...
Heads up! What the hell?
Whoa.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. Ladder's out, though. Gonna have to find another way.
Yeah, no problem. I'll improvise.
See you there, pal.
What's with the guys that are working up there? How are they getting down if they don't have a ladder anymore? And yeah, I mean, graphically, the game's definitely still pretty good. It's a little bit of a shame that it doesn't work on a little bit of a higher resolution on PS5. The textures are definitely still PS4, though, right? But they do a good job of blending them into the environment, so it's not a big deal. Like, the overall image comes out looking pretty good, pretty great. Though, as I said, it's a bit flat on color balance. I wish the blacks would be, you know, better, but as I said, it's huh, wait, what? Am I meant to go down here? Really? It looks like it. Holy shit.
Depart this barge immediately. You are not approved trash.
And trash? Just not approved trash.
Well, that's not very nice, Mr. Robot. Lighting is very good, though. And the background's awesome, right? Seeing all these, like, little ships flying around and the big sort of scrapyard parts being taken away. Very awesome. I know your type. And the old, like, those Imperial, that is such an iconic, like, the sound design on that, right? That is so incredibly iconic from Episode 5. That is, like, really, really awesome. Ooh, that was a nice spin. Overall, that is just something that just really makes me wish. I think, aren't they developing like a sequel to this game? I think so, right? Just the whole sort of the sound design in Star Wars. Star Wars has so many good things going for it, which is such a shame when they mess it up, right? Because how can you mess something like this up, right? How can you, like, I don't get it. All the basic stuff is already so good. You don't even really need to do that much. And even in terms of games, right, with what we got with the Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic, even those, like, there's such a good foundation for future games there, and nobody ever did anything with it. Right? I mean, wasn't this, like, the first good Star Wars single-player game in, like, almost 20 years when it released? Or good 15 years? That is so crazy, right? How can you mess that up so badly?
Easy there.
Just passing through.
Careful, stabilizer's out. Kilo Tominos. I told you to replace the stabilizer. Brr! Das Brunei! Oh, you fixed it? Does this look fixed to you?
I don't know. I feel like it's pretty stable. When I jumped on it, without a stabilizer, wouldn't it have gone down immediately, basically? Ship without a stabilizer doesn't sound too good. Jump and press to climb. L2? What? Oh, wait. Climbing is L2, not X? Okay. That is an interesting choice.
Hurry up. We're close to finishing ahead of schedule. I can just about taste the credits. Gonna be a wild night tonight. Let's get this job done.
Another interesting detail, so the Empire, I guess, kept credits as the generally accepted currency, which definitely makes sense. Oh, that looks weird. It just disappears into nothing. Wait, where the hell am I supposed to go? Can I climb up here? Oh. Can. Oh, wait, now I'm not falling down while I release X? That's okay. Bit inconsistent to the other climbing section.
Reckless cow.
Good to see you.
You too. Don't get yourself killed.
That's the idea.
Well, how did you get up here? Well, I guess they're probably via that flying ship platform, right? Couldn't we have just taken one of those? Holy fuck. Man, this really looks awesome. Just really makes me wish that they would have put a scenario like this in a movie as well, right? Just make it really sort of really down to earth in a way, right? Don't tell these grandiose stories. Don't tell a backstory of like Han Solo. Give me a new character and just make it really, really, I don't know, down to earth. Tell me story, like these small kinds of stories, right? About some random worker. These are all the old Republican helmets and everything, right? So what, these robots are mainly lights? I guess they can also be like mobile batteries or something, right? Oh, that was a really cool and smooth animation.
Sounds like scrap rats. Creepy. Just passing through, guys. No need to come out and say hi this time.
Also, the sound design on his clothing is really good. Man, this is such an awesome setup. Hey!
Hey, Cal. I'll meet you at the clamps.
Sounds good. Be there soon.
How did you get up there? What the hell? Okay. It holds on automatically, though, when you drop down, which makes sense. I really wonder why they've... I mean, maybe there's something else later on with the climbing. I wonder why they've gone for holding L2 through the climbing sections, right? I mean, that's... I don't know. I always felt like this type of stuff worked pretty well on Uncharted. I never felt the need to... Wait. Oh, or is L2 only to hold on? Because now I can just climb without it.
How'd you get here?
How'd you get here?
Huh?
Yeah, that's a good question. How did you get here? Okay, so you only need to hold L2 initially to grab on. Okay, yeah. Still somewhat of a weird choice. But, again, depends on what they're doing later on. But then you don't have to hold L2 for that. Or press L2, rather. Huh.
Look, the ship cutter is here. There it goes.
Ship cutter.
Hey,
Oh.
get moving. Yep, good looking out.
Okay, that looks really, really awesome, doesn't it? Holy fuck, what a cool scene. So we have these giant transporter ships? Crane ships? Whatever you want to call them. And then these flying laser type things that cut the ship apart. Well, yeah, I can definitely see this being a very, very dangerous workplace. And then these smaller ships, so these ships all in front of us, those are the smaller fighting ships that the Republic had, right? That we also saw a bunch of, especially in episode 2 at the end. And then you have the Imperial, what are they called? AT something? AT-AT or the big ones, right? What are the small ones called? AT-ST? Walking around? What an incredible setup. That's such a Such a simple yet really, really easy way to tie all of these things together, right? And then I just noticed that's... you. Like a giant tentacle monster? I guess that is related to the one that we saw in episode 6 in the sand, right? So I guess they're feeding it... Ooh, holy fuck, this is really big thing. So I suppose they're probably feeding it all the trash that they don't need, right? All the stuff that's actually just, I don't know, some scrap metal that they don't want to recycle. They're feeding to the monster, and the rest of the important parts and the stuff that they do want to reuse, they're taken away. What an awesome setup. Like, really, this is... such an amazing introduction to the game. Okay, that's not the right way to go. Wait, where the hell am I supposed to go? Over here, maybe? No. Oh, the old fight druids are here as well. Old ship. These small walker things? Those are Imperial, though, right? I think. Oh, am I meant to climb the rope? Probably, right? Huh. Okay, so that's X, not L2. Cool angle.
Before they start cutting this wing.
After me!
I'm working as fast as I can.
What, do they not care if there's still workers on it while they're already cutting the thing? That sounds pretty crazy, but strangely something that the Empire would do. I also wonder why they have these suits on. I mean, why do we not have to carry one of these? Guess they're carrying oxygen supplies as well, or something like that. Then again, we can't see their faces, so maybe they're some sort of alien that requires that in the scenario. Oh, they're taking the wing away. This looks pretty cool as well.
Use the manual override lever below.
So I guess these orange things that they now attach to the wing, that's how they attach those crane ships to the wing, right? Oh, this one. R3 to pull?
Got it. Your turn.
Hold on.
Oof. Well, now
All right.
now we're activating. We're activating the clams. Who would have done this if we weren't here? What the hell?
You okay?
Still here.
Give me a fright there, pal.
The clamp broke or what? Oh, this is already attached. Okay.
Done.
Hang on. I got this. We're done. Get out up here.
These clamps look pretty awesome.
Come take a look at this.
In terms of how they work.
It's a Jedi fighter. What a score. It's a real scrapper's payday. I mean, this he's been here, what, 4 years?
5.
Whoever flew this went down in a blaze of glory. Those Jedi. Real tragedy. Yeah, I've always said they couldn't all be traitors.
Yeah, maybe.
I guess it's just our lucky day. Empire's gonna get a lot of good material out of it. Yeah, here we are, scrapping these ships from the war, just so they can turn around and make new ones. What a racket, huh? All of us risking our necks for the bosses. And the pay was better back during the Republic, too.
Hey, you really should watch what you say.
Listen to me. Find us free like this, could be your ticket off this soggy rock.
What makes you think I want out of here?
Come on, Cal, you're a young guy. You don't end up like me. Eventually, you gotta move on and live your life. Find your destiny.
Whatever you say. Hey, we should get back down.
You're not listening to me. What was that?
Well, that doesn't look good. Oh god, we were going for that weird thing. Wait, where's Kel? How the hell did he hold on?
I can't climb up!
Bro, just hang on!
That's it, mate!
Pro, how's he even pronounced pro?
I can't hold on!
Bro! No! You okay, bro?
I'm alright. Just pinned down.
Pilot's gone. I'll get us out of here. Just hang on.
Watch out, Cal!
Look out! This thing is barely flying. Hold on!
Maybe he's actually lucky that he got pinned down, huh? Otherwise he would have fallen right back off.
Prof, you alright?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a weird music cut, though.
Okay,
We gotta move. Come on.
What the hell happened?
And most other people
Was that
probably
you?
wouldn't have survived that.
Wait, that was the Force, wasn't it?
Just forget what you saw, okay? Please
No,
trust
but
me.
I've seen them. I've seen the stories. I've heard it. There's
Prof,
bounties out on people
I
like
know. I know.
you. Yeah, we're ready. We need to be careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whew. Well, yeah, they're clearly not very clearly don't really care that much about their equipment, huh? If it can like get destroyed like that real quickly.
You holding up okay?
Good. Yeah. You?
Yeah.
Not really how you want to end your workday, huh?
I've been working with you some time now. I've never seen you do anything like that before. We've been through some hell together. So, I know the risk that you took for me. I don't know how to repay you.
Don't mention it. I mean it.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. But this place, it's not safe. Maybe you should, disappear.
Just gotta head back to my place, grab my bag. Tappers owes me a favor.
I heard he was up on, Nar Shaddaa.
Yeah. You won't be seeing me for a while, Prof.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, Cal.
I wonder how how did he get here, and or why does he have force powers? I mean, it looked like he knew at least something about the Jedi ship, right? That they found or saw. So I wonder if he's just been interested in the Jedis because he kind of knows that he has force powers, and so he researched that stuff, or is it something else? Where did Prof go? Also, I really like the setup of this, like, subway or whatever. Like, some sort of weird advertisement here.
Prof?
With the even graffiti here and everything. Ah, it's such a cool setup. Oh, there he is, huh? I wonder, are we dreaming this, or... That was weird. Everybody's just disappearing? Definitely some sort of dream.
Where are you going?
What? What? Oh, what a cool sequence. I saw like a little bit of loading there, but still really, really awesome transition. So now we're in like an actual Imperial Star Destroyer, but we see an R2 unit. Wonder if this is some sort of Force dream. Man, what a cool effect. Visually, this game is an absolute treat so far. Huh? Who the hell are you?
Apprentice, mark well and listen.
Master.
Trust
Master?
only in the Force.
What?
Train has stopped.
Yeah, something's going on.
So, does he already have a master, maybe?
Ready. Move out and line up.
Probably just another contraband inspection.
Or not. Those don't seem like normal stormtroopers.
Is this all of them?
Yes, second sister.
Second
We
sister?
seek a dangerous fugitive.
It's a weird name.
This is no common anarchist, but a devotee of the treasonous Jedi Order. Failure to turn over this traitor will result in a charge of sedition. Turn yourself in, or everyone present shall face summary execution.
Oh.
I think it's time someone came forward. I've been working on this heap a long time. Way before the war. We refit and rebuilt ships. Best in the galaxy. Then came the Empire. And engineers became scrappers. The workers, they just started getting worked.
Prof.
We all know the truth.
He has a lightsaber, huh?
We're just too afraid to say it.
Why is he here, though?
To the Empire, we're all just expendable.
Yes, you are.
No!
Look at this, a lightsaber.
Yeah, that probably wasn't the most intelligent thing to do.
Easy now.
Got a stowaway.
Hey, you don't need to call this in.
Quiet. This is TK-8190.
Sorry, buddy. Okay. That was kind of weird, though. Did she do that on, like, it feels like... So obviously, Prof couldn't have deceived them, right? If she's a Force user as well from the Sith, she probably would have felt his presence. Well, now I'm really intrigued by who Cal is and why. So he has a master, or maybe some sort of master just gave him a Force vision, right? So that he seeks him out. God, I really like this. Hold L1 to block blaster. Okay, L1's block. Ah, cool. Okay, so you have like a block meter. What?
Contact confirmed. Shoot to kill. Get in here.
Oh, okay, I can reflect them.
All allied units.
Ah, okay.
Get in. Watch yourself.
Huh. Okay, that's pretty fun. I think I got hit one time still, but...
I've sealed the cargo door.
Oh. Okay, I can unseal the door. Gameplay so far seemed pretty cool. I also like that the stormtroopers are one hit, right? Because it just makes sense. They wouldn't stand a chance against somebody who's using a lightsaber. But it feels like you still don't have that much HP, so that's also pretty cool. Ooh, that's another train. Oh, that's fucking fast.
Gotta keep moving.
But yeah, I'm really intrigued to see who Cal is and why he has Force powers, and also how he ended up here. Did somebody...
I chose to rest instead. That's how I prepare.
Somebody bring him here for some mission?
Rest when you're dead, Stormtrooper.
R3 target log. Okay.
Something over there. An intruder! I can take him myself.
What?
Reinforcements are on the
Whoa,
way.
okay. Ah. Ouch.
You won't get away.
Okay, so you have a hold, but you can also obviously counter them.
You chose the wrong Stormtrooper.
That was weird. I thought I used the respawn entertainment. I thought so the first two guys I only pressed L2 when they attacked me, and I tried to do that with the third one, but it didn't work. Maybe it's because of the attacks that he used or something. Because I wanted to try and counter him, right? It felt like if you press like L1 directly before they respawn you with full health. Okay, sure.
Enemy located. Come on, fight us. Come on, anyone? Help! That's a hit.
The finishes are really awesome. Okay, let's see. Maybe they want you to do the tutorial stuff. Yeah. I think they want to show you that you can lose your stamina. Okay, now I can parry, yeah.
Afraid of getting hit?
I think I just, I basically was one step ahead of the tutorial. It's a bit weird, though. Oh.
That's not possible.
Okay, okay. So far, pretty cool gameplay. You definitely have a couple of options. Already better than Elden Ring. No. But, has a bit... well, I don't want to say, but... Don't want to say like Sekiro, obviously it's completely different, but, I like the options you have, right? So you can either hold counter to sort of... I always like that, right? Because if you have... Oh, the bodies just disappear? Well, that's a bit weird. But if you have... What I like about this, right, is you have a little bit of time to gauge enemies out, right? So you can hold L1 and just look at their attacks, look at their timings first, right? But it costs you stamina. And once you kind of have a feel for what they're doing, then you can start, releasing L1 and only using it when they're attacking. Which I think is a really, really cool setup and something that Elden Ring lacks, right? Elden Ring has a bit more of a trial and error approach to things, where you, basically, if you roll with the wrong timing, because you don't know how an enemy attack works, you're always getting hit, right? Whereas in this case, you have a little bit of leeway with the stamina that they're giving you, and you being able to just hold L1 to block. Which again is the same setup as Sekiro, right? Sekiro also gives you leeway. You can just hold L1 to block, but it very, very quickly fills up your posture break gauge if you don't do anything to, if you don't release it or anything, right? Also, I'm interested to see. I expect there's going to be different force powers or something, so you can slow them down and you can slow objects down. Ah, okay. I was wondering. So, you have, a little bit of time until they move again.
Found you, intruder.
Oh, I can also direct it towards him. That's really cool. And I guess on a higher difficulty...
This way, I'm ready for it.
On a higher difficulty, it would probably just be harder to parry. Okay. Do I have to go back or to the outside? Is there something I can hold on to? Sometimes it's visually not that obvious what you're meant to do. Did I miss some sort of tutorial message? That was a weird animation. Or maybe I have to cut something down or something? No. Wait, what? What am I missing here? Oh, you have a back step or front step as well. Feels like I'm missing something. I can't even press anything or target anything. That is strange. Wait, this can't be right, huh? I mean, there's a platform up there, but I can't hold on to these things. Oh. Well, that's weird. I already pressed X at that point. Weird. Okay. Maybe I was slightly off angle or something. I mean, so far the difficulty seems, you know... Oh, you have a dodge roll as well, okay.
We need to be wary of this one. We've got this.
Ooh, 2 at once. Okay, well, so the parrying... Oh, okay, you have evade and then double presses roll. Okay, that's a bit... that's a bit weird. Definitely not used to that. Okay. But as I said, the gameplay so far seems good. Not that challenging, but then again, I'm something of a Jedi, apparently, so the stormtroopers shouldn't really stand a chance, right? Though I also find it interesting that some of these stormtroopers seem to have something akin to lightsabers as well, which I'm kind of wondering why. I mean, obviously in terms of gameplay it does make sense that, you know, they would have something to oppose you with, but... Although then again, I don't know how long after Episode 3 this is, right? So maybe...
Need cover.
Oh, sprint, okay. So maybe they're still... Maybe they're still expecting Jedi to be around here. What now? I actually would have thought that those laser cannons would, like, take out the,
Here, I'm ready for your trick.
Well, that didn't work out quite as planned. But yeah, I would have thought that those weird boxes would have taken way more damage from this thing shooting at it, right?
He shot the coupling out. Gotta get down. Ah! Ah!
Oh. Well, this train is going down. God, the fucking rocks.
This is bad.
They have, like, they did a really good job with conveying the
Only way is up.
the fucking speed of this entire thing. Holy fuck. Oh, I need to, okay. The climbing sections are very Uncharted-like, but that's a good thing, definitely. Holy fuck, now you can see the actual train. What a cool setup. Man, it is pretty loud though, right? Then again, it's supposed to be, right? I mean, this is an action scene, so... Hello? Who are you?
We're here to help!
Who are you?
No time! Keep moving! We'll pick you up when we can!
Oh, something... Probably somebody that's allied with the remaining Jedi or something? Okay, let's try and get out of this. I expect the second sister, or whatever her name was, to appear again, though. I do like that the climbing sections aren't as obvious as they are in Uncharted, though. It looks a lot more natural in terms of the colors and everything. Hello. I also like... So you can be, like, targeted onto the, onto somebody else and still...
Let's wrap this up quick.
You can be targeted onto somebody else and still reflect blaster shots. which I definitely like and appreciate. I do think that the parrying is really, really easy, but then again, oh. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit strange when they shoot double shots, right? So you only want to parry once because you know he's already dead, but obviously the second shot is still coming.
What now? Train stopped?
Oh. That was a very quick stop considering how fast the train was originally.
Oh, this can't be good.
Whoa!
They literally shot the entire train! Like the entire track as well! Man, we're sliding along really, for a really long time, right?
Hold on!
Who are you exactly? Ouch! Good thing that there's always some sort of small robot flying around. Oh, hello, there you are. Do have a lot of action already. Does she have... Oh no, that's her. I like the design of her lightsaber.
I recognize that stance. Perhaps you've had some training after all. Who is your master, Padawan? Someone I killed, perhaps?
Well, who was yours?
What Jedi gave their life so that you might live?
Ooh, boss fight already?
You have nowhere to run.
Red attacks are unblockable. Oh, her character model is red? Okay. Whoa! Quickly recover after being knocked down. Okay. Ooh, that's actually... Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not supposed to win this fight, apparently, right?
Get on board!
Okay, that already looked like really, really cool gameplay, though. Like with evading in between and everything. Actually, it does remind me somewhat of Sekiro. Probably not the best idea to shoot at her with a blaster if she can reflect. How does she even hold on? I mean, yeah, she has the force, but still. Turn off your fucking lightsaber, you're gonna kill somebody with that.
Okay, shut that thing off and grab some seat.
Why does he have one, though? I wonder.
Thanks
How
for the
did he...
help.
How did he end up in that scrapyard?
My name is Sir Junda, And this is my captain, Grease Dritus.
How you doing? Yeah, the Mantis is my ship, but you better pay attention to this lady here.
So, who are you?
Cal. Kestis. Who was that back there?
An Imperial Inquisitor. She's a Force user hunting Jedi survivors. And now that she knows who you are, she will not stop until she destroys you.
How do you know so much? And why'd you help me?
We track Imperial communications. We heard the Inquisitors were heading to Braca. So we made our move.
Oh, yeah? And what's the bounty on Jedi these days anyway?
That's gratitude for you.
Look, I get it. You've been surviving on your own for so long that it's impossible to trust anyone. And it's what's kept you alive. But this is about something bigger than just surviving.
Like what?
Like rebuilding the Jedi Order.
You two? Anybody else?
Oh, we're not good enough for you?
The Jedi Council?
They're gone.
So I'm all you've got.
Captain, set a course for Bogano.
Aye, aye.
I also really like the designs
Try
of the
and
aliens.
Go, you're safe. For now.
I mean, I understand Cal's reaction, obviously, but you know, they wouldn't have actually fought that Imperial Inquisitor if they didn't want to rescue him, right?
Move on and live your life. Find your destiny. Calico! You were talking in your sleep. Weirdo.
What? Who doesn't do that? But yeah, I really like the especially the animation on those alien faces, like what he just did, right? He had this sort of like he dragged his mouth to the right a little bit. That is such a cool, neat little detail, and something that so far mostly Naughty Dog has been good at, and most other companies have really, really struggled with to implement those kinds of, like, a lot of other games have gotten better at that, I feel like, over the last, let's say 3 years, and this game among them, apparently, but yeah, that's, like a really, really cool detail, right? Also, I just noticed how banged up our clothes are. That's really, really cool as well. Neat little detail. Again, they've done such a cool job, right? Look at all of this detail, like these small monitors here. Also, like a really cool sort of mix, right? The right and the left monitor, like it works, it looks logical, right? But at the same time, it's a really cool mix between sort of the tech that we've seen in, you know, the first trilogy and the prequels, like sort of side by side. They're really doing a great job of tying those together. Good place to work. Awesome setup. Really like the ship. So they're trying to rebuild the Jedi Order, huh? Probably not going that great. It's a really cool ship, though. Like, they even have this, like, ceiling window. Pretty neat. Small kitchen. What's that? Like, it's something akin to coffee? Don't know what the right thing is, though. That looks weird. And something that looks like, I don't know, mixed between an onion and an avocado, possibly. Really cool. Something that looks like water cooker thing. Really neat. This is just this couch. Is it supposed to be a couch? Looks weird. But maybe that's just some certain design. They do have plants though, which is cool. I like that. Also with the, like, even look at that, right? Those small little lights below the plant that are shifting. Probably some sort of device to give the plants nutrients and stuff. Neat. What's this? Some sort of musical instrument? Looks like a guitar. What's that?
That's all. I wrote it. Years ago. You touch an object and witness events connected to it. You feel its history.
Oh.
It's an echo in the force from the object.
Not many Jedi have that skill.
How would you know that?
I was once a Jedi, but not anymore.
What?
Do I know you?
No. But I knew your master, Jaro Tapal. He was a true guardian of the Republic.
Someone you dreamed about, huh?
Listen. Something happened to me during the Purge. I survived, but my connection to the Force is damaged. When I meditate, if I let my guard down, I lose control. And it's like I'm back in that moment when...
You survived, Cal. And you're not alone. Not anymore.
We're coming up on our destination.
Already a lot of interesting information here in this dialogue. Okay, so that makes a whole lot more sense. I wasn't thinking about that, but obviously this must have been somewhat shortly after the Empire took out the Jedis, right? Oh, this looks like a cool planet.
This is Bogano. A Jedi I knew discovered it before the Purge. You won't find it on any maps.
The Empire doesn't know this place exists?
No.
So? What's the plan? We hide out here?
We're done hiding, Cal. See that structure over there? I believe that vault holds the key to rebuilding the Jedi Order. But it requires someone strong in the Force to pass its test.
And since you're not a Jedi anymore, that's why you need me.
I know you don't trust me. And I'm not really sure I trust you. But we have a common enemy. And a common cause. I'll share more of my plan after you reach the vault. But, until then, there's someone here I think you should meet.
Okay.
May the Force be with you.
Someone here he should meet? Who's that?
Guess I'm looking for a Jedi then. But if there's already one here, why does Seer need me?
Skill point? Okay, so we have levels? That's a bit of a weird choice, but okay. Oh, they're staying around though. I somehow expected they were going to fly away. Okay, I need to take a really quick bathroom break though. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, yeah, let's quickly talk about that. So, as I already mentioned, something that I didn't really think about. Obviously, this must be somewhat shortly after Order 66 was, being executed. Yeah, so it's basically, I think it's somewhat shortly after, maybe only, I don't know, maybe a couple of years, maybe only a couple of months after the events of the end of episode 3, right? And that makes a whole lot more sense. So I suspect that obviously Cal here was starting to become a Jedi, right? He was in training. He had a master. He was a Padawan, but well, the what they're calling the Purge came. His master probably died, I suspect, right? I mean, he dreamed of him. So I guess they got his master, but he escaped. So that already is a pretty cool setup, and I guess that must have somehow shaken his connection to the Force, which obviously also makes sense. He can sense Force energy through objects and sense their history. That already another really cool setup. I generally like the idea of a power like that. I was thinking, was there like another? Well, first of all, one thing that comes to mind is in Final Fantasy XIV, the way they've explained the whole that your character can look into the history of people as well, and the history of like places and what happened there, even back thousands of years ago. That is something similar in 14 as well, where there's like residual ether, right? Residual sort of life force energy that you can access, and you can see past events through that, which I think is a really cool explanation, because it does make sense, right? It's something that, in theory, in our world would also be at least somewhat possible if we could sort of trace back the just physical forces, right? Because obviously one thing always like the force of one object moves the other one, and so on and so forth, right? So if we could track those movements back, you could theoretically access the history of anything, any place, object, whatever. So I like that idea, right? It's a very cool idea. Also gives, in this case, probably a lot of gameplay reason to sort of find out more about the history of a place or objects or whatever. Really interesting. Another interesting information that I don't remember her name right now, but so she stopped being a Jedi. Okay. Sort of an interesting, I don't know if I know of any other sort of Star Wars character that did that. Like, how do you stop being a Jedi? I mean, yeah, okay, you could say, I'm not going to use a lightsaber anymore, I guess. I wonder if maybe that way she can actually hide. Like, I guess you could maybe close off your force power or something, right? Close off your mind, so you can't access the Force anymore, at least not that easily, but other people probably couldn't track or couldn't feel out your Force power, right? I can see it sort of going that way. Okay, and now that we're in the menu here as well, let's take a little bit of a look at this. I'm not that sure how much of a fan I am that there is a leveling system. Usually that doesn't really amount to much. We'll see, I guess. So these are our abilities. Cal slow. R1 tap to slow. Cal can use the Force to slow objects and sentience. Interesting. I wonder if you later have to choose between different powers, or if they'll all be accessible at the same time. Because obviously you'd also need like different buttons for those, right? And then you have a basic attack. Jaro Tapal. His lightsaber, gifted to him by his former master. And that makes sense. Okay. Then we also have customization. Interesting. Wait, the ship's there as well, so that... Can you customize the ship later on? Poncho. Okay, so... Bracca Scrapper. We can select different outfits, and I guess you can unlock multiple ones. I'm always a little bit... Like, for later on, it makes sense. For now, obviously it doesn't, because, like, isn't the whole point that he just lost this jacket and now he looks a bit, like, run down? Isn't that the whole point? But yeah, as I said during the during the fight, or shortly after the fight against the second sister already, I can definitely see boss fights being not only challenging, but just really interesting in terms of how they work. That was pretty cool. I do still think, I don't know, we'll have to see. I think the difficulty so far is pretty good, and as I said, you know, in terms of the story pacing, it's probably better to maybe not cramp it up as much. Problem obviously being, I don't know how much of a replay value this game really has, so... And then again, I'm right on... Like, they are developing a sequel to this, right? I'm pretty sure I've read that. So maybe that would be a good point to replay this one with a higher difficulty or something. When I'm, you know, shortly before playing the sequel. Well, whatever. Okay. I do like the ship a lot. The design of the ship. What are you? You look cute. What is that thing? Oh, they all look cute. Don't they look somewhat... Nah, they're definitely not the ones that got introduced in the well, it wasn't introduced in the Solo movie, right? Those weird things that were introduced, I think, in Episode 8? I think they look slightly different, but yeah. So what is this place then? Why is this so central to rebuilding the Jedi Order? I mean, this looks like some sort of former Jedi temple. And I guess these kinds of temples also possibly have some sort of Force connection left over that might be important to Jedi. Can we, like, freely explore this? Is there... I mean, back here it just ends, right? Oh, you can go down here. Interesting. The only thing that I'm a little bit, that I also thought in that first sequence that we just did was a little bit unfortunate is, I think, the sort of resting music, like this tune that we've got going on here in the background, is a little bit too much, right? A little bit more silence might be more adequate in this situation, but... Oh well.
Oh, hey there, little guy.
Oh, he just jumped behind the door. That looked cute. Okay, this is red. Oh, he's hiding. Are you scared? Not gonna do anything. I wonder why that glows red. I guess we're gonna get some sort of force push ability, maybe? Wait, what do we have here? Sort of weird moving ball. So can you come back to this and then potentially do something here later? Because it feels like they're giving you quite a bit of sort of room to explore here. Seems like it's not entirely linear. There's a bunch of these guys around here. Sometimes the camera does weird stuff like this. That's a bit strange. It's just because of that weird small plant. There isn't a setting for that though, right? Motion blur, film grain, performance, brightness. Yeah, maybe it's in gameplay. Because I think, like, the FromSoft games usually have a camera option to make it not, like, to make it go through walls, basically. Not that it really works all that well in FromSoft games, but yeah, this is a bit of a weird setup, so. I mean, it does look like there are a couple of things.
Looks like a safe place to meditate. Just need to focus my mind.
Oh. Is this, like a safe spot, maybe? Ah, save points. Save points are located throughout Cal's journey. Make sure to interact with them to save your progress. We do have an autosave though as well. I wonder why there are save points like these. Or maybe these are more... Maybe they are not save points, but rather respawn points. Maybe that's what they mean. Save points are where Cal can rest and spend skill points to acquire new skills. Or it's just because during the intro section, obviously these couldn't be introduced, so you just get a straight up normal sort of checkpoint system there. I can see though, like if this is a place you can explore a bit more, then maybe it makes sense to have these points as respawn points. Okay, so now we can acquire new skills, You have enough skill points to learn new skills. Open the skill tree to use them. 1 skill point available. The animation is awesome though. There's a lot of good stuff so far in this game. Overhead slash, 1 skill point. Unlocks a powerful strike that is deadly against weaker enemies. Triangle, okay. I guess during this tutorial we have to learn this ability? View ability? Okay. This is also something that just straight up should be standard in any game, right? And sadly, some games just don't use it. Like, if you have something like this, if you can unlock something, always show the player what the fuck it's actually about. Like, visually, right? And not just write a text down about what it is. Okay. You even get multiple skill trees. That's awesome. So we have a lightsaber skill tree. Now we have a strong attack. Maximum force is increased, okay. Is that our stamina bar? Is that what it's referring to? Or is that something else? Holding slow allows Cal to slow his target for a longer duration, okay. So you do get a lot of sort of passive upgrades as well. I like that a lot. I always, generally really like passive upgrades. Maximum life is increased, okay. Defense is open. Something like this though, maybe not as much. Because that can sometimes throw off balancing as well, right? Because you sort of have to, like, either you force the player to upgrade because the game gets a lot more challenging, or the game never gets challenging at all, and these kinds of things are kind of pointless. So we'll see what it does though. Cal's defenses are improved, allowing him to take less block stamina damage from incoming attacks. Okay. Cal can perform another powerful attack after an overhead slash. So there are combos that you can unlock basically. Cal dashes forward and attacks his target. Jump while dashing to flip over the target instead. Hold triangle, okay. Evasive kick. Attacking after a quick evade allows Cal to quickly perform a kick attack. Circle, square, okay. Attacking out of a sprint allows Cal to perform special lightsaber attack. Hold L3, square. Don't know how much I want to use a sprint, but okay. Rest, leave, skill. Wait, how do you look at the other skill trees though? Oh no, never mind. I had it completely wrong. Okay. So I was thinking that you could sort of switch to other skill trees, but no, these are the skill trees, right? So the left one, these two abilities belong to the Force skill tree and increase your Force powers and whatnot. The right one is your survival skill tree, which this one I'm not too sure about, right? Just sort of passive survival upgrades. And then you get your lightsaber skill tree, which gives you more combos and more offensive options. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Cool setup. And I guess rest will save our game, huh? Life and force have been restored. Enemies have respawned. Oh, that's a thing. Okay. So this is basically your bonfire. Okay. Bit of a weird setup. Let's see how that works out in the end. Oh, hello. BD1.
Hey, BD1. I'm Cal. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm looking for someone. No,
how do you speak robot?
Searching for a Jedi, I think. Hold on. You know the Jedi? What do you know? Wait, hold on. Did you just slice that? Thanks.
Ooh, well, he's a fast boy, huh? BD1. So is this gonna be our robot sidekick then? Man, Star Wars always with their cute robots. It's a little bit, almost like too much of a staple at this point, but oh well. I'm still all for it. Wait, I can't... Oh, okay, you can grab onto these. Oh, that makes sense.
That's the vault Seer mentioned. Whoever I'm supposed to find must be waiting there.
Ooh. New objective added to the holo map. Reach the vault. So we get a map as well? Awesome. Always, oh, that's the robots actually, that is such a cool. Move, zoom, rotate. So we can zoom out, we can zoom in, and we can move the map as well. And then you can cycle through different levels of elevation as well. Shows unexplored pathways and important landmarks. Man, I like that so much, right? Wait, so the unexplored path... Oh, those are the orange walls. Okay, so there's going to be more map behind it, I guess. Bogano, 7% explored. Okay, so you get collectibles and stuff, and secrets. Okay, this is, well, yeah. Bit too much AAA game-like, but okay. I guess it's fine. Main objective, player location unexplored, available blocked, save points, current level and active level. So this is where we started, and yeah, okay, so there were 2 blocked doors, and I think in order to open them, we probably have to get another force power, it felt like. But yeah, I'm really, if they do stuff like this, right, where the game even explains the in-game map in such a cool way, that is really awesome. The robot projecting the map in front of you, really cool. Okay, it also counts like individual parts of the map though. So you get like 6 secrets on this planet, I presume, Bogano, and 16 whatever the hell that is. And in this area, there is 1 secret, and I've explored this area to 50%. Right, so we can open up this lower section at some point, I assume. So maybe we're gonna go to the Jedi temple and then come back, and on the way back we're gonna be able to open up pathways we weren't able to open before. Oh, and we also get another planets option. So there's going to be multiple planets. I wonder if you can return to these points, considering that there are apparently things that you can find or things that are hidden. Wonder if you arrive here multiple times. Would be quite interesting if that's the case. Wait, how do I exit the map though? Oh, press circle twice. That's a bit of a weird one, but okay. What is that thing? Then an enemy? It looks like some sort of weird crab thing. Ooh. What are you? Looks like a cross between a hippo and a dinosaur or something. It's chasing his own tail? Okay, so Wait, where the hell did I come from? Oh, I climbed up here. There's the ship. Okay. I don't know how important exploration is going to be, though.
Any ideas? Gotta get across this gap somehow.
Can't just jump up here, okay. Well, that's a little bit strange, though. I mean, like, he should be able to grab onto that ledge, right? Bit of a weird decision in terms of level design, but okay. Oh, the game does seem to have some loading issues in performance mode, though. There was definitely a small frame drop there. Ah. Ah, that's
You know
cute.
that would work. Wait, you didn't?
Okay, this is another save point. Huh. I wonder if I have to meditate to unlock them, though? Wait, how do I even open the map? Oh, BD1 is busy. So I guess... Oh, God. Skill tree here. Ooh, okay. So... He usually clings onto your back then? That's interesting. Opens the holo map. Can project a map. Okay, so you can... That's actually pretty awesome as well. You can only open the map if he's actually close to you. BD1 heals Cal with replenishable stim canisters. Okay, so he's also our healing buddy then. I guess we're just gonna follow him for the time being. Feels like we're meant to follow him for the time and not...
Careful over there. That doesn't look safe. Just like back at the scrapyard. Hold on, BD1. I'm coming.
Oh God. Don't get eaten. Oh. Hermit's Abode. Hmm. So I wonder if I could have also blocked their attacks? Probably, right? I mean, technically they should work exactly like the stormtroopers, just with different animations. Where the hell are we? Some sort of research place? This looks like somebody tried to research that giant dinosaur-looking thing. Oops. Sorry. Oh, that's where BD1 went. I can hold this, right?
Hey, that was pretty brave. You okay?
Oh no!
Wait, I can help you with that. Will you let me? Oh, okay.
Man, he is pretty cute, right?
Well, your scomp link is busted, but this should help you get moving for now. Okay, try that.
Nice.
Vault. Yeah, that's where I was headed to. Okay, well, first we gotta figure out a way out of this place.
Ooh, that was a little bit weird. Sometimes they're doing weird stuff with loading. I feel like sometimes the loading points aren't really completely, like, working. Wait, you can customize your lightsaber? Bit of a shame that these textures are exactly the same, though, right? As on the other... bench or desk. I always like it when sort of a fantasy universe does this. So they have all your usual sort of tools here, right? That look very similar to what we have in our world, but yet slightly different, right? Even something that looks somewhat like a voltmeter or something. Okay. Let's see what this does. So you can find like desks to customize stuff. That's very Last of Us-like, right? Clearly, a lot of inspiration from other games has gone into this, which doesn't have to be a bad thing, right? I mean, better copy in a good way than do it bad yourself. So, you know, so far it seems like it's sort of a mix between Sekiro and Uncharted, weirdly, something like that, which is cool. Okay, color. Wait, we can change the color? Orange. Premium content? What the fuck does that mean? Why does it say premium content? When it was on sale, did I buy some sort of bullshit deluxe edition or something? Or maybe it was just... maybe it's something else? I really hope this doesn't show up if you haven't bought it. That would be bullshit, but... let's keep it a blue for now. Emitter. Oh, holy shit, you can actually do a lot to it. I mean, like, in terms of immersion, I feel like we shouldn't change too much, actually. Jaro Tapal, I guess that means that our master built it, right? My Gitu campaign? Why the fuck does it say premium content? That's really annoying. Huh, this one's broken as well, okay. Oh, we can change that. Yeah, let's not change anything for now. It's been so long since I've seen a lightsaber in a game.
BD, that's a little small for me. Don't worry, I'll find my own way out.
Even though I could fit through that.
Should work.
Wait, oh, we are meant to... no, are we? Uh-huh. Why did he say tight fit, but it should work? Oh, he was already talking about this, even though I wasn't standing in front of it? Okay. Oh, you can use your lightsaber to illuminate your surroundings? Ah, it's a cool... very cool. Also like the blue tint that it gives everything. I do wonder, is this place running off of some kind of renewable energy power? Wonder, it must be, right? Examine? Wait, examine what?
Those vines look like they lead somewhere. Hope they're sturdy.
Oh, okay. So you can, like, examine hints in the environment? That's weird, though. They made me climb vines earlier. So... I feel like that dialogue should have been there instead, but okay. Well then, let's climb up them, huh? Yeah, sometimes they're definitely doing weird stuff with the camera. Oh. We're on the upper portion now. Well, what is this then? It's a heap of scrap. Oh! Ah, we're getting the healing tutorial? That's cool.
Yeah, I'm alright. Healing stem. You're full of surprises.
That's cute.
That's better. Thanks, little droid. Okay, let's try this again. Oh, okay. Here, hop on board.
Ah, so now we're finally in the quote-unquote normal position. BD1! BD1 heals Cal.
Don't remember?
Data bind.
Never known a forgetful droid. Can't argue with that.
I also wonder if they're gonna use... That's cool though, right? BD solo map at any time. Okay, makes sense. He has like this light on the back of his head. BD1, right? So I wonder if they're gonna use that to indicate how much health you have left. If that's gonna turn red the lower you get. That would be really, really awesome. We have 2 healing packs left. Which also makes me wonder if a higher difficulty would give you less healing, which I think would be, that's always a little bit of an annoying thing. Well, then again. Okay, what was that about? Okay, so now we have a data bank, apparently. Quest. Chapter 1. Okay, the journey begins. Cal Kestis, a former Jedi Padawan, has been hiding out on Bracca since Order 66. Cal joined a scrapping crew and lived in hiding for years. Okay, so this is longer after Order 66 than I thought, then. In hiding for years, that sounds like at least, 5 to 6 years or something. But blew his cover when he used the Force to save his friend Prof from a deadly fall. This prompted the ruthless 2nd and 9th Sisters to attack him. Wait, what? There was a second one? Like a second other than the second one? 9th Sister? Okay. Cal was narrowly saved by 2 mysterious individuals. So, how did you say her name was pronounced? Suri? Jumna? And Grease Stridus. Now they find themselves on the remote planet Bogano, ready to discover the secrets of an ancient vault. I didn't get that at all, the whole, that there were multiple sisters. Weird, okay. Also, one thing that I just noticed, I think you don't actually get levels, right? It's just you get skill points, basically just like Sekiro. Except that maybe you don't lose your progress after death. Or maybe you do. Yeah, the whole back situation is kind of weird, how often you have to press circle sometimes. Flora and fauna. Bracca. Oh, cool. So you get multiple entries here for different planets, I guess. Flora and fauna. Bracca. Bracca is a poor mid-rim world dominated by rocky plains. It was the site of a fierce campaign during the Clone Wars. Wait, what? I thought nobody knew that it existed. Battles in orbit and on the surface raged as the Separatists attempted to wrest away Republic control of the system. The Separatists were aided by sympathizers from within the Scrapper Guild, nearly leading to their victory over the planet. In retaliation, the newly formed Empire cut wages and lowered safety standards within Bracca's Scrapyard. Oh, I'm an idiot. This is about Bracca, not the planet that I'm currently on. Yeah. Okay, so that's the planet that we started on. Interesting. Cool. Okay. So Bracca originally was part of the Separatists in the Clone Wars, and I kind of wonder how... Well, the Empire very, very quickly dealt with the Separatists, right? I mean, that's as usual, but see, that's exactly what I meant earlier when I said that I really like the politics of the prequels, because it makes so much sense, right? So I guess the Republic really struggled to deal with the Separatists, right? Because, well, when you're only trying to negotiate, it's sometimes really, really difficult to come to, mutual understanding and decisions. And when one side, as we've seen in episode 1, for example, uses force to try and get their point of view across, right? But the other side sort of wants to resolve things peacefully, then that can definitely lead to problems. And I just think that it's pretty interesting how they highlight here, the different approach. The Empire is just ruthless. They don't really care. So, they can deal with these guys easily, whereas the Republic had a much tougher time dealing with the Separatists, simply because they wanted to resolve it peacefully rather than by force. Ibtis Maw. Bracca is home to the Ibtis Maw, a superorganism that superficially resembles Tatooine's Sarlacc. Okay, so it's not the same thing, but it's similar in nature. The various mouths of the Yptis maw connect to a vast distributed digestive system that resides hundreds of meters below Bracca's surface. The mouths of the maw that reside in the scrapyard have swollen to immense size, fed by a steady diet of starship material. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, so we've definitely seen that. I mean, we almost fell into it, but it's interesting that it's basically one connected entity. Definitely a very cool setup. The Empire on Bracca. Scrapper Guild. The Scrapper Guild is a network of engineers and laborers that operate in concert with the Galactic Empire, recycling and repurposing technology, machinery, and infrastructure throughout the galaxy. Since the rise of the Empire, the Scrapper Guild has focused heavily on an expensive but highly successful campaign to do away with all vehicles, equipment, and technology associated with the Republic. Which I do find interesting, right? That the Empire does seem very very focused on getting rid of remnants from the Republic, right? So even though it probably costs a lot of money, they still rather destroy the old stuff and rebuild their own fleet rather than just using the old stuff straight away. Starship Scrapyard. Scrapping is the most profitable industry on Bracca. During the Clone Wars, the planet's facilities were optimized to break down enormous flagships. Now it continues to be center for the disposal of starships despite Imperial ire with the Scrapper Guild. Bracca cargo trains. Bracca's cargo trains serve as a high-speed transport network for parts being shipped off-world. The average shipment travels through 25 security checkpoints before being exported to the core worlds for resale. That's a lot of security. And a lot more security than I thought the Empire would want. Or, well, it doesn't say anything about how good they are, right? Well, then again, I think they probably just want to make sure that no sort of remnants, maybe of Jedis or something, get through, right? Characters. Cal Kestis. Wait, okay, so this means that we've already found all the explanations for Bracca, right? Okay, interesting. Cal Kestis. The young scrapper working on the remote world of Bracca, but hiding a dangerous secret. He was a Jedi Padawan. When his close friend, Prof, is about to be killed in a tragic accident, Cal uses the Force to save him. The event reveals Cal as a Jedi to the deadly killers of the Empire, the Inquisitors, and he barely escapes aboard a rogue starship thanks to 2 new friends. Still wonder if we get to know how he ended up on Bracca. But then again, it's maybe just profitable work for somebody who can, who's very agile thanks to the Force. Cere Yunda. Cere Yunda is a former Jedi who survived Order 66. After years in seclusion, she teamed up with Starship Captain Grease Dridus on a secret mission to rebuild the Jedi Order. After saving Cal from the Imperial Inquisitorius, she begins to mentor him. Okay, so isn't technically Obi-Wan and other Jedi, they're still, I guess, loosely connected, right? I mean, the rebellion and everything later on basically originates from that, right? So I wonder how much connection Cere Yunda has to them, or if they're working on their own. Grease Dridus is a 4-armed Ladro and captain of the Mantis. He works for Cere Yunda and appears to hold her in high esteem despite his otherwise curmudgeonly, is that how you pronounce that? Nature. After saving Cal and Bracca, Grease reluctantly accepts the young Jedi's friendship. BD-1. Cal encounters BD-1 while exploring the mysterious world of Bogano. BD-1 is curious, good-natured, and utterly fearless in the face of danger. He has quickly grown attached to Cal and seems intent on leading the young Jedi towards something or someone waiting inside the ancient vault that looms over Bogano's horizon. I wonder what he's doing here. So maybe he's a robot that lived together with whoever or whatever Jedi was here. Second sister and 9th sister. That is interesting. So they all have different lightsaber design. That's kind of weird though. The introduction to them was I supposed to know that there are two different persons, or did anything tip me off about that? I felt like I didn't really see that anywhere, but okay. The second sister, a relentless Imperial Inquisitor, the second sister arrives on Bracca to hunt Cal Kestis, surviving Jedi Padawan. Sadistically toying with her prey, she ruthlessly kills Cal's friend Prof before striking. In the attack, Cal is forced to flee, barely escaping, but the hunt has only begun. Yeah, that whole initial thing, like later on, obviously, with the ship appearing and everything, they didn't plan for that, obviously, but when Prof was killed and Cal was just sort of thrown down like 10 meters in front of them, I also thought that they were very obviously toying with him, right? They probably wanted to see how much of a Force user he really is. I actually wonder if Sir Yunda had appeared, maybe they would have tried to, I don't know, take him and convince him to become a Sith, depending on how strong he is, right? I can definitely see that they would try something like that, right? Test him a little bit, toy with him a little bit, and break his spirit, and then maybe turn him to the dark side if he's a promising candidate to do so. The ninth sister. So how many of these sisters exist, and are we going to meet all of them, and are we going to kill all of them? That's the question. The Sardonic, the ninth sister, joins the second sister in hunting for Cal Kestis and Bracca. A powerful Dowatin, the ninth sister's presence creates terror wherever she goes, a fact she relishes. Okay. One thing, though, that doesn't quite fit together, but, you know, it's very easily excusable, but in episode 4, right, Governor Tarkin makes it seem as if Jedis are some sort of ancient relic that, you know, people don't really care about anymore. And I always found that a little bit strange, considering that only 20 years passed between episode 3 and 4, right? I mean, obviously, at the point of the creation of episode 4, that wasn't a thing yet, but yeah, that's a little bit of a weird explanation. I mean, a lot can happen in 20 years, right? And if you look back at something like the rise of the Third Reich in Germany in 1933, then very clearly people can be influenced very, very quickly, right? If there's already a foundation for that sort of ideology there, which I think Star Wars does establish very well. Again, coming back to the politics of the prequels, I think they do establish fairly well that the Republic had a lot of problems, right? And when you really think about it, trying to democratically lead, I don't know, 1,000 star systems, and then thinking about how difficult it is on our Earth alone to come to democratic decisions, even in countries, let alone something like the UN, right, which only really has one, like the UN Security Council, that even has some sort of governing strength or power equipped that it is equipped with, right? You can see how difficult it would be to control a galactic republic. So I think that it's really interesting how they set that up. And yes, I can very well see, especially if the Empire very heavily, you know, changes, like if they very heavily influenced schools, for example, throughout the Empire, and they really pushed their ideology on people, then I do think that very, very quickly the Jedi would be seen as not only traitors, but as some sort of, because they could frame it as if the Jedi already at the point, like even back when the Republic still existed, the Jedi Council would have already been a thing of the past, right? Something that the Republic maybe hold on to because it always existed, but it ultimately was already sort of a council that shouldn't really have existed in the first place, right? Or it shouldn't have existed anymore. Some sort of ancient religion that did survive, but ultimately, shouldn't have been as core of a part as it was of the Galactic Republic. So if they frame that the right way, I can definitely see that even after 20 years, most people would already look at the Jedi as some sort of, old religion that just doesn't really stood the test of time, right? It didn't really stand the test of time. That being said, this does contradict that somewhat, right? Because if there were Sith, or a lot more Sith, that use lightsabers or the Force to, for example, hunt down surviving Jedi, then, would they have really thought of the Jedi as some sort of past religion that is not important anymore if they themselves had Force users within their ranks, right? I mean, yes, Darth Vader was a thing, obviously, but whether or not that really... Well, then again, I do think that these sisters in this scenario, for example, they're probably working as more of a somewhat secret organization, or rather, not necessarily secret, but definitely outside the range of sort of usual police force or something, right? So most people wouldn't really even know how they operate and who's leading them and stuff like that. So, you can still sort of explain that people wouldn't really know about Force users and whatnot. Still an interesting detail, I think, that, is just interesting to explore. Jaro Tapal. The memory of Jaro Tapal, Cal's deceased master, still haunts the former Padawan. In opposing Lasset, Jaro Tapal served the Republic with distinction during the Clone Wars. Okay. Then we have other characters. Prof. On Bracca, the Apnedo? I never know how you pronounce that stuff. Apnedo. Scrapworker named Prof befriends and mentors Cal. When an accident almost claims Prof's life, Cal uses the Force to save him, but recklessly reveals himself as a Jedi. Soon Imperial Inquisitors arrive for Cal, but Prof gives his own life to save him, allowing Cal the chance to escape. I wish they would actually put in a little bit more of a backstory, because these are literally the events that we just played through, right? So, would be cool if they had more backstory stuff in here, rather than literally the events that we just witnessed, but still fine. It is pretty cool to have a databank like this, right? Which, just having finished Elden Ring, as cool as it is how FromSoft sets up their stories and how they're doing the whole thing with, item descriptions being how they're telling you about the world. Especially because Elden Ring is an open world game, and therefore they can never really be sure when you find certain information or certain things. I do feel it's lacking some sort of databank a lot, right? I think having something like this, I mean, they could have still, they don't have to do it like this, right? Where it literally gives out information. They could have come up with another really, really cool system that is more FromSoft-like, right? Maybe more obscure in how it works, or it's not as reliable as other sources or something. But the fact that it doesn't exist at all in Elden Ring is just a little bit of a shame, I feel like. Okay, so what was the button to heal? D-pad something, right? Wait, why can I not destroy these? That's weird. They look like destroyable objects. Oh, shortcut unlocked. Okay. So I can just immediately come up here.
Hey, a chest. Think the Jedi would mind if we grab supplies? Where are you going? Did you Find something, BD1?
New emitter acquired, Anno Cordova. You can change lightsaber parts on workbenches throughout the galaxy and on Mantis. Oh, so we found an emitter from somebody or from a Jedi that found. Oh, we can customize BD1 as well. I really hate that it fucking says premium content. That is so much bullshit. Mantis. Oh, now I can change the ship as well. Yeah, no, let's keep this the same. I guess it only shows the different lightsaber parts you have when you actually go to the workbench. Yeah, the whole stuff about sometimes not grabbing onto ledges is really weird. Huh. Scan. Bog rats and splocks. Oh, okay. Cool. So this is how we find new information then. Flora and fauna. Bog rats and splocks. Generally a hyper-aggressive territorial species, bog rats gradually formed mutualistic relationships with splocks. Splocks will disturb boggling nests, luring them to the surface to be ambushed and eaten by bog rats. Once the adult boglings are out of the way, splocks burrow into their nests and devour the eggs. Wait, so who are the bog rats and who are the splocks? Bog rats. So the boglings, are those the cute things that we've seen at the start? They're lured to the surface and then eaten by bog rats? Who are bog rats though? Also, the thing on here is the big thing in the distance that we've seen. Huh. Okay, so you can find like additional information. What does the map actually display though? Blocked. Okay. So there is a blocked path here as well. The map displays the shortcut as well, okay. And it displays the workbench. Makes sense. Oh, that's a chest. Okay. So there are 16 chests on this planet then. Well, I actually don't want to look at the map too much. I think it's more interesting to just sort of explore this place naturally. And, I guess I do want to go back up that way, right? And I guess later on just, you know, if we're done with the place and we've explored the map, we can maybe look
That's
at
where we need to go.
Other things
I can
that
feel it.
I haven't found yet. Oh, I can already see another chest over there. Great Divide.
Okay, I'll look.
Now, the game definitely does drop some flames.
Mapped everywhere we've been.
Frames sometimes. Okay, so now they're explaining the map a little bit more, okay? Up, down. Yeah, I know. I've done that multiple times already.
I can't make it over there. We gotta find another way.
I do wish that they would do tutorials a bit more dynamically, right? Considering how dynamic games should theoretically be, that is something that I just sort of, like, thought about. Right? So when you design a tutorial like this, why not just make it so that if the player has already played around with a certain option, like, you know, toggling through the different height elevation things on the map, just take that tutorial part out, right? Don't explain it to the player again if they've already done it. Shouldn't be too difficult to do, actually, right? I never really thought about that. Yeah, games are actually pretty bad about that, to be honest. In terms of, oh, this looks interesting. Huh. This looks like a wall. I don't have a wall jump or anything, right? No. So maybe we get a wall jump somewhere here? That's definitely a point I haven't been to yet. But yeah, I mean, that's something where I'm always like, that is such a, isn't that like a really obvious idea? Like, obviously, in a game where you can react to what the player is doing, obviously a tutorial should be dynamic and omit certain things the player has already interacted with, right? Can I make that jump? I wonder. That's where we came from, right? I can't jump upwards though, right? That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. So I guess we want to go this way first. Holy shit. Okay, there is a jumping attack, and you can actually slice off their heads as well. I was wondering about that earlier. I guess they don't let you slice through stormtroopers because that would have probably screwed with the rating of the game. But it's fine to do on creatures.
Hey, so what was in there?
Poncho material. Bogan Dawn. Oh. Huh. Not the biggest fan of the poncho, though. I don't know, just makes him look so bloated, doesn't it? So let's maybe not do that quite yet. Do something here? No. Okay, I guess I just... Ooh, that was quick. Wait. Oh, that's because... Ah, okay. Yeah, I just pressed X, like, really, really quickly. I wonder what they originally did here. Because, obviously, these ropes here weren't originally meant for traversal. Right? I mean, they were... Or maybe they were? Nah, I don't think so. I wonder what they could have been originally. So we don't have to respawn enemies though, right? Rest. Rest to restore life and force. Resting is not required to save your progress. Resting will respawn enemies, okay. Yeah, I don't know. So far these meditation places are pretty frequent, so... Oh, hello. Sense Echo.
This tool was used by someone eager to reach the vault.
Traveling to the vault. A tool used by a traveler who wanted to reach the mysterious vault. The researcher. Oh, so, okay. Though rare, known as psychometry? Cal can receive information from the Force when he touches certain items. Okay, so there was a researcher on this planet. Did we get anything? No, not really. The researcher, 1 of 13. So apparently there was somebody who researched this place. Interesting. That was... Must have still been somewhat of a Jedi, though, right? If he had, like, a lightsaber crystal thing in one of the boxes that we found. So he also left some messages behind, I guess? In order, potentially, for other people to more easily find this place? Ah, that looks really interesting. I just noticed that. Those statues up there. Possibly a race of creatures that lived on this planet originally. Maybe even built the temple. That's where we came from, right? Okay, I missed the, Oh, I can scan these as well? Ah, so these are the bog rats. Okay. Bog rat. Tactical guide. Oh. There is a tactical guide as well. Will burrow into the ground as a deception before attacking. Easy to parry, avoid being surrounded. A common pest, the bog rat is a simple predator that feeds off small creatures like boglings. So the boglings are the cute little small ones that we've seen. Their poor eyesight makes them easy prey to their natural enemy, the Ogdo. Okay. Often attacking in packs, they will surround their foes in numbers. Appearing to retreat, they are known to burrow below ground as a sly defense before springing to attack, surprising their prey. Their hardened skin makes them somewhat resistant to lightsaber attacks. Okay. Wait, how do I cycle through this? Interesting that this is separate. Oh, okay. Oh, I guess, so we've found 1 out of 4 creatures, I guess. Right. So that's why I can't. I was confused because they still show you the arrows on the right and left side of the screen, right? And those 4 circles. So I was kind of confused why I couldn't, like, change to different... Oh, did I actually cut the grass? That's a cool effect. I was wondering why I couldn't change over, but obviously, yeah. Makes sense now. There's another one, and there's like a... Oh!
Run for it!
Huh, interesting. So other creatures also fight amongst themselves then? Is there like a stealth mode though? I don't think so, right? I can move slow, but... Can I fight that thing? Am I even supposed to? Oh. Holy shit! Okay, that cost me a lot of...
Wait. Now!
Okay.
BD1.
Okay. He sometimes attacks like 3 times in a row. Interesting. Ah, okay. Yeah, okay. Definitely have to just parry a whole lot more. Really easy to defeat with parrying, really difficult to defeat just with dodging. I think that's just because I'm still in my like Elden Ring mode, right? Ogdo. Yeah. Okay, so now I can cycle through them. Yeah. Their natural enemy, the Octo, right, which is why we've seen this guy attack the smaller one. Okay, so parrying is definitely the way to go. Was quite easy to parry because he then also gets stunned, right? If you parry his attack correctly, then he gets stunned for a second, you can attack quite a lot. Had a lot more health than I expected, though. So we'll have to see how difficult the game really is if once you really get into the parrying side of things. But yeah, decently challenging when you don't really know what to do. It's interesting. Sever the tongue with a combination of the force and lightsaber attacks. Highly dangerous, lightsaber resistant. Oh, Right, so I guess if you see him using his tongue attack, you can press R1 and it'll probably like pause him, right? So that he can't like withdraw his tongue, and then you can just cut it. Ah, that's cool. The Octo is a highly threatening alpha predator at the top of the Bogano food chain. This creature attacks with an adhesive tongue capable of reaching 8 meters in length that latches onto its prey, then pulls them into its jaws. This form of strike is particularly effective against most foes. Due to its thick hide, it is able to resist a straight-on lightsaber attack and is extremely dangerous at close range, often leaping at a target to close the distance. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this was fun. Also, just as I expected, BD's like back of his head is now blinking red because I'm really, really low on health. Whoa! Hello. Great. I also forgot that I can just straight up block. Oh, that is interesting. So while you're holding R1, you can't actually perform an attack. That's actually quite cool. So you can't just spam, or you can't just hold L1 and then attack when you want. You do have to release it as well.
Good job.
Good job. What though? I mean, this looks like a shortcut, but it's not something I can do anything quite yet. Yeah, I have the feeling that I get some sort of force push here at some point in the level. Same thing with these walls. I feel like we'll get something that will allow me to actually jump onto them and do something with them. Let's see if we get save point somewhere here. Oh yeah, we do. Okay. That's quite cool though. So that was sort of the first kind of challenge that they give you. Subterranean refuge. I definitely like the setup of the game so far. The gameplay is well, compared to... See, that's always the thing. Somehow FromSoft just makes it so that their gameplay is a lot more obscure compared to other games. I don't know. This game has, I feel like, more straightforward gameplay in a lot of ways. But it's still a very cool setup. Wait, can that thing jump, or... Is there... Oh, okay. Probably should have parried that.
Okay, I'll look.
Wait, what are we scanning? Parafish? Parafish inhabit large bodies of water, feeding primarily on small algae fragments and other plants. When algae supply grows scarce, many fish die off. Their decomposition process raises the acidity of the water, gradually wearing away at the ground below and forming sinkholes. I guess that's why the planet looks like it does. Oh, these small things. Oh, that's cute. So, makes the water of the planet really acidic. Which I guess explains the sort of rock structure of this place, right? Looks like something definitely sort of, I don't know, ate its way through the rock in a very, like, almost systematical kind of way. I hear something. Sounds like there's a bigger thing somewhere. I guess I can't really jump over there, though. I definitely feel like we're gonna get a wall jump at some point here. Seems very obviously set up for that. Where's the sound coming from, though? Oh, there you are. Ooh. He's smelling me. Huh. Wonder if we're gonna fight that big thing, though. I mean, he looks kind of cute, so hopefully not, but...
See something in there?
Didn't even realize that that big thing was right above us. Okay. Wait, are we learning how these guys walk on walls? Holy shit, what is this? Man, that's an awesome way to...
Try again.
It's difficult, Master.
Yes, the path is difficult. It may seem impossible, but with persistence and the Force as your ally, you will overcome any obstacle. You will master any path. Now, do what you must to reach me.
Oh, I was gonna say, you're right in front of me. Oh, that is such an awesome way to do a tutorial, right? Holy fuck. Well, this obviously shouldn't be optional, but... yeah.
Try again. Trust yourself.
Okay,
Yes,
so
Master.
you can hold. I guess I'm supposed to hold hold X to do a longer wall run. Yeah, okay. So you get some initial height and then yeah.
I did it.
Wall run.
Persistence and the Force is my ally. Just remembering old tricks.
What an absolutely awesome way to introduce you to this, right? So this entire area was basically just, oh, you can't continue, but now you remember to use the wall run. Awesome. And with how this planet looks, these kind of wall run sections do kind of blend somewhat into the environment, which I also like, but they're still distinct enough so that you can see them. They, you know, I do felt like Naughty Dog was sometimes a bit, how do I put it? I don't want to say lazy, because that's like a really derogatory, you know what I mean, right? It's not a good term to use, I feel like, but I do think Naughty Dog could have sometimes been a bit more creative with how they hide certain jumping ledges and stuff in their levels, right? So I definitely like that here. They're trying to blend that into the environment better. Right, so now we have the ability to actually reach the vault. And I guess we can use this elevator type thing to get to it. We're still missing some sort of force push, though. Okay, so now I guess I'm supposed to run back here. Ah, so that's how that works. Okay.
This area was used for meditation. There's someone familiar with the Jedi Order.
Meditation. Meditation area well hidden. Whoever was here knew the Jedi Order. What does this small box have to do with meditation, though? Bit of a strange thing. Okay, so this is how we get out, right? Is there anything else that I can find in here? Guess not really. I do also like how they very quickly sort of combine different jump things and stuff like that. Ooh. So I can go this way, but it seems there might also be something up there. There's definitely another secret to find. Let's use the skill point, though. Skill tree. Okay, this is actually going to be difficult to choose, though. Also, I completely forgot, right, that I even have this strong strike. Probably would have been pretty useful against that larger creature. Well, fuck, I definitely need to remember that. Okay, so before, I haven't even used this once, so I feel like doing further in the lightsaber skill tree doesn't make a whole lot of sense for me at this point. Maximum life... Defenses are improved, allowing him to take less block stamina damage from incoming attacks. That might be a good idea. Maximum force is increased. Well, I haven't really used that all too much. Holding slow allows count to slow target for longer duration. You know what? Let's just go with more life for now. It doesn't really seem as if it's taking too long to acquire skill points. I mean, it might take longer every time you get something. But, yeah. Let's see. What do we have here?
Whoever owned this bag brought it from Coruscant. They were frustrated with the Jedi Council.
Frustration. Bag left by someone who came here from Coruscant. They were strangely frustrated with the Jedi Council for some reason, okay? Huh. Bit more information about this place? So, maybe whoever this researcher was frustrated with a certain direction the Jedi Council was in. Like, they maybe thought some things should be solved differently to what the Jedi Council thought they should do. And that's why they maybe left and came here to... I mean, maybe they somehow knew or found out something about this temple structure being here. And so maybe they wanted to find some sort of other path, right? In terms of how they could maybe continue with... That looks like another shortcut, potentially. So they wanted to find more sort of... or different ways in which you use the Force or something. Or you're back. Maybe I should try fighting it again, just to see if I can sort of... utilize my abilities a bit better.
Come back here. What's that, BD-1?
New lightsaber switch. Valor and Wisdom 2. Okay. But I also think we're probably going to come back here anyways, right? Because we probably get the Force push here somewhere. And then we can... deal with a couple more of the other things. I do very much like the level structure in terms of how they're guiding you through the environment. It's obviously not the most complicated thing of all times. Oh, it doesn't sound good. But even without looking at the map, it feels very, very natural in terms of how the level progresses and what you're supposed to do. Okay, and that's where we want to get back to, right? So I guess we can either just jump back there, but we can also check out what's up here.
That's a really big bug.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Thanks for the help.
Splocks. So these are the Splocks. Weird name. Attack in large groups and able to contort. Evasive strikes but easily killed. Splocks are large, agile insects usually found in groups and known to launch coordinated attacks to overwhelm their prey. They are omnivores and use small, thin, sprite-like wings to hover over terrain. Oh. Huh. They're able to contort their shape to quickly stagger their enemies, providing time for others in the pack to strike. Yeah, that is something that I definitely noticed here, which I find really interesting. One of them actually did attack me. Didn't just wait for the others to do stuff, so... Ooh. That is something that I definitely appreciate. So you do need to look out for, you know, multiple monsters attacking you at the same time, and they're not afraid to actually attack you as well. Instead of, you know, what a couple of other games sometimes do, where you basically only ever fighting one enemy, even though a million of them are on screen, Assassin's Creed, for example.
Someone made camp here. They were excited to discover a giant creature that lives close by. A binog, they called it.
Well, that guy, right? Research camp. Traces of a camp used by someone excited to study a large creature they referred to as a binog. So maybe that larger creature here that we can see wasn't always out in the open like this. Guess we're just gonna go up here. Oh, wait, never mind. That's where it came from. Whoa. That was a lot quicker than I thought it would. I definitely... Oh. Yeah, I feel like it's just a lot better to wait out creature attacks. Oh, that doesn't heal you full. Interesting. Okay, so you can already heal if you're about halfway down with your health. Wait, this just leads back here. Oh, I have to go this way, okay. Yeah, I feel like they're putting a lot of emphasis... Man, I can't talk today. Emphasis on parrying, I feel like. Parrying and...
Sorry about your scalp link, but standing up to that bog rat, pretty brave. Hey, BD1. Help me, BD1. Way too close.
Yeah, I definitely need to get into the habit of blocking more, I think.
Come back here. Something was in there.
Lightsaber sleeve. Wait, so what is this then? Do we need to find an upgrade for BD1 to be able to open this? Looks like it, right? So I guess when BD1 was attacked earlier, he lost his ability to interact, like his link thing. Okay. But so far I do like the difficulty. Like, it's obviously not difficult. Like, it's definitely easier than, let's say, Dark Souls or, you know, a FromSoft game would be in its beginning phases, but...
Whoa, it's on.
I think for the pacing of the game, this is better. So BD's waiting for me? Huh. I thought this was more like sort of the upper portion or the roof of the structure, but it seems like we're actually supposed to go in there, like up the structure. I do want to take another look at these creatures here. I mean, we're going to go back this way anyway, I suppose, but... Very interesting creature. So this kind of race definitely... They're the ones that originally built this, right? I suppose? It looks very slippery, though. I don't think we can go up here. Or maybe we can.
Finished yet. Okay, he probably would have won. Probably.
Huh. Looks like a pretty awesome structure. So let's rest here for a bit. Wonder if there's going to be some sort of fight. The symbols do look a lot more ancient, right? As if this place really was here, or has been here for a very, very long time. The vault. This structure has been here for centuries. It appears the only way to open the vault is by using the Force. Is there anything behind it, though?
Got a scan.
Oh.
Thanks for the help.
Offerings. These relics contain materials that aren't native to Bogano. Their fragile structure indicates they were purely decorative, potentially objects of religious significance. It's possible that they were carried here as a form of pilgrimage. Huh. Man, the planet looks pretty cool, though, right? There in the distance. I wonder who... Wonder who these guys were that were here. I mean, clearly they're not just a race that... I don't know, it feels like this is sort of somebody who maybe wasn't even necessarily connected to the Jedi, but still a Force user? It's hard to tell.
Amazing.
Huh. Sort of a Force cave, huh? It just transports you to another location. These rings on the ground. Man, in terms of architecture and stuff like that, they really did an awesome job with this game. So I guess whoever these guys were, that seems to be their ancient language. I'm just wondering, right? So if the Republic existed for 1,000 years or something, was this at like the start of the Republic? Was it later? Was it even before that? So if we, for example, if we take the MMO, right? I mean, I've only briefly played the MMO, not really, right? I haven't really played through the story or anything, but that takes place like 1,000 years before, right? That's why it's called the Old Republic. So Would these guys have already been here or not? Also, what I find interesting, these sort of flowing lines and everything, that seems to me, seems like the planet, maybe it's moon or something, and they're, the way they circle around each other, or around the sun, maybe? I wonder if these lines are supposed to indicate that the Force maybe drew in the planet or the moon somewhere. Also, although, then again, I mean, this sort of, we're in like a sort of sphere, right? So maybe that's some sort of ancient spaceship, and that's what this is depicting? How they landed on this planet?
Scanning again? You all right, BD?
Oh, hello.
Well done, whoever you are. You have passed the test I left behind and gained access to the vault and this recording, one of many encrypted logs stored in the droid. I am Master Eno Cordova. I may not know your name, but I know your purpose. The fate of the Jedi Order lies in your hands. This place, this vault, is a sacred temple, built by a vanished civilization known as the Zepho. Meditating here, I was granted a premonition through the Force, a vision of doom. I have placed inside this vault a Jedi holocron, containing a list of the names and locations of young Force sensitives throughout the galaxy. Ahead, you will find the inner chamber of the vault, but also another test. I can only trust this holocron to someone who has followed my path and understands. Seek out the hidden tombs of the three sages and learn to perceive the mysteries of the Force as the Zepho once did. In this droid, you will find everything you need to succeed on this journey. Go to the Zepho homeworld. There, you will find peace in the eye of the storm. Good luck, Jedi. And may the Force be with you.
Okay. I wonder who the Zepho are.
I guess you were the someone I was supposed to meet. You know, I've been alone for a while now. Without any purpose, just hiding. There's no way to live. Not for a Jedi. Or a droid. Maybe Seer was right. Maybe we're done hiding. Hey, you want to meet some, friends of mine?
Destination unlocked, Zepho. Okay. Search Zepho for ancient tombs. Use the holotable on the Mantis. Oh, so that's how we travel to another planet. Ah, it's really, really cool. So we're sort of almost going on a historical expedition then, huh? And I guess we have to go to their homeworld first before we can maybe further access whatever is hidden here. So these are, I guess, supposed to be the three sages. I wonder whether, do you see this, like, those scratches? Right? Through those orbs? I wonder if somebody, I don't know, tried to erase these symbols, or maybe it's indicating something else. Really interested to see who they are. Also, why this researcher came here and when did he come here? So did he see a vision of doom and that meant that he knew about Order 66 coming? Or was that something that he did later? Because it also sounded as if he sort of looked for young Force users after the Empire took over, right? Oh, the wall run. Enables running along rigged walls. Ridged, not rigged. After reopening his connection to the Force in Bogano, Cal remembers how to run along walls. That's actually a really cool way also to explain in lore why we're learning these abilities now as the player, right? Why he couldn't do them before, because his connection to the Force was severed a bit. BD1. Encrypted files. Upon learning that Cal is a Jedi, BD1 reveals an encrypted memory log of Jedi Master Eno Cordova. The log proves vital to beginning Cal's quest and guiding him in the journey to retrieve the holocron. Eno Cordova. Jedi Master Eno Cordova was a scholar and explorer revered for his knowledge of ancient civilizations. After experiencing a vision of the Order's doom, Cordova hid a holocron containing identities of young Force sensitives in the Bogana Vault. Yeah, so, I mean, he saw the vision of the Order's doom. So I guess he made it his mission to identify Force users that maybe were not found by the Order at that point, but instead of telling the Order and therefore dooming the young Force users as well, he just sort of hid their information inside of BD1 and hoped that maybe they would be, or through those Force users, after whatever doom came for the Jedi Order, they would be able to re-establish the Jedi potentially, right? Okay. Makes sense, yeah. Cordova's Journey, Archive 7. Goodbye. Oh, that's literally what he just told us. See, this is pretty cool, though, that they just give you a one-to-one citation, basically, of what he said, right? It's very cool if, you maybe want to reread the correct wording, or if you haven't played for a while, you want to reread what he said. Yeah. That's another thing that Elden Ring desperately needed. Something like this to take a look at the dialogue you got. Okay. Well then, I guess we're gonna go back to the ship then. They haven't done their best job at hiding the loading. Oh, hello. Oh, I can scan these. Cool.
What's this?
Sometimes it's just a bit obvious when the game sort of actually loads and pushes you to another location, right? It's still cool, but yeah, you definitely notice it. Inscriptions. The vault is built out of carnite, a hard stone rich in minerals. Its inner walls are decorated with metallic plating and inscriptions. The glyphs don't return results in any galactic databank, suggesting the language has been lost to time. Huh. Yeah, I do wonder how old this is, right? I mean, this seems to me like it's definitely older than the Republic.
Sounds like you did. We'll be waiting.
Whee. That was way longer surfing than I expected it to be. Is there anything around the temple? weird sound. Huh. I don't have a force push yet, though, so I guess there's still stuff... Oh, hello. Another one of you guys. I guess there's still stuff to be found, though. Oh, okay. Oh. I don't know. It's just... I wish the gameplay would be a bit more varied. That was a bit too much L1 followed by either triangle or square. It's a bit, you know, slow. I mean, I get that it's supposed to be like an early sort of stronger enemy, but felt like it should just move a bit more somehow. Is there actually any point in jumping over here? Not really. I do very much like how the music picks up on sort of very iconic themes in Star Wars, and it very heavily relies on sort of the same instruments that play a very big role in the original score, but they then like introduce completely different melodies, right? Sometimes they're like the same notes, where you kind of think, oh, is it going to just go into the music you know? But no, it's completely different, but yet familiar at the same time. It's pretty cool setup, I feel like. Also, this is pretty awesome. So there are like bones and stuff, fossils from, I guess, more of these big creatures. The only thing I'm not entirely sure about is the whole respawning stuff, right? I mean, I guess they, you know, they wanted... Oh, I can scan it. I guess they wanted to, you know, draw inspiration from Dark Souls, and it's kind of cool that they have, but I don't know. It could also just straight up be no respawning, and it would work just as well, I feel like. Mysterious skeleton. The structure of these bones suggests a large reptilian creature. An analysis of elements within the bones date them as old as 1,000 years. Holy fuck. So these kind of creatures are 1,000 years old? I mean, I guess maybe they kind of evolved. Well, then evolution in 1,000 years doesn't actually, you know, typically go that quickly, so... So I guess I'm just jumping down. Abandoned workshop. Oh.
Can't get through.
Door's locked from the other side. It's not connected to this though, right? No. hack?
What?
Do we have to scan something in order to unlock it? Ah.
My friend, it appears the Zepho had some interest in Dathomir.
What is Dathomir?
Strange. For such a peaceful culture to have any sort of fascination with a place so dark.
Wait, we have unlocked this in... Oh, okay. So maybe there are multiple sort of paths we can take. It's not entirely linear. That's interesting. Dathomir. Well, okay, so in terms of I can definitely see a theme emerging here. So, when you really look back at, episodes 1 through 6 and a couple of the other things that have sort of cropped up or that were themes throughout the movies especially, I felt like, especially in episode 3, and also with the debate about using the clone army in episode 2, there was always this sense that the Jedi Council shied away from really doing anything, right? I mean, they wanted to be sort of warriors of peace, but it felt like they couldn't really make up their mind whether or not they wanted to really like engage in conflict that much, right? I mean, their sort of goal was to more or less remove conflict, right? Be counselors of peace. Yet at the same time, they definitely trained in very offensive and very powerful force abilities, right? So that was, I think, a contradiction that they struggled with. And ultimately, I think that it's also, I mean, that we can see that in the story of Anakin Skywalker, basically, right? He ultimately didn't really want to become a Sith, but he struggled with the problem of knowing that there are forces that the Jedi don't use or don't want to engage with, even though those forces seemed very useful to him, right? And that's obviously how he gets drawn to the dark side then by Darth Sidious, and the Emperor, or who became the Emperor ultimately. And I think we can see something similar here, where maybe these Zepho, they weren't too focused on, only engaging with the light side of the Force. They were interested in engaging with the Force, right? And in all of its aspects. So maybe that's why they were interested in a location like this Dathomir planet as well, because they wanted to understand the Force in general, which I think is that is definitely a recurring theme in Star Wars, and in general, I think it's a very, very interesting theme and a really interesting setup for stories as well, because I do think that, engaging in sort of darker aspects of something and trying to understand them, right? I do think that even in our real world, that is very important, right? Understanding, or at least trying to understand why people become criminals, or why they, why people murder, why people start wars, for example, right? I mean, it's a very current topic, unfortunately, but at least understanding where those kinds of emotions can come from, and understanding why humans have them, and that we all have the capacity to kill somebody if we're pushed far enough, right? Everybody has that ability in himself or herself or whatever, right? But everybody has a slightly different threshold that needs to be pushed in order for them to go through with that, right? And understanding that, right? Understanding that you do carry that ability in you, as far away as it might seem for most people nowadays, I I think is still very, very important to understand sort of your own being, understanding your own nature, and making sure that you don't fall victim to that, right? If you know where your threshold might be, or at least, well, it's very hard to know with something like murder, obviously, right? Because hopefully nobody or most people will never engage with that ever in their life, either as a victim or the killer. But still, I feel like, you know, because those kinds of things also come up in, like, let's say theft, for example, or other things that are basically morally wrong, right? Understanding your own thresholds, understanding what might push you over the limit, just like with, let's say, alcohol abuse, for example, right? Understanding your limit is very, very important, right? And understanding when it becomes an addiction, for example, right? If you know these things beforehand, if you know that they can happen if you're not careful, I feel like you then have an easier time to maybe pick up certain signals that either your body is giving you or your sort of mental state is giving you, right? And then you can either seek out help better, or you can do stuff for yourself that work better, that help you coping with things in maybe a different way, right? Understanding that about yourself is so, so important. And so, yeah, I do think that obviously the Jedi should, you know, bring it back to this game, that the Jedi should at least understand the dark side, understand why it exists, how people can be brought over to it, and why, and therefore also come up with ways to defend against that, right? And try to show people, well, we do things differently because this or that, right? Which is sort of, again, when we talk about Anakin Skywalker, for example, the problem was that in episode 3, the Jedi Council didn't give him any alternatives, right? Or any explanation really at all. He was just sort of pushed aside and left to deal with his own problems. So obviously, right, he's going to turn to somebody who does help him or promises to help him and promises to deal with his problems, or, you know, show him ways in which he could deal with them in a way that he wants to. Whereas the Jedi Council, instead of offering advice, counsel, like literally in the name, right, they just push him aside. They don't care about it. And that ultimately is what spawns Darth Vader, right? Yeah. It's going to be interesting if exploring these Zepho people, if that's going to bring up similar questions, right?
I'll check it out.
Faded Mural. Faded Mural located in Bogano, not far from the Zepho Vault. It likely represents planet, but the artwork is too damaged to make out any specifics. Okay. Dathomir. So, as we can see, right, two sides of the same coin, potentially. So, maybe their home world or something, where they originally came from, and then Dathomir as well. So maybe, or maybe they also engaged in conflict with each other, maybe different types of opinions about how far they should go in terms of embracing ideas from the dark side. Hey, okay. Did actually not expect this to just open up because it looked like the door was closed. I guess let's just rest here. I mean, I do still think that I miss... Oh, we're back here. Okay. I do still think that I'm missing a forced push to fully explore this place.
Should be a lot quicker than the way
in. Wait, we're just... Oh. To climb back up. Is this an optional area then? Wait, so do I want to go that way first, or do I want to... Can I go that way first? Wait, doesn't this just lead back to the ship? Huh? Can I not? Oh, I can cut them down. I was going to say that it's kind of weird that they don't look as sturdy as they seem to be. Huh. And also wall run here. Yeah, sometimes the game seems to load in certain things.
What is this place?
What's going on with this sphere? We've seen another one of these already earlier, right? Rotating. I actually wonder what the original point of these ventilator things was. Right? I mean, why can't I climb up here? Huh? Oh, wait, what? That immediately kills you? Weird. I thought I could climb on that ledge, but apparently not. So, do I have to suspend them individually? Okay.
The Jedi used this place to study the sphere above. I can still feel the excitement.
Research notes. Wait, what was this about? Like 1 out of 3 something? Force something? Meticulous handcrafted notes on the energy sphere left behind by the researcher on Bogano. Ah, turns off everything. Okay. Cool. Yeah, the sphere structure, it's definitely an interesting design, right? Makes me wonder what the ventilators were about then. Can I also hold the sphere? Wait. Can I now do something that I wasn't able to do before? Can't influence the sphere though. Doesn't look like I can jump down. I feel like there's a way to go around or something, right? Like, how do I access that platform? Oh, oops. Because this is just to go back, right? That was weird. Oh, I need to hold on, right. Wait, what now? Ah, okay. Doesn't really look like you can go around, though. But you can go up somehow. Yeah, it feels like in order to explore this place fully, I am still missing something. Like either some sort of force power or something else that let me activate a couple more of these machines. Well, that's fine. I guess you're supposed to come back here, right? I wish the lightsaber would actually interact more with the wall and everything. Even if you're just holding it up, that would be really funny if you accidentally could cut through these things while you're holding up the lightsaber.
That thing looks like it smells worse than grease does.
Oh. Whoa.
Stim.
What?
Help me!
Oh, for fuck's sake. Whoa, holy shit, that thing is difficult. It's a bit, the jump is definitely strange. Ah, when you die, you lose all your XP gained since your last skill point. Whoa. Okay, that's a lot. Damaging the enemy who killed you will restore your lost XP and refill your life and force to their maximum. Damaging them? Oh, that is interesting. Okay, see, I was actually talking about this in Elden Ring, right? That there are better ways to do this, and this actually seems like a better way. Instead of... Like, that would make so much more sense, right? Instead of having to run through a boss room, like sprint through it to pick up your runes in Elden Ring, right? If you were to just hit the boss and it'll immediately give you back your runes, that would make so much more sense. Okay, that's actually a really tough optional boss, I feel like. Interesting. Wait, did I get information about him? I did, okay. Octo-Bocto. Sever the tongue with a combination of the Force and lightsaber attacks. Highly aggressive, tremendous speed, powerful stamina, and lightsaber resistant. The rare Octo-Bocto is a fiendish, formidable abomination, even deadlier than its common relative. This hyper-aggressive predator attacks with ferocity, constantly maneuvering toward its prey to inflict greater injury at close range. The creature's speed and stamina are unmatched, making it difficult to parry or strike its lightsaber-resistant shell straight on. Okay, so I definitely need the Force to somehow like cut his tongue, right? I'm not entirely sure if I actually should wait, does this even lead back to where he was? Not entirely sure if I should actually just press R1 or if I have to bait out one of its tongue attacks. Wait, this doesn't lead back to where I'm trying to go, though. Wait, where the hell did I even go in order to find it? Over in there, maybe? That's not it.
Oh, hi there.
What? Oh. Huh? Ah, okay. BD1 can scan it. Boglings. Boglings are small creatures endemic to Bogano. Natural escape artists, they evolve to run on their toes. This technique allows them to quickly change direction or jump while navigating Bogano's mix of rocky and marsh-like terrain. Their furry bodies compensate for the heat lost through their bare feet. Okay, seriously though, how the fuck did I get to it? I think there was... Oh, down here, right? Through the cave? Yeah. This way. mean, it doesn't seem too hard to deal with this thing. Ah, fuck. What? That was unfair. Oh, what? That's not what I wanted to do. What? Force meter is empty. Damage enemies to regain force. Oh, that's a thing as well. Ugh, fuck.
I need one.
He is pretty agile, not gonna lie. Ooh. Ah, fuck.
Help, Stim.
Ah, I forgot that he does that twice. Holy hell, okay. Cool, cool, cool. I definitely like this encounter. Yeah, okay, so sometimes I forgot that he actually does, like, his normal attack, like, twice in a row. Okay, wait a second. Alright, just had to talk about something with concerning lunch. Okay, this was a pretty cool encounter. As I said, the gameplay systems don't seem overly complicated. I mean, there's basically, you know, you either dodge or you guard. Works quite well. A little bit on the simpler side, definitely, at least so far, but definitely a lot of fun. I was not entirely sure why I wasn't able to cut his tongue, because one time I actually stunned him while his tongue was out, so maybe I had to untarget him or something to cut his tongue. Probably would have made this a lot easier. I'm not entirely sure if it's necessary, but then again, okay, so I do think one thing that I do like is that they have an unmistakable indicator for the strong attacks that you need to dodge, right? So enemies glowing red, you need to dodge. Now, I would say that the red glow is a bit too obvious almost, or a bit too on the nose. But then again, I would say that, for example, if we compare it to Elden Ring does this a lot more poorly, right? Because a lot of the attacks in Elden Ring are they're more about trial and error, right? Elden Ring is a lot of trial and error in terms of finding out what attacks you can dodge or can't dodge and stuff like that. And I feel like that's a bit, like, it doesn't feel as good, right? Because it's a lot, like, it's a lot of guessing, a guessing game. And the problem is if you combine it with other stuff, right, that Elden Ring does, where you also have to run back to a boss, things like that, it doesn't work quite as well. I do like the system better. I think that the red glow, it's a bit too obvious, like a bit too on the nose what you're supposed to do, okay. but it still works better than in Elden Ring, where it's just trial and error, and sometimes you're not quite sure why things work or why they don't work, right? It's all a bit too obscure, I feel like. Scompling must be repaired, okay. Let's see what this is about, though.
Where Bogling was killed. Was it trying to defend its family?
Bogling corpse. Oh, poor guy. Bogling fought back against an Octo, desperately trying to protect its family. Oh. Okay, so I do need to come back here anyways, though. Okay, so it seems like there are also, which I find a bit weird, because I used a skill point earlier to increase my maximum life, correct? But there's apparently also this. So there are like points where you can either increase your force power or increase your life, and you need to find a couple of them for it to actually work. Cool. That's a little bit like, I guess, heart pieces in Zelda, right? Interesting. I wonder if this boss is going to stay dead. I guess so, right? At least I feel like it would make sense if it would stay dead. Yeah, sometimes there's some weird loading going on that's decreasing frame rate a bit. It's unfortunate, but not a big deal. Okay, let's spend the force point then. But yeah, I also like that system a whole lot better than FromSoft's system of having to collect some weird place on the ground that can be randomly, not really randomly placed, but has like a really weird placement, right? Instead have something like this, where it's, you know, you hit the enemy that killed you and it'll give you back your points. That makes sense. Because that still forces you back to the same point, like it still forces you into the same encounter, but you don't have to awkwardly sort of look for it somewhere on the ground, right? Okay, I felt like the triangle attack isn't necessarily the best thing, though. Like, I guess against weaker enemies, maybe it stuns them for a bit or something. But against that big Octo thing, it felt like it didn't really... I mean, obviously it does more damage, but it also takes longer, right? So, not entirely sure how useful it really is. Maybe a double one might be a good idea. So this is hold, right? Oh, that looks cool. Dashes forward and attacks his target. Jump while dashing to flip over the target instead. I mean, having a dash is probably pretty useful. Cal's defenses are improved, allowing him to take less block stamina damage from incoming attack. Well, stamina so far isn't really a problem, because it's fairly easy to parry. Maximum force is increased. Holding slow allows Cal to slow his target for a longer duration. I do think I'm actually going to go with the dash strike. Hopefully I'll remember that it exists. Holding triangle. But yeah, that's probably really useful to cover distances very, very quickly. I actually wonder when more things will be unlocked here. I mean, it looks like there are definitely more things still to get, right? It's not just this. Okay, cool. Wait. Oh, yeah, right. I just, for a second there, wait, did I just circle around? But yeah, obviously I did just circle around because I didn't actually go where I was supposed to go, but rather fought an optional enemy. That's cool, though, that stuff like this exists. Because I feel like they're doing, at least with this sort of planet, I feel like they've done a pretty good job to balance sort of optional stuff with, main story stuff and everything. In a way that doesn't feel... Also, it feels like the game... Like, it doesn't feel like it's pushing that optional stuff onto you, right? I feel quite comfortable just continuing the story and not really caring too much about the stuff that you can find here. But it's still cool that it exists. Wait, is this the cave that I was in? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Huh, so you can also drop down from here. Interesting. So maybe you could get the drop on that Bogdul thing? These bridges look suspicious. This also looks like we might be getting some sort of force jump later on that allows us to cover the distance. Because I don't think there would be any other way to get to that box otherwise, right? I guess this is where we're supposed to go. Awesome. Huh. I already found this though, right? So the blue sort of, what's it called? Let me take one other look here. Oh, right. You can also repair this. Yeah, the blue sort of, beam of light that is emitted by the meditation points, that's always there. That doesn't indicate a point that you haven't unlocked yet. It just straight up indicates, okay, yeah, that's where you can meditate. Wait, this is not where I originally... Holy fuck, okay.
I sense something over here.
The slowdown sometimes when the game's loading is pretty bad though, unfortunately. Huh. I wonder if that's a quirk of the PS5 version. They maybe didn't, you know... Oh, hello. There's like a big drawing on the wall there. Maybe they didn't fully optimize something. Bye-bye. Nope. Yeah, sometimes they can be fairly quick with their attacks. Definitely need to look out for that. It's not damaging me too much. Oh, yeah, they all have a very, very strong sort of, or not strong, but a very quick initial attack. What's this?
Oh, that's a boggling eggs and the pack fought back.
That's Splogs. Killed by boglings when it attempted to raid their nest. Oh, so the little guys can fight back. Quite well, actually, huh? Interesting. Fractured plane. Ooh, hello. Ah, looks like a rare chest. You can't fight that guy though, right? No, I don't think so. That would be pretty crazy, to be honest. Guess we can just look at him from here. I actually wonder if there's fall damage in this game. I don't think so. I mean, most things seem to be... Oh, let's test it. There might be fall damage, but I feel like... It might be more a thing of, oh, we're above this place now. Cool. It might be more a thing of, there's a certain distance where you just die.
Should be here. Wait, can you carry more? Thanks, BD1.
Ah, cool. Stim canister acquired. Okay, so maximum number of stim canisters increased. Cool. So yeah, I'm definitely still missing a force push ability. Interesting. So basically we got another Estus flask. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna go back to... I still wonder what those hut-like things are. Because these Zepho guys aren't here anymore, right? Or it might just be huts from, like this Jedi researcher. Could also be a thing. Wait, is this the way to get over there? No, it's not, right? Let's just go back to the ship for the time being. I definitely have a feeling that we're going to go back here quite a few more times. Wait, should I rest? I'm not entirely sure. Rest. Okay. I'm going to do one quick thing, though, before I return to the ship, and that is ordering lunch. I very much like the game so far, though. It's in certain ways, it's a bit more simplistic, right? Than something like Elden Ring, for example. But that can also be a good thing. I definitely like the setup of the story so far. It's going to be interesting to see how it goes on in terms of pacing. Because I find it interesting that it's not entirely linear. That is definitely something that, at least in that sense, I didn't expect. The fact that you can sort of explore these areas a little bit more, that is something that a linear game could also do, right? But not only do you apparently return here with new abilities, but I also now have 2 locations unlocked, right? Which kind of makes it seem like I'm able to go to either one and continue the story. So that's going to be interesting to see how well that's paced, right? Because the story does feel like a very sort of, well, more a linear thing, right? Like in terms of its structure so far, it did seem similar to, let's say, Uncharted, The Last of Us sort of type deal, right? Just a linear story that's told with cutscenes in between gameplay moments. But the game does seem to be drawing inspiration from a lot of other games. So far, they've done a pretty good job in terms of combining those different influences in a very interesting and engaging way. So, yeah, looks pretty good so far. It's going to be interesting to see how, especially this sort of exploration aspect is going to be expanded upon if you actually do find interesting loot. I think so far, well, you find like health upgrades, right? You find force upgrades, you find cosmetic stuff, and more stim packs, aka Estus flasks. So yeah, in that regard, I think works quite well, doesn't it? Okay, let's see. Just need to make sure that I'm not forgetting anything when I'm ordering. Because I think there was there a pizza that I wanted to get last time but then didn't? Oh no, never mind. Yeah. I got another one. So I have like with the pizza store that I usually order at, I have like a favorite pizza. And last time I actually ordered, because there was like I ordered two at the same time to eat like one of them later, right? And because it was cheaper that way. And I actually didn't get my favorite one, but rather two entirely different ones. And that was pretty good. You know, sometimes you just need to do something different. Let's see, let's get this one as well. And I need to put this in the cart and order. Yeah. And then otherwise, in terms of the visuals and the music, I mean, I've already talked about that to an extent, but yeah, it seems like a very engaging game so far. So now it's going to be interesting to see how the story continues, right? So because the biggest story beats, obviously, that we've seen so far are it was basically the whole opening section. So I wonder how the game will continue now. If there's going to be like a bigger sort of introduction to the other planets, for example, or if we just land there as well and then we can just freely explore them and it's going to have like cutscenes in between. Guess I'll see about that. Okay, let me just finish up the order here. Just want to make sure that nothing's going wrong or anything. Okay, perfect. Nice. So that is lunch handled for today. Let's see what happens when we go back to the ship. Oh, she's already waiting for us. Wait, we can scan something else? Boggling tunnel. Oh, okay. Boggling tunnels connect their nests and serve as a natural defense against predators. Able to dig 5 meters per day, Bogglings collaborate in heckles, or large packs, spending approximately 1/3 of their lifespan digging the intricate tunnel network. Huh. I always find that really interesting with, especially with like smaller insects and animals in real life as well. Just how dedicated they are to their whatever caves or what they're digging, stuff like that, right?
You passed the test.
So you knew about BD1?
Come on board. We'll talk inside.
Okay, so I guess they found BD1.
What is that? Get off my sofa! Get off my sofa! Don't! Get out of there! Get out!
That is BD1. He's with us.
I don't care who he's with. Do you have any idea how hard it is to get oil stains out of petroleum fabric?
Not really.
Oh, I hope you found something better out there than this droid.
Oh, calm down, Breeze. He did. Tell us, Cal.
The vault was built by an ancient civilization called the Zepho. A Jedi named Eno Cordova hid something inside of it.
What did he hide inside?
A holocron from the archives. It contains a list of Force-sensitive children.
The next generation of Jedi. I knew it! Oh, Cordova, you old fool.
You knew him?
Yes. A long time ago. I was his apprentice. Cordova was a loner. And that little droid and I are probably the only ones that know about Pagano.
Hold on, wait a minute. A holo what?
A holocron. It stores information, but only accessible to Jedi. Hang on, I think I have one around here.
Okay. Oh, well, that looks interesting.
Use the Force.
This is Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. I regret to report that both our Jedi Order and the Republic have fallen.
Well,
With
it
that
didn't.
list of Force sensitives, we could rebuild the Jedi Order and defeat the Empire.
Didn't expect
Okay, no
Obi-Wan.
problem. Let's get it.
Well, except the holocron is hidden deep inside the vault, and to get it, we have to follow Cordova's path. He mentioned something about the planet Dathomir and a Zepho homeworld.
All right, well, where are we going? Now, I'm just asking because I was thinking of maybe making some food.
Look, before we do anything, I need to know something. How come you're no longer a Jedi?
I had an experience that changed my perspective. So I cut myself off from the Force.
Oh, I was, yeah.
But you still want to rebuild the Order.
It's kind of right on
I
that.
believe that rebuilding the Order is the best chance we have against the Empire. What do you believe?
I believe I can't keep hiding from the Empire, so I don't really have a choice.
Cal, as long as you're alive, you will always have a choice. Are you with us?
We're in.
Dathomir or Zepho, it's your choice.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I didn't expect that cameo from Obi-Wan. How cool. So that's, I guess, how they what's the word? Not contributed. Well, how they got the information to the remaining Jedi, right? That the Order has fallen. Okay. We still don't know what exactly happened to her, right? That made her sort of not believe in the Order anymore, or at least not really believe in being a Jedi anymore. So it doesn't have anything to do with Order 66, I assume. It's not about the fact that she needs to hide or anything, which I originally thought maybe was a thing. Let's look at our new stuff first. I guess now that I've been here, you know what? Let's actually change let's change our outfit to this one. Now that I've explored this planet. I guess that would be logical, right? We come back to the ship and then we actually look at what we found and, oh yeah, why not wear this? Makes sense. Chapter 1. Rebuilding the Jedi Order. After revealing she no longer uses the Force, Sarah sent Cal to an ancient vault. Along the way, Cal found a friendly droid named BD-1 who joined his quest. On their journey, Cal reached out to the Force, remembering his ability to wall run. Inside the vault, BD projected a message from Master Eno Cordova, detailing how he hid a holocron containing a list of known Force-sensitive children within. To access it, Cal must find the tombs of 3 Zepho sages. With BD's aid, Cal embarks on a journey to rebuild the Jedi Order. Right, so if there are these 3 sages, I wonder if they maybe represent like 3 different sort of 3 different outlooks on the Force, right? 3 different sides of the Force. So maybe one of those sages, maybe they specifically split themselves up so that one of each of them could sort of research one specific path of the Force, right? It's also quite so. She was Eno Cordova's pupil. That's how she knew about the droid, but since she herself... So I guess she always wanted to come back here. But obviously, since she herself had... She had cut herself off from the Force, she knew that she wasn't going to be able to access the vault, right? And that's why she probably looked out for... Or maybe, yeah, she started monitoring the Empire's communications in order to possibly find a Force user she could find and use to access the vault. Makes sense. Okay. Characters. Wait, what? Doesn't it say we have a new oh, here it is. Apprentice of Ano Cordova. Siri reveals her mentor was a Jedi named Ano Cordova, a loner who studied lost cultures and often challenged the wisdom of the Jedi Council. While the two remained in contact throughout her years as a Jedi Knight, they were never very close. Okay, so... Oh, I can just talk to them?
If you're not ready to leave, don't bother me.
Okay. Stop being so grumpy. Make some food. Interact.
What's this thing?
What? You've never seen a terrarium before?
Oh, that's a terrarium?
Don't they usually have plants in them?
Well, I've been a bit busy hauling you around the galaxy. But you know, you could pay me back with some seeds.
I thought you hated nature.
When it's out there, you betcha. But when it's behind a comfortably thick wall of embarring glass, that's perfection.
All right, I'll see if I can find any.
Huh. Cool. So I guess we can... I wonder if this is going to be either a customization, or if we can actually... Maybe we can grow something that increases our power or something like that. I would have... Okay, now that you know what it is, it makes sense as a terrarium. I thought it was just a weirdly shaped couch. Like some sort of place to sit down, but it had some sort of weird pattern on it or something. For whatever reason. Okay, is there something else we can do in the ship? Oh, okay, so we can meditate here. I guess this is supposed to be our room. Yeah, makes sense. Ah, and we can also customize our lightsaber in here as well. So let's maybe take a look at what new stuff we got. So the color, I'm not going to change for now. I got this thing now? Ano Cordova. Ah, right, that's his old. Okay. Valor and wisdom. Doesn't look too bad, right? I mean, that actually looks pretty cool. See if we can... What does this look like? Oh, okay. So that just goes over the rest. I wonder why they're all sort of broken at the back. Seems a bit strange to me. Alloy metal. Does this fit together with this one? Kind of does, doesn't it? This looks awesome. Gonna keep it at that for now. Oh, you can also rotate it. Oh. And let's do that. I wonder if you're gonna find more colors though. I don't have any skill points, so I guess let's just go over to the map. I do like this setup a lot though, right? So I can just go outside and like explore more if I wanted to. I really, really like setups like this in any game really, where they, I don't know, it just feels so comfortable, right? We're in this location, like we're sort of comfy, we placed our ship here. Really, really neat.
Seer, can you feel the Force at all?
Seer.
Yes.
Seer.
But instead of opening up, I push it back down. The exact opposite of what you should do.
Out there, I remembered something about myself before the purge. It was painful, but like I found a piece of myself.
That's good. You're learning to embrace the Force again.
How can you say that?
Because I know what it means to live without it.
Okay, I'll keep trying.
The one thing that I find a little bit unfortunate is that, and that is something that Naughty Dog just has nailed to perfection, right? Which is animation, what's it called? Like going from one animation to the next, right? But then also in general, animation just sort of, in general, not in cutscenes, because in cutscenes you can control it very, very well, right? In cutscenes you can like control the camera angle, you can control so much that you can very, very finely tune the animations and everything. But here, sort of, for example, her arms, right, moving up and down very, very quickly the entire time, back to back, is obviously like a very weird. She goes from one animation state to the next in like a couple of frames, which obviously shouldn't happen. So it's a little bit unfortunate. Obviously not a big deal, but yeah, that is definitely something they could have worked on a little bit more, maybe.
Time to go? Great. Hate sitting around like this.
Okay. Search Zepho for ancient tombs. 65% explored, okay. So we can either move to Zepho, which kind of makes sense since we're trying to find out more about them. Oh, it also shows us, so, I guess Dathomir. What would be the point of going to Dathomir right now, though? If it shows us this as being the main location currently, I don't expect to be able to do too much on Dathomir. It's kind of a bit weird, but... Oh. Also, we haven't been there, but we can still look at the map already. Well then, let's go to Zepho, shall we?
When this is all over, I think it'll be time to settle down, fall in love, start a family.
This is also awesome. That you can just move around while restarting.
I bet you're gonna tell me.
Let me tell you, it's the best, but a lot of work. It needs admiration, devotion, attraction, and respect.
Please, that's actually very insightful.
Yeah, well, it comes with experience. Can't look this good and not steal a few hearts.
I bet.
BD1 sort of curiously looking at. Ah, okay. So I was gonna say, do they not let me sit down? So I can basically still do everything. I can probably meditate. I can, do other stuff. And if I want to land, I just sit down in the cockpit. And that's pretty awesome. It's really, really awesome. Also, by the way, I said that earlier, right? With how I felt like they were like the screens that we saw were like a really cool combination of stuff from the prequels and the original trilogy. But in here as well, all the different switches, right? The things here in front look a little bit more modern. Slightly a bit more like something from the Naboo ships, maybe, that we've seen in episode 1 and 2. And then this sort of more gray stuff looks a bit older, a bit more like the original trilogy. But they blended in so well, right, that you don't even really notice. Like, it just makes sense. I think is a really, really cool setup. Just works really well. Let me just, before we land, quickly check something. Okay. It's fine. So then, let's check out this planet. Oh, hello.
Think of a storm brewing down there. This might not be the best time to land.
Something strange. Those winds are interfering with our comms.
Hey, Cordova mentioned something about peace in the eye of the storm. Well, I can just make out a settlement in the middle of it.
Then we have to get there.
Copy that.
Wait, so the storm is always there, or is...
Couple bumps ain't gonna kill you, kid. Unless the wind picks up. Can you tell that bucket of balls to keep his opinion to himself?
I'm sure everything's under control.
It's under control, it's just a little tricky.
Oh, this looks awesome.
Okay, hold on. Huh. Perfect landing.
I don't know about that.
But I'm still getting a lot of interference on the comms. It's gonna take me a minute to get them back up.
I'll search for signs of Cordova in the meantime.
Good. I'll be in touch once I crack this. Cal, over here. You did good work on Bogano. The more information we gather on Cordova and the Zepho, the closer we'll get to stopping the Empire.
I've heard of ancient cultures, but don't know much about them.
I only knew that Cordova was obsessed with the Zepho, believing their teachings to be important. I, too, was intrigued by the mysteries of our galaxy. You better get moving. There's a lot to learn here. Good luck.
Potentially because the teachings maybe included something that the Jedi Order just for some reason neglected to teach. Huh.
I can see you two have been through a lot. It's not easy.
No, it's not. But I think of those who believed in me at one point. If I give up on myself, then I give up on them. I'm sure you have a few of those.
Prof. Friend Umbraca. He sacrificed himself so I could live.
He believed in you. A lot of people depend on you, even if they don't know it yet. Keep going, Cal. For Prof. For everyone.
I don't know if I can agree with that. Whatever we're doing here will be, well, it will be a piece in defeating the Empire, but it won't straight up defeat the Empire, right?
BD-1's a helpful droid.
He does seem to be warming up to you.
Cordova must have really liked droids. He decided to leave such important information with BD-1.
I only assume he chose BD-1 because he needed some sort of ability to store encrypted information. These exploration droids are good tools for that sort of thing. But I'm sure he's more than that. Please, I'm trying to collect my thoughts.
Okay, so that's actually pretty cool. If you have exhausted the dialogue, it just doesn't show up again. That's pretty awesome. I'm just a sucker for ships like this, right? Because it also has that ceiling window, but also here at the bottom. Such a cool setup for a cockpit. Where's the old guy? Making lunch, or is he outside somewhere? I guess there's still additional crew quarters in here as well. These other doors that are not open. Maybe he's outside. Well then, let's take a look at the planet, shall we? So there is an actual landing platform here. I wonder how long it's been since anybody's been at the settlement. Because, I mean, the lights are still on and everything, right? Oh, there he is. Oh, I guess he damaged the ship slightly. What's going on, buddy?
Oh, we did it. I hope you're not hurt. What are you looking at?
Who are you talking to?
Just my ship, the Manus. Good name, right? Intimidating. Oh,
Manus,
what do you know?
yeah.
You've probably never even flown a ship. Maybe I'll teach you one day, when you're done with your Jedi stuff. I'll even give you a discount.
A discount? You're gonna tell me you're gonna charge me for teaching me how to fly?
It's dangerous being on the run, huh?
You lose someone?
His name was Prof. Traded his life for mine.
Sounds like a tough, strong guy. Not far from myself.
He was. Since the day I stepped foot on Braca, he watched over me. Never complained.
Never complained? On that trash heap?
I just hope he didn't do it for nothing.
They never do, kid. They never do.
You could learn a bit about the complaining, Grease.
Nice landing, Grease.
Me? Oh, yeah. Not a problem. It's easy for a skilled pilot like myself, especially when flying a ship like this. This baby was a steal. Well, I mean, I didn't steal it. I bought it. Well, almost. I mean, a small loan, a big loan, actually. No, it's fine. Look, we're all fine. Don't worry about it. Don't you have Jedi stuff to do? Get to it, kid. Sometimes you creep me out, kid.
What? Why? Just want to talk to you a little bit. I wonder if that loan that he's talking about, like if that's not a thing anymore since the Empire took over? Maybe he actually didn't have to pay for it in the end? So we're in the eye of the storm, huh? I mean, it's stormy, but it doesn't look that stormy, right? But sometimes that's hard to tell. I mean, the clouds are moving really fast. It's really quite beautiful, though. The landscape almost reminds me of Death Stranding. And all of these waterfalls, really, really beautiful. They did a really good job with these locations. I wonder what this was originally. I mean, it's not really even a settlement, right? More like an outpost? Just wonder what its purpose was. Hello. That was a weird creature. Am I supposed to go this way, or... Oh, there's a door there. I guess we're gonna look at the structure first, probably, right? And we just check if there's anything else back here. This seems to be... Is this locked? Yeah, okay. Huh. I find this sort of fog really intriguing, right? I guess it's supposed to be wind that's blowing over the ridge. It looks quite thick, almost. See what we have here.
Come back here. What was in there?
BD1 skin, blue leader. Oh, it's literally his skin but blue. Okay. I don't know about that though. I feel like usually, I mean, R2-D2 is R2-D2 because he's white and blue, right? The other R2 models, like, you can differentiate them by color, so I feel it a little bit strange that they just let you change the color of BD1. I don't know, doesn't that alter his personality a little bit? Maybe that's just me, but I do think that's kind of a strange setup in a way. I don't know. Let me just double check. Not that I'm missing my food or something. Yeah. Let's just take a quick peek in here and then I'm going to take a break. Derelict hangar. They're quite fond of ventilators, it seems.
Another one?
Storage crate. Sturdy storage containers to transport fragile goods. The outside is made of a heavy metal that can easily withstand Zepho's high winds. Okay. So maybe this was some sort of trading outpost? mean, it doesn't just look like a... It's more than just a hangar, but it's also less than a... I guess a port or something, right? Oh, what? Oops. I wanted to press triangle to open it, but nope, that's not the right button in this game. New poncho, bravo. Okay. Ah, it looks kind of cool. I like the material better than the one that I'm currently wearing. But, I do want to keep this for the time being. That's kind of strange that you can't go through the cloth. I mean, you should be able to. Something else hidden behind this? No. Ooh, getting really dark all of a sudden.
Can't open it.
Oh, wait, both doors are locked. Well, that's something that I did not expect. Okay, I guess I have to travel around the outside first then. Or is there... Can I climb up there? Nah, I don't think so. Why is it... That's weird. I get, like, force feedback on the controller for some reason. Oh well. I guess that's a good point to take a break. So, I'm going to take a lunch break. As usual, it's going to be about 30 minutes. And when I come back, we'll take a look at Zepho and everything that we can find here. As I said, I'm really intrigued by this game. It's a really good game, to be honest, up until this point. But yeah, going to be back in about 30 minutes, taking the lunch break, and see you then. Okay, all right. That took, unfortunately, a little bit longer than I expected. A lot longer than I expected. Had to talk about some IRL things, unfortunately, but yeah, I'm sorry for that. It's always, I'm still debating with myself whether or not it makes sense to have like a bit of a longer lunch break or to stop the stream entirely and then just resume. But I feel like stopping and then doing an entirely different stream, I don't know, that's always a little bit strange, right? Even though the lunch break sometimes can take a bit longer, I still feel that it doesn't really take you out of the game that much if you can just, straight come back in, straight up, just continue. I don't know. But yeah, I'm sorry, this took a really long time. Anyway, though, let's get back into the game. So we're on Zepho now, and trying to find out if there is anyone here. Also, I just noticed, wait, that's part of a ship, right? It's not a mountain. Holy shit. Why is there a giant ship wing stuck on the planet's surface? How did that happen? Oh. This is sticking through slightly. It's a bit of a weirdly placed object, seemingly. Okay, looks quite beautiful, other than that though, right? What are they doing? Are they fighting over a dead stormtrooper? Or clone trooper? Heck are you guys doing?
Watch out, BD. You don't look friendly.
So they take 3 hits to kill? That is definitely a stormtrooper, though.
Cal, can you hear me?
The Empire. They found Zepho.
If they were following the Mantis, we would have been swarmed already.
Could they be looking for the tombs?
Let's hope not. Just got our comms working. I'll try the same workaround to crack into theirs.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks like they were here some time ago, right? So... I mean, I guess Zepho wouldn't be quite as hidden as Bogano, planet we were just on. Then again, that being said, I mean, in the middle of the storm and everything, I mean, maybe the storm wasn't here when they originally came here? Huh. It's definitely kind of strange, though. I guess I can't jump this. Oh, I can. But this should be blocked, right? Wait. What have you found? Oh, hello. Scout Trooper Baton. Imperial Excavation. Storage crate. Sturdy storage... oh. Wait, Imperial Excavation? Was it the Empire that was here originally? Imperial Electrobaton, given to troopers stationed in remote areas where unexpected threats may arise. These weapons were crafted from the same components as Clone Wars-era Electrostaffs, but have updated Imperial modifications. And that's a shame. I thought this would maybe say more about whether... Well, it doesn't sound like they're actually meant for fighting people with lightsabers, right? They're for something else, possibly?
This door's not budging.
Imperial excavation? I wonder if they... Maybe this was actually an Imperial outpost? With those kinds of instruments there, it almost looks like some sort of weather station. Funnily enough. Oh, hello. Ah, for fuck's sake. Sometimes I don't really know. The stuff with the targeting is just a bit weird. It feels like you're meant to target enemies, but at the same time it also doesn't really allow for much sort of reaction to other enemies. Also, I think it's just sort of this, I definitely need to get it into my mind that I don't have a dodge roll just available on Circle. I think I'm still in sort of Elden Ring dodge rolling territory. So I'm constantly trying to dodge roll, even though that's obviously not what I should do. But see, this is a bit like I definitely one other thing that I need to sort of find out about is a scaz. One other thing that I find strange is sort of you can always block any incoming attack, even if it's not the enemy you're currently fighting, right? And that is something that is really, really unusual. It works quite well. It's just you really need to get used to it, right? Your brain is sort of saying, oh, I'm locked onto this enemy, so I can't really... So I'm constantly trying to evade other attacks rather than block them. But obviously blocking is just way superior, apparently. So unless, obviously, they're doing like a red attack. So yeah, I definitely need to get that into my mind that's the way to go, right? Scaz. Capable of 2 different attacks, will bite at a prey's heel or lock them down with a leap that cannot be blocked. Opportunistic, often surrounding prey when they are locked down. Scars are most commonly found in the shade or dark areas where they can maintain cooler body temperatures. Due to poor vision, they are especially vulnerable in bright light. They are most dangerous in packs, often biting and locking their jaws onto prey, providing an opportunity for the others to strike. One second. Ear was itching. Yeah, that's how I died, right? That's what the other one was doing. Was holding on to me while... I also need to make it a habit to heal quickly when I get low. Because I could have easily survived that, obviously. Okay, can I... Ah, I can, okay. Oh, I felt like I was parrying way too early and still it still worked, so you have a pretty big window for parry. Interesting. Not the biggest fan of that huge slowdown effect when you get your XP back. I mean, it's cool, but you know, that can probably get old very, very fast. Also, it's kind of a shame that enemy corpses despawn. I don't know why they decided to do that. I mean, obviously they wanted to save resources, but yeah, it's a bit strange. Huh. Maybe let's try to go this way first. That looks like a cave. We can also go up there. I wonder if this upper portion is potentially leading us back towards the doors we weren't able to open in the hangar here. Yeah, as I said, combat's pretty cool. So far fairly simplistic, but it also just works slightly different to Elden Ring, so you definitely kind of... I get a little bit tripped up because I'm still trying to do stuff how I did it in Elden Ring, and that's obviously not how you're supposed to do it here. Yeah, this looks like it leads back to that door, right? It does, okay. So I guess now this is a shortcut? Yes, okay, cool. Wait, so then maybe this actually was the right way to... Oh, hello! What? Thought I was pressing L1. Huh. Wait. Now I do want to go back to that other portion I was at, though. Because that might be an optional cave, then? His sprint looks... well, actually quite realistic, but at the same time, a bit weird. Well, I just want to circle back around. Okay, so... I guess they're still here quite recently. Bit strange that they wouldn't have reacted to the ship landing here. I mean, maybe they were occupied by these weird rat creatures, but that's still kind of strange, right? So they just stood behind that door, waiting for us to open it? Huh. This looks like a way more elaborate cave than I expected, to be honest. It looks like there's a golden chest up there, right? And now I really wonder what this originally was. What?
Mother used this fabric to keep her child warm. They were on the run from something.
Okay. Hiding? Piece of fabric used by a mother to protect her child. They were on the run trying to escape from something. I mean, the easiest answer probably would have been the Empire, but somehow I have the feeling that there might be something else here entirely.
With this, you and I are gonna be unstoppable. There.
Huh. Arguably, that's a pretty fast upgrade for the stim canisters, though. So now I'm actually wondering how many of those you can get in the game. Because having 4, that's already quite a lot, to be honest. I hope that's not gonna, like, decrease difficulty too much in the long run. Having a lot of these canisters. But then again, I've only done one boss fight so far, so... We're... Side boss. This almost looks like... Might have been part of a more ancient civilization, right? But then at the same time, it's definitely still pretty intact, right? These aren't ruins. These are clearly buildings that have been used recently, so... I wonder what these big pots and stuff are used for then. Wait, what? Okay. This door is not... With the light above and everything, this looks like a door that you're meant to open. Strange.
Come back here. Something was in there.
New emitter. Duty and resolve. Can't go up here though? This is a bit strange, right? Sometimes you can go up onto things and sometimes you can't. Seems like they were a bit inconsistent on what you can and cannot climb. Not a big deal, obviously, but just weird.
What?
Warning. This area is off limits. Imperial Code 94364. No selling or trading. So maybe this was some sort of trading outpost at one point and the Empire shut it down for some reason? Huh. The surrounding area looks absolutely gorgeous. Holy shit. I mean, it's an actual village. Interesting. Abandoned village. There are a couple Imperial troopers here, though. Huh. Oh, heh. They found another one of those rats.
You can't beat us.
kind of cool. It seems to happen somewhat dynamically. Pest eliminated. Oh, they actually... Wait, was that an Imperial ship? Hmm. Now I'm really wondering what they're doing here. Yo, buddy.
Hostile approaching! Back up, I've got this. Sergeant's killed. Don't scare me.
Man, it's really fun to counter them, though. Stop running? I'm not running anywhere. What are you talking about? Those guys over there seemingly didn't care that I sorry, that I killed their buddies. Scout Trooper. Can block limited lightsaber attacks, but defense is easily diminished. Easily defeated in single combat, but dangerous in numbers. Yeah, I can definitely see that being a thing. Imperial Scout Troopers are specially trained stormtroopers in service to the Galactic Empire for a range of missions. They are equipped with light armor for greater mobility and specialized helmets that allow for greater adaptability. Armed with electro-riot batons, when blasters are identified as insufficient, they are especially skilled in melee combat, crowd control, and defense against a lightsaber. Yeah, I can definitely see that being a thing, right? Against very agile animals, for example, like these rats, blasters probably aren't that effective compared to like a melee weapon like this, right? Okay, makes sense. It's pretty cool, actually. Greater adaptability, and yeah, their helmet and what they have on their back, I guess that can it's just more usable in a wider variety of environments. And then the traditional Stormtrooper may attack efficiently in large numbers. A lightsaber will reflect shots back at them. Imperial Stormtroopers are the frontline soldiers of the Galactic Empire. Conscripted from worlds across the galaxy, they have been trained to support the might of the Imperial war machine and identify threats indiscriminately. Armed with a variety of weapons, including long-range blaster rifles, they are most efficient in large numbers, where they may prove overwhelming. Cool. Okay, so they're part of the Empire Tactical Guide, right? Because you probably see them on multiple worlds. Still interesting to me, though, that they're here. And in somewhat greater numbers as well. Oh. Right. Right. Nothing bad at all. Yeah, I was just wondering, so, well, first of all, how are the airships flying through the storm exactly? And why didn't they try and stop us? I guess they just didn't see our approach. They must have spotted our ship by now, though, right? Maybe, potentially.
Take her and go. I'll lead them away.
Oh, Star, no!
Okay, so they did run away from the Empire. The bag left by family as they became separated. The father caused a distraction, allowing the mother to escape with her child. Ooh, that looks pretty tilted. So was this really just a small sort of village here? There must have been another purpose to this originally as well, right?
Intruder there! That's probably not good. Stay back, just stay back.
stay back, just stay back. Yeah, they're pretty scared, right, when they're on their own. Which makes sense. I mean, if somebody with a lightsaber was coming up to me, then obviously I think I would have a similar reaction. Huh.
It's all lies. The Empire just wanted this land.
Eviction notice. Civilians must immediately report for relocation. Looters will be shot. In accordance with Imperial Code 94364, no selling or trading without proper authorization and explicit consent. This property and its belongings are now under the protection of the Galactic Empire. General Marcon, 201st Squadron. Okay. So I guess, I wonder when this was put into place. It seems more recent, but I can definitely see that a probably somewhat remote planet like this, maybe they just they didn't come here before, the Empire, I mean, right? I mean, maybe they probably went in order of importance. Oh, hey. Right? Where the hell did you come from? Why didn't you help your buddies when I shot them? Or killed them, rather. Where was I? Right, so, they probably tried to establish holds on the most important planets and, like, bigger cities and stuff first, and didn't really care so much about remote villages like this, but then, you know, more and more, they probably, as soon as they established hold over most of the Republic, they then probably turned and also tried to get hold of smaller, like, trading outposts and whatnot. Especially since they probably also were looking for either additional resources. Oh, hello. Yeah, they either were looking for additional resources or what? I don't even know where you are, buddy. You know, maybe there were also potential. Maybe there was also potential for, you know, the rebellion or Jedi or whatever, right, to use places like these as a hideout. So they probably cracked down on, like, smaller outposts like these more and more over the years to make sure that nobody who's opposing the Empire may actually hide in these kinds of places, right? That was weird. Oh. Huh, nice. I tried to target him, but I couldn't. Either he was too far away, or maybe it was because of the small wall in front of me. And that was definitely strange. Huh. Okay, there are two guys there. I completely missed that chest. Huh. Quite a beautiful village. Somehow this game really does remind me a lot of Uncharted.
Oh, all right then.
Like a futuristic Uncharted or something.
What was in there?
Outfit material, Guardian. Oh, cool. So we can also change the look of our other outfit. Awesome. Outfit color in the pause menu. So where this is... Oh, this is behind the cave. And there is a safe spot here. Nice. So this is another shortcut then. Let's spend the skill point, shall we? I already completely... See, I completely forgot that I got this dash strike thing. Cal's defenses are improved, allowing him to take less block stamina damage from incoming attacks. I don't know if that's really useful. I still haven't really... Attacking after quick evade allows Cal to quickly perform a kick attack. Oh, that might actually be really useful now that I think about it, because that's what I tried to do against that boss Bocto thing earlier. Where I tried to evade and then immediately retaliate with a square lightsaber attack. Yeah, let's go for this. Why not? Seems useful. Definitely. Okay. Don't need to rest though. Okay. This leads back to the hangar. And gives us a rest spot as well. That's good. So before I deal with those two, let's just go back over here. See if there was something else. I think I can sort of fall into their back, potentially. Oh, there's more guys up here as well.
Look out! I got this.
Yeah, sometimes I just react poorly to the second shot that they're doing. Holy shit, what happened here? They kill somebody here? Or is that color? It's a bit hard to tell because obviously the blue seems to be color. Unless maybe that's also blood, but from a different, like, race creature. Oh, oops. Fuck! I'm still... Yeah, that's probably from Elden Ring, right? The triangle to open or interact. Lightsaber sleeve. Duty and resolve. Well then. Anything else down here? I really like the style of these buildings. It seems to be somewhat of a shortcut to this guy. Like this sort of, you know, very, very, like, old, almost, ancient building technique combined with, like, the metal and stuff. It's pretty awesome. Well, now I'm wondering what the ship is. Was there a battle here at some... Also, what is that? That looks cool. Because it does look somewhat like a wing of a... Not a Star Destroyer, but the Republican ship, right? Maybe... Maybe they tried to... Oh, hello. Bye-bye. Maybe they tried to rescue people from here or something, but the Empire stopped them, and that's when the ship crashed? It's another one of those boxes that I can't open yet. I wonder when we get that ability. Oh, also there's another thing that we can't do anything with yet. Can't enter here either. Wait, I jumped down though, right? Can I even go back around? No. Well, let's just continue then. It's just those two guys, right? Though one of them was clearly, like, stronger than the other, but... Wait, is there really no way to go back? There is another point that I wanted to look at. Huh. Wait, really? But I have to go back somehow. Unless... maybe we'll find, maybe we'll find another method. Maybe we'll actually get the force push or something? In here? Turbine facility. Can't jump up there, right? No. What exactly would a turbine facility be for, though?
Hey now. So what was in there?
Copper. Okay. Oh. Wait, what did I just do? Did I open up, like, some light shafts or something? How is there suddenly so much light in here? I guess I must have opened up some sort of shutter that was over the turbines. That's what you get for attacking helpless villages. Oh, fuck. I did not expect it to emerge quite that quickly. I should probably heal as well. That's pretty cool. I didn't expect there to be large parts like these that you have to stop. It's pretty awesome. And I really, really like this. This is such a cool setup with these like small waterfalls everywhere. Now that actually makes me think maybe that's not entirely natural. Maybe those things were once used as fields or something. I actually quite like the force effect.
Looks like a problem.
Hello, what the hell are you? Huh? What the?
I need one.
Okay, easy to defeat, but very, very strong.
Another
one? Huh. Philak? When provoked, I didn't provoke it. Philak's low vision makes it difficult to change course, often crashing into rocks when charging. Philak hooves adapted to keep them steady in mountain passes, making them resistant to the push and pull of Zepho's high winds. Okay. Philaks are masterful climbers, able to move with ease on mountain paths, so like goats. It's basically a big goat. Solitary by nature, they leave their mother's side early to find their own territory. The horns on their heads are their greatest weapon. When two Philaks clash, the sound thunders across the mountains. As they age, their horns steadily grow, adding a new ring for each year of their lives. Oh, that's awesome. Awesome design. So yeah, he was easy to defeat, but quite strong. Like, he dealt a lot of damage to me. I like that. Oh, holy fuck. That looks interesting. So they are also mining some stuff here, apparently. At least, that's what it looks like. Oh, this looks so awesome! The design of this place. It's all in the water, and then it's falling in there. What's the Empire want with it, though? Seek the Eye of the Storm. Wait, what? I thought that's what I was doing the entire time.
I'm hungry. It's reducing the... There! Up there!
Ah, for fuck's sake.
wipe us out.
Whoa. Well,
You can't beat us all.
That's awkward. Okay,
What are you waiting for?
Okay, he has a fucking rocket launcher that obviously I can't deal with.
Smash him. Keep your heads down.
Well, that was actually... It's interesting. They're throwing a lot more at me than I thought. Rocket launcher trooper. Manipulate and deflect projectiles using the force. Trooper will reload after firing, providing time to close the distance and strike. Rocket launcher troopers are specialized stormtroopers serving the Galactic Empire's campaign over the galaxy. These deadly soldiers are armed with an RPS-6 smart rocket launcher, a long-range weapon that is incredibly difficult to deflect. Trained to eliminate insurgent activity, diminish uprisings, and quell dissident, they provide an effective means of ground support. Although menacing, their weapon must be reloaded after each shot, allowing targets to evade or attack. Okay, so I guess I could probably force stop their projectile? I'm pretty sure. Huh. Suddenly, they're also a lot more stingy with the rest spots as well. Interesting. Oh, that was... that was too early. I wonder what they're doing here, though. Oh, holy fuck. So these are some giant turbines or something. I mean, these must be providing power to the village, I guess? And to the whatever mining operation or whatever they're doing here. That looks crazy though, right? Like giant hammers that are trying to, well, I don't know, hammer away at something inside that rock. Also, we have another one of these alien creatures that we're currently following back there. Man, what a cool setup! I know I'm repeating myself, but it really is. Like, I didn't even expect that much when I first saw this planet, right? And now it looks like this huge location. That definitely has a lot of really important stuff going on, right? Holy fuck. It also looks really, really dangerous at the same time. It's like I've somehow missed to get up there, or maybe I'm looping back around or something. Archaeologists. So the Empire does have archaeologists as well.
Whoa. That's gotta be one of the Zepho. Guess we're on the right track, huh, BD?
That's interesting, though. Does the Empire potentially maybe know about the Zepho? Holy fuck, there's a lot of guys here. What the hell? Still quite low on healing.
Found him. I've got him. Focus on his guard. Keep this up.
Whoa. Holy fuck. Who's this guy? Stormtrooper Commander. Huh. commands nearby stormtroopers, allowing focused and synchronized fire on targets equipped with grenades. So you basically want to take these guys out first then. Stormtrooper commanders lead their battalions into combat for the Galactic Empire. Recruited from countless systems, they have been trained to support the oppressive power of the Imperial war machine. Their strategy and proficiency with an array of weapons allow them to coordinate attacks, command group maneuvers, and launch deadly assaults. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, especially compared to Bogano, where it just was, this level is quite more elaborate than I thought it would be. Okay, so this is a shortcut?
Okay, I'll look.
My friend, in the rotation since I left Bogano, I've uncovered more about the Zepho than I once believed possible.
Okay. This planet, their homeworld, has been a revelation. Oh yeah, it's their homeworld, obviously. It appears many, yet not all the Zepho could wield the Force. They called it the Life Wind, and those who wielded it, sages. 3 names appear with frequency: Alram, Mictrol, Kujet. Seems these sages held esteemed positions within the culture, so that's the 3 that we're looking for, right? I've informed the Council to lukewarm reception. They have become too focused on Jedi history, but the history of the Force belongs to us all. Ah, okay, yeah, so the Jedi Council is more interested in their own history, and seems to be somewhat dismissive of other cultures or creatures' history of Force usage. I can definitely see that being a point of contention, right, with other potential researchers that might want to find out more about the nature of the Force itself. Wait, I'm back here. Oh, what? I didn't even realize that there was another path. Huh. Well, I guess that's a good point to rest, actually. And I have another skill point already as well. Okay, so we have the rush. Don't know how important that would be. Another powerful slash. Less block stamina damage, or I'm going with maximum force increased. Let's go with this for the time being. I guess once you get all the initial points, more's going to open up, because this feels like it's, I don't know, I'm getting this quite quickly, right? It is somewhat strange, though, that it respawns all the stormtroopers and whatnot. I wonder if these locations will change at some point, right? Once we've been here, if the stormtroopers will disappear or something. Definitely not the biggest fan so far of this whole, oh, it's like Dark Souls, and they're gonna respawn.
Making aim. I'm already.
Okay, definitely still need to get more comfortable with switching between offense and defense. I wonder how they built these. I wonder how they built these metallic structures into the rock, though. What's this section? They're definitely fans of these sliding sections, it seems like. It's a bit strange, not gonna lie. Okay, can continue that way. Is there any point in going back this way, though? I also really like how this ice is looking, right? Doesn't necessarily look like the ice we know. Whoa!
stim here. Grateful.
Huh. Huh. He just doesn't care anymore? Weird. Oh, huh. I thought it might just jump off. I don't know if they can do that. Definitely looked like it though. That was a bit of a weird conversation. Some of the conversations are definitely, I wouldn't say strange, but
units down.
oh, what?
Spot on.
Nice. That was the kick. So, right. Scout Trooper Commander, I was gonna say. Able to block, parry, and use specialized spin techniques. Stronger stamina than their subordinates. Scout Trooper Commanders lead squads of specially trained stormtroopers into combat for the Galactic Empire. Scout Commanders armed with riot batons are extremely adept in melee combat and should not be taken lightly. Yeah, it was strong, definitely stronger than the other one. Okay, this seems to still be locked. Wonder if we'll get the Scomp link now. This seems like an optional area. Whoa. That's a skeleton.
Mariana, take care of our Sienna.
Dead villager. The remains of a villager who died trying to save his family from the Empire. Wait, that... I mean, this body is definitely lying, or has been lying here for quite a while, right? So, I mean, I guess if archaeologists have moved out of this place at this point, that does kind of mean that they've been here for a couple of months, maybe? Meditation spot over there. Sometimes it's actually quite hard to tell what the correct path is. Which is cool. Okay, that's a shortcut that I can unlock later, right? Very close to another skill point already. Yeah, maybe this is just some sort of initial skill tree? I don't know. The fuck is that?
That doesn't scare me.
Huh. He was gonna say something else, but... I don't know. That's a cool weapon, though. Heavy Assault Trooper. Shielded heavy long-range rapid-fire weapon capable of sustaining numerous hits. Slow movement, long wind-up before firing, and cooldown period after attack provide opportunities to attack. The Heavy Assault Troopers are specialized infantry serving the Galactic Empire on the front lines of war. They are primarily trained to defend combat zones as support squads to stormtrooper patrols. They are highly proficient with the Z6 rotary blaster cannon, which fires off steady, rapid, long-range bursts capable of inflicting heavy damage, and shielded by a lower emitter energy ray. Huh. They're throwing quite a lot of different stormtroopers at us here. What? Why the heavy music? Does this loop around to the other exit of the cave, though? What's the point of the lower cave, then?
You're not getting out of here alive, Jedi. I'm watching you.
You can still deflect them somewhat. I guess I may have missed something in that lower cave. I mean, I can come back to it once I've unlocked the shortcut, right? Can't open this yet.
Can't wait
Terrarium seed. Oh, cool. How was I supposed to know I could do this here? Interesting. I guess we have to climb up. Yeah, I really wish we get an opportunity to look at this place later without the Empire being here. That would be pretty cool. Holy shit, that's one of those huge Empire ships though, right? Oh, right. I completely forgot that I can do this as well. Man, this level is huge. Ah, that's the shortcut. What? Oh. What the fuck? Well, that was weird. I didn't expect him to, like, shoot at the spot I was rolling towards. I was expecting him to shoot the spot I was rolling from. Also, I didn't expect there to be these rat creatures here as well. Well, that's unfortunate. I should have unlocked the shortcut first, huh? How did... I don't know, sometimes the reflection of these things is a bit weird. Like, sometimes...
Get after him! I hope that hurt.
Wait, did he actually hit me? Why did he hit me? Why? That was weird. Well, at least that gives me a chance to check out this cave then. Wait, where does this go?
There's a transport ship leaving the Empire's base.
Oh.
I heard. They plan to bring Zepho artifacts to Coruscant.
Does that mean?
That the Emperor is interested in Zepho? Maybe.
Man, that looks awesome, doesn't it? Okay, so I guess this is where I'm actually meant to go? Or maybe not? No, this is locked, right? Yeah, this is locked. Okay, so I guess I need to find something to activate my scompling first.
The villager was wounded, but he took out a trooper.
Evidence of a fight. This villager story, I don't know, I'm not that fond of yet. I mean, it's cool that it's in here, but, I do find... Oh, wrong. It's not where I want to go. Wait. Where was the other cave again? That way, right? It's just a bit... I don't know. I mean, so far it's mostly been told through, well, text basically, right?
You can't keep this up.
Help me, BD1.
Well, looks like it could.
Grateful.
But yeah, I mean, it's sort of, it's just telling you what happened, right? It's not really shown to you or anything. So, yeah, I'm not always the biggest fan of that, right? So, I mean, we haven't really met them, we don't really know what they're about, so, you know, it's just not that interesting as if I was to actually see that happening live, basically. Wait, is there any point in going here, though? Where the hell does this loop back around to? Huh. Weird. I guess that's just meant for you to be able to look at what other stuff there is to do here. Because otherwise I'm not entirely sure why that exists. Oh, I just saw there's a stormtrooper in there and a crate as well. Okay, let's activate this shortcut this time. Before he attacks me again. What the fuck? Okay, that was really weird. So they're still just firing at you even though you're standing right next to them and they're basically killing themselves. I mean, I think he actually did kill himself, right? Okay, that's a bit of a weird setup, to be honest. Oh. Oh, hello. Can I interact with you?
In accordance with the Emperor's will, we've occupied Zepho, redistributing its inhabitants. This planet has failed to yield significant data or relics for Project Augur. Its electromagnetic winds have rendered the bulk of our mining technology useless. Meanwhile, more stormtroopers lose their lives to dangerous fauna. We will not be able to fulfill our directive here. It is my recommendation that we disband the project and leave a token outpost to keep scavengers from stealing our technology.
Project Augur? What the hell is that? In accordance with the Emperor's will... Okay, that's what he just said. Okay, so... that means that the Emperor himself is interested in this, apparently. Which makes sense, right? Considering what we've seen in episode 3, I think the Emperor was actually pretty interested in, like, Force secrets, Force history, and potential applications of the Force as well. His former master might have also played a part in that. Okay, so... but the stormtroopers and everybody has problems dealing with the environment, I guess. Okay. Obviously, it tells us nothing about whatever this Project Augur is supposed to be. I like this outpost. Really reminds me of the outpost from episode 6, doesn't it? Seems to be closed. Well, now at least we know that the Emperor is also looking for this. Potentially.
Get up here! Hurry up!
Nope. I think that was a bit too passive on my part. Oh!
Come here.
Why the hell didn't you help your buddy? What? Also, I somehow missed that meditation spot up there. No idea how you can go further up the mountain. Oh, maybe it's by... like, if you manipulate the, that wind blade somehow? Maybe you can jump up to the higher position? Man, these maps are a lot larger than you'd think they are.
So what was in there?
Lightsaber switch.
Need a stim?
So this is Imperial mining technology then, huh? Which means, well, that explains a lot more then in terms of the setup, right? So originally it was only that small village, and I guess the ruins or whatever of the Zepho nation, or the Zepho whatever they left behind here, and they only had these, like, more, like these wind turbines and everything, right? And then the Empire came in and they're mining some stuff here for some reason. I was gonna say, where the hell am I supposed to go? But it's just this way. Ooh. Holy shit. Whoa. This looks kind of crazy, doesn't it? Oh, fuck. That was weird. Sometimes the environmental interaction doesn't work quite as well as...
pinpointed your location. You need to move fast.
On it. Thanks.
I've pinpointed my location, really? Seemed to me like there was another thing that I could look at, but... Or maybe it was this? That's also kind of strange, right? Meditation point right in front of them? A bit weird, but okay. I guess let's go with the force increase. I can also rest, right? True. I mean, there's definitely a lot more here to look at, so it's gonna be interesting to see how much you can, like, I guess, do later on.
Left. Hey, an intruder! I can take you out, no problem. This Jedi's dangerous. Great. It's just...
What? How was that not a parry? Oh, that was a red attack. I can do that too?
We killed a Jedi.
Sometimes it's a bit weird with the parry. I don't know if that's like, is that their specific gimmick? I feel like I'm like, it's way, well, it makes sense that it would be way easier to parry the small guys, right? But at the same time, I don't know.
me. You won't get far. You're going down.
I mean, that seems easier to parry. I don't know. Oh, fuck.
Just you and me, Jedi.
Huh. That's also interesting. So as long as they have their shield or whatever that is, it doesn't count as you hitting them. So you have to take the shield down first before you get your points back. It's actually a pretty cool detail.
Hey,
I like that.
So what was in there?
Paint shop starfighter. Ooh, that looks awesome. Holy shit. Normal one looks cool too, though. Yeah, this level is way bigger than I expected it to be. Holy shit. Yeah, okay, this is... that's a bit dumb, though, right? I don't know. They're way too fond of these sliding sections. They're not that fun, to be honest. I mean, it's fun to do, like, a few times, right? But it's also not really realistic, so...
something.
I don't know.
What do they know?
No mention of Cordova. I don't think the Empire knows he's been here.
Then we have the advantage. For now.
Wait, why are we now talking about this? Why didn't we talk about this after I found it? Huh? That was strange. Also, what would be the difference in the Empire knowing that Cordova was here? I mean, what difference does that make exactly, as long as they're finding out about what this place was about in the first place? Like, what difference does it make if a Jedi Master was here or not?
This is a waste of time. What is Crane playing at? Impossible that anything useful is in here.
Crane? Imperial container used to transport many of the artifacts found during Project Augur. The workers doubted the worth of some items. I should heal probably. Hello. Oh, you can hit them out of their red attack, though. Oh, that's cool. Okay, now we're definitely entering the ruins. Looks very similar to those other ruins that we've seen, right? Ah, for fuck's sake. I'm still, I don't know, somehow I'm like really slow at reacting to certain things, and I don't even really know why. Because I want to do it correctly, and then I'm just not doing it correctly. Even though it's not that hard to do it, right? I mean, it's really not that difficult in terms of challenge, but...
That's interesting. We're on the right track.
I don't know, something's definitely still messing with my brain in terms of how to do it. But I guess, yeah, I want to do it too perfectly, and then I'm messing up. Another one of these round... That almost looks like the spheres that we found, right? I wonder if this is some sort of connection point or something for those spheres? Another force wall.
Can't get through.
Seems to me, though, as if we're close to getting that force power. Oh, give me a second. And it's another one of those mountain goats. And there in the distance seems more of the statues of the Zepho people. Holy fuck, okay.
There's a storm up ahead. Something about it crippled the Empire's equipment. I can feel something pulling me there, beyond the storm.
Follow it. Let the Force sharpen your instincts.
All right. I'll do my best.
Okay, whatever that storm is, clearly has something to do with the Force. Holy fuck, like, this level is even bigger. It still gets bigger and bigger. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so the storm isn't completely... Well, I guess, like, you could still count it as being natural, obviously, because the Force is, like, a natural power, but... Huh. Holding slow allows Cal to slow his target for a longer duration. That's probably quite useful for the climbing sections as well, right? I wish the rest wouldn't always display the same text, though. I mean, they don't always need to tell me again that it respawns enemies. Huh. Seems like the stormtroopers haven't really gone this way, though.
Huh. Another one of these. Wonder if they connect.
Some sort of teleport point? I guess that could also be a thing. I do wish you had the ability to sneak, though. I don't know, I find it kind of strange that you can't sort of duck down and sneak up on enemies. Like this one, for example, right? That was weird. Oh no, I cut his horn off. It felt like he got stuck on the environment, which is definitely something, especially when you get killed, it sometimes seems as if your body is also not really interacting with the environment properly. There's definitely some funky stuff going on there.
What is it?
I'd say the sleeve. I guess I can also just stun them, right? Yeah, they're actually quite easy to take out that way. What? Huh? Oh.
Help!
I didn't realize my force powers were that empty. Huh. Huh? Why can't... What?
BD1, stim!
Wait, do I need force power to do the strong attack at all? Seems like that's the case.
I need one.
That's weird. Oh, for fuck's sake. That backside attack that they have is strange, though. I really dislike how long it takes for the dodge roll to appear, though. And that... okay, yeah, so... I don't know, combat definitely has weird things. And does make you appreciate how well FromSoft does this kind of combat, right? There's definitely a lot of sort of weird stuff going on when you react differently to what the game expects you to do. So for example, in that case, that enemy thing had already attacked, right? The attack was basically already through, but I still connected with, I guess, like the last damage frame or something. And so I still took damage, even though the attack was already, long through, basically. But yeah, I didn't realize that the normal, triangle attack also... What? The normal triangle attack also, for some reason, used force power? I'm not a... Didn't seem like it did now, though. See, now my force power is gone again. And I'm not really sure why. Also, for some reason, I completely missed, like... I don't know what I was doing before, though. Like, these things are really easy to defeat if you just use, circle as an evade button instead of a dodge roll. If you just do the normal evading stuff, or L1. I don't know what's going on in my brain that it doesn't seem to be able to comprehend that you just need to use those buttons. Wait. Why do we hear another one? Oh, hello. Oh, terrariums.
Those are pretty cute.
Huh. I wonder what that actually does. If there's any use for it, or if it's just some sort of... Well, there's a lot of these symbols here. Or if it's just some sort of cosmetic thing for the ship. Okay, I guess I have to take this way around. The Force can't really be... I mean, I don't know if the Force cares about animals in that sense. I don't know, it just seems kind of cruel to just kill these things. I mean, obviously they're also attacking me, so I guess it's more defense. But still. Huh. Actually looks quite spooky, these ruins. Ah! Oh, so can these spheres generate this kind of wind? Interesting. Wait, it created the entire storm, though. And they're all carrying these things, right? I mean,
I've never seen a storm do that before. Yeah, it's incredible.
These statues, right? They're all carrying what seems to be some sort of sphere-like object. So, do I need to stop the storm? I guess so, huh? Which is definitely something that obviously the Empire wasn't capable of doing. Oh.
Oh. I believe this to be the earliest Zepho site we've uncovered yet, despite my reservations. I cannot chase the Bogano fault from my mind. Its vision shaped the direction of an entire culture. I must understand why.
Huh. Where are we going? I wonder if this did something to the storm. I hope it didn't turn it off or something. Where the hell are we going?
I'm in the tomb. It's massive.
And the Empire?
No sign of them down here.
What about Cordova?
Still not sure what I'm supposed to find. He's a little...
eccentric? Tell me about it. But he wouldn't send us here for his amusement. Keep an open mind.
Eye of the Storm. Crew traveled to the Zephyr homeworld searching for the tombs Cordova mentioned. They learned the Empire occupied Zephyr in order to mine ancient artifacts. The directive, codenamed Project Augur, was terminated after Zephyr's magnetic winds proved too difficult to deal with. Now Cal and BD find themselves inside an ancient Zephyr tomb looking for messages from Cordova. Wait, it was terminated? I thought they wanted to terminate it, but weren't quite sure about that. Oh, we definitely need the force push to do this, right? Somehow we need to, yeah, move it. So I guess we need to go this way first and learn the push.
You see that?
What the fuck is that? Ugh! Okay. So get away from them as quickly as possible after you've dealt with them, okay. Cool. Guess I need to go this way? Storm seems to still be around though. What a cool animation! Right? The little BD1 moving on your shoulder.
What's this?
Skungus. Avoid contact. Moving carefully around central pod. Explosive core may be utilized as a defense against other enemies. Skungus are parasitic plant-like organisms containing explosive toxic spores, which may detonate when a threat approaches. Smaller pods burrow underground in clusters to comprise a larger central hive. Known for their putrid smell and soft brain-like tissue, various forms of this invasive species exist. Ugh. Just had to blow my nose a little bit. So these winds do seem to emerge from these weird holes as well, though. Okay. Well, worked better than expected, to be honest. I do wish I had some sort of blaster or something. Okay, well, that wasn't a good idea, though. Oh wait, what? They reappear? So I guess I am just supposed to move around them then. So that's, I guess, what they meant with them being a hive form or something. Okay, that was not the correct way to do this. Why do you get respawned right next to it, though? Okay, so now what? Oh, there's a wall. I'm an idiot. Didn't see the wall. I do.
Help me, BD1.
Not the biggest fan of how they can chain attacks, though. That they stun you that much. What is this? Ooh. Oh! Okay, so that's crazy, okay. So I can activate or deactivate the wind to move the ball, I guess. Interesting. So I guess I just need to activate all of them first, right? That's the one that makes it roll into the middle, and the other ones are there to make a roll in front of that one. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, isn't this already enough? Why is there another one? Oh. Oh, I get it, I get it. It's so that he, so that the ball stays in the middle one. Seriously? You can get... Okay. Well, that's dumb. I know what to do. Oh, wait, yeah. So I need to stand here, wait for it to get to the middle, and then interact with this. Or not. Wait, what? I guess you're meant to activate these one by one instead of all at once. Wait, really? That doesn't really make a whole bunch of sense. No, I thought it was meant to activate that one as well, so that it comes, so that it's lying in the middle here. How do I activate this one though? Oh. No, I don't want a hint, you fucking game. I'm not an idiot. I hate that, right? I absolutely hate it when games do that. Like, you haven't even... Like, that was like a minute in that space, right? And they already want to give you a hint. Here! Are you so bored by our game that you need a hint? In order to get through it? Like, what the fuck? Leave me alone with that. I'm not in 4th grade. I can do that. Well, though. Okay, seems like there are even more puzzles with these things. Wait. This only opens up the same kind of wind tunnel, though, right? Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that's a bit of an unfortunate interaction. Wait, am I actually meant to do, like, other puzzles first, or... Oh, for fuck's sake, I thought he had already grabbed on. That animation is strange. Like, he should only do that grab animation if you're actually holding L2, right? Which is supposed to be the grab button? Yeah, I mean, can you... Okay. Wait, there's a whole lot more of these. Did I try and start the, like, last, puzzle first? Or what's going on here? Oh, that was BD1. Okay, definitely can't go that way. Yeah, this is definitely strange that they're moving you through all of these different rooms, but they seem to be separate puzzles, though. That thing looks dangerous.
that before.
Oh.
Help, BD1.
Kind of crazy how strong some of these attacks can be. What? Also, it's a little bit like sometimes they do leave behind an AoE and sometimes they don't. Ah. Holy fuck. I pressed circle though. That's weird. That's really weird. Kind of strange. See, that's why I'm sometimes resorting to going to doing the dodge rolls instead of the normal dodges, because it sometimes seems as if they have sort of lingering AoE effects that still hit you. It's a bit weird. Strong, slow, and protected by a central power core. When glowing, power core may be removed with external force and careful skill, allowing a critical attack on the Guardian. Okay, I guess that's with a force push though, right? An ancient automaton constructed by the Zepho, it is believed the Tomb Guardian's central function was to protect sacred sites. As details of their abilities remain mysterious, if encountered, one should proceed with extreme caution. Cold and indifferent, they attack not out of malice or defense, but from a programmed response to intruders. Known for powerful, unblockable strikes, they can prove especially threatening in limited areas without space to dodge their attack. Their primary vulnerability appears to be the power core located above their central abdomen. Any disruption of the core should provoke a shutdown. Okay. Yeah, that was a much stronger enemy than what I expected. Also, I haven't even seen the entire room yet, or all of the puzzles, right? Why the fuck was the game already talking about, oh, do you want a hint? Do you want a hint? Do you want a hint, maybe? Wait, what the fuck? How can you be, like, so obnoxious as a game or developer? Like, how the fuck do you develop a game that has puzzles in it, and then basically after a couple of seconds with the player interacting with the puzzle, you're already wanting to give away the solution to your carefully created puzzle? Like, what the fuck is that about? Why would you do that? Okay, let's heal though. I know that it respawns the guy, but not entirely sure how you're meant to deal with him though. I mean, he is pretty slow, but as I said, he has those AoE attacks that linger, right? So... Ah, okay. Okay, so now we can proceed up that way. And obviously I could have done that right away, but man, the game does have a lot more performance issues here. That's unfortunate, to be honest. Especially with how janky the frame times seem to be in the non-performance 30 FPS mode. I wonder if they might have, you know, not done a good job with porting this to PS5, though. That could definitely be an issue, right? Okay, wait, this... Okay, cool. Yeah, what? Why didn't he grab onto the fucking rope? All I can do is press forward and that... What? That's weird. Don't think that was intended like that, but okay. Man, this is an awesome space. Especially considering how big the rest of the planet already was. There's this giant statue here as well. I don't know what this all means. I'm just... Wait, are some of these puzzles maybe optional? Probably can't jump through this, right? Oh, wait, no, I can. Wait. That's weird. I pressed L1. I guess you're supposed to sort of keep the wind in mind, right, before you move. I find it strange though, like, I thought that all of those other rooms had quite a lot more in them, but it also feels like I'm definitely supposed to come back to most of them once I have the force push ability. Maybe that is why the game was so desperately trying to give me a hint, because they wanted to tell me, oh hey, by the way, you can't actually do that yet. Which is still dumb, obviously, but yeah. That might be the reason why. It's a weird area to meditate, though, because with the plant in front of it? Strange. 2 of these hits back to back. Oh, that requires 2 skill points. Oh, I didn't realize. Oh. Eh. Let's get this then. That is kind of weird though, right? That they... Like, why do I already have most of the available skill tree unlocked? That seems weird. Can I just jump over you? Huh. I guess as long as you're not actually touching them, they're actually not dangerous. Blows away the plants, okay. Or rather, it makes it so that, yeah, it actually blows them away. That's actually quite funny. Shit. Another one of you guys. Oh, he almost killed himself. See, I thought I would have been able to, Okay, I got stuck at the wall? What? See, I thought I should have been able to dodge that attack, right? But it seems like my attack animation was too long and he still hit me with it because I was still in my attack animation. And also that was quite weird that I could get stuck on the wall while trying to evade his things, even though the wall was just a wall. I mean, there was nothing to get stuck on, right?
This lightsaber can't solve everything.
Oh, this is still active. I wonder if their normal hits can be... Wait, that shoots a lot further than... See, again, oh, that was the slow... What? I pressed X?
Give me a stim.
I don't understand. Sometimes... Ah, for fuck's sake, I ran... I don't know. Something definitely weird is going on there. I don't know. Sometimes it seems as if you're, like... The hits are still correct. Like, you get hit because you did something wrong. But sometimes it feels like it's, like, the reaction isn't quite right. As if the physics don't really know what to do with it if you're standing in, like, a weird direction or something to it. Right, where? That's weird. That looks like it should be destroyable, right? And then I thought it was quite unclear whether or not you had to dodge its attacks or to dodge roll its attacks. It seemed quite unclear. I mean, when it was glowing red, it was clear, but the other attacks were quite unclear whether or not they, like, had a bigger hitbox to them or not. Sometimes I confuse the smaller stomps with the, like the bigger ones, right, that take longer for it to activate, which I get that, obviously then I'm getting hit, but I don't know, it seemed strangely, something seemed strange, is all I can say. Man, this place is gigantic, holy shit. I like these ritualistic, sort of, metallic objects. Wonder if this was some sort of giant church at some point? Ancient statues. These statues were carved from the natural cavern walls. They depict Zepho holding spheres, possibly the same kind used to power their tombs. So not only were they some sort of functional thing, they were also used I don't know, as some sort of ritualistic or religious object. This looks like we finally might be getting the force push. Or maybe not. Yeah, definitely. Oh, holy fuck. I meant to avoid them, or... Oh, okay.
Focus. The Jedi do not seek aggression, but we stand against it. The Force is there to shield us. The obstacles in your path define the path. What stands in the way becomes the way. Now, try again.
Oh, that's R2.
Try again.
What? Oh.
Push the ball before it reaches you. Keep your eye on the ball.
Yeah, I'm pressing R2. I guess there's a like a longer wind-up to it.
Good. Continue. Use the Force to push the ball at the target.
I think it activates on release of R2 rather than pushing R2, which is weird.
Complete the test.
I mean, it makes sense, but, you know, they should tell you about that, rather than giving you a tutorial that seems weirdly Push objects and enemies with the force. Okay, now we're talking.
Did it.
Boom. So is this the central chamber that we're looking for? Oh, there's another one of those. So maybe push this away first. Does this lead back to some sort of meditation point? That looked weird. No, this is something entirely different. Wait, this is so weird though, that they just let you continue without actually looking at whatever is behind the door you just opened? Seems strange, right? And clearly this is where I'm meant to go. Oh. See?
My friend, take a look at the detail on this bark.
Bark?
The distinctive striations. It can only be a Rosia tree from Kashyyyk. It's time to call on an old friend. If the Zepho had contact with Kashyyyk, there is a good chance Chieftain Tarful will know about it.
Okay. Anna Cordova. Wait, this is the third entrance? What? Influences from Kashyyyk. During his exploration on Zepho, Master Cordova uncovered a temple dedicated to the sage Aelrum. This exploration revealed further mysteries of the ancient culture, including their fascination with Kashyyyk, the homeworld of the Wookiee civilization. Curious to learn more, Cordova's path took him to Kashyyyk, where he sought wisdom from his old friend and Wookiee chieftain Tarful. Doesn't Tarful also appear in episode, what is it, 2? Tap to push objects and enemies. Tomb of Aelrum. An old friend. My friend, after my analysis of the architecture in Aelrum's tomb, I confirmed the Zepho had contact with Kashyyyk. It's time to call on okay. So while they're doing the... What? Oh. For fuck's sake. Sometimes I'm just doing the wrong inputs. Oh. Wait, that still hit me?
Stim, here.
I pressed fucking R2! Guess I was still in my stim animation. It even took away my fucking, It even took away my, my force.
I'm looking.
Aelrum's sarcophagus. This ancient Zepho sarcophagus holds the remains of Sage Aelrum. They were the first of the Zepho to establish a relationship with the inhabitants of Kashyyyk, and loved the planet's greenery dearly. Now their remains are forever interred beneath the roots of a stone Rosia tree. Oh, hello. Wait, aren't we now back at the entrance to this? Destination locked Kashyyyk. Yeah, now we're back at the entrance. Or almost the entrance, rather. Locate Tarful on Kashyyyk. That's a sarcophagus, right? Wait, were they actually that huge? I thought the statues were just bigger than lifelike potentially, but it seems like they were actually pretty huge creatures. Well, this is strange though. I feel like I ran by like half of the stuff in here. Because the game just didn't stop me. I guess, I mean, it's kind of cool in a way, but also definitely strange. Oh, I guess I can still push it, right? Nice, okay. Oh, that makes sense.
This Guardian was destroyed long ago.
Tomb Guardian. Zephyr Tomb Guardian, powerful automatons that protect the tombs, was destroyed here long ago. Ah, for fuck's sake, it's not triangle. Why am I doing that constantly?
Alright then. What do we find?
Slivian Iron. Sounds cool. If it was destroyed here long ago, I mean, I guess we can assume that someone or something else also tried to interact with them. Wait, this leads back to where it just was, right? So I guess I can also go back and just check out everything else that I might have missed here. Wait, what? Oh, right. Can I actually go back the way I came, though? Like, is there any point to that, or... I mean, there were definitely things that I didn't see. Well, I guess this guy is just still dead, right? Oh, right, should be able to open this up now, right? Ah, yeah. That works.
The Zepho crafted this artifact as an offering to the wind. It was destroyed intentionally for some reason.
Oh. Offerings. Remains of an ancient artifact constructed as an offering to the wind, but destroyed intentionally. Well, that sounds as if maybe... either this Ilomir creature here or someone or something else they were acquainted with maybe thought that it might be dangerous to... Wait, I can't actually... Are you kidding me? Can't actually go back this way. That's strange. Huh? Wait, this is a really strange level setup. Why wouldn't they give you the ability to somehow go back there? From this direction. Weird. What was I gonna say? Yeah, it might just be that maybe whatever they found about the Force, they concluded that it was too dangerous, or you know, that people might misinterpret or misuse it for something it was not intended for, and so they kind of purposefully hid it away. Well, then again, in this particular shrine, it doesn't necessarily seem like there's anything secret here, right? Unless maybe we do have to come back here once we know more about these sarcophagi and the guys buried within them. I do really like the setup of this, though. Like the fact that obviously they're giving these fairly difficult to fight enemies, right? And then they're giving you an ability to fight them more easily, to fight them. to fight them more easily. Fucking hell. Cal has healed his connection with the Force. New skills are available. Ah. Cool. Finally. Okay. Now that makes more sense. Okay, what else do we have? Delay thrust. Waiting longer to press attack after Cal swings his lightsaber. After Cal swings his lightsaber, allows him to perform special attack with increased range. Okay. Increase the distance that Cal can travel in using dash strike. That sounds really useful. An airborne attack that allows Cal to push away nearby enemies when he lands. That also sounds pretty awesome. Cal recovers additional life when using a stim canister. That's definitely very useful. And more maximum life. Automatically deflects blaster bolts while he is sprinting or wall running. Holy shit. That also sounds pretty awesome. Holding push allows Cal to push groups of enemies and stagger large enemies. That also sounds very awful. Useful. The fuck am I talking about? Enhanced force recovery. Cal regains more force when he defeats an enemy and regains some force when he hits a blocking enemy. That's also very, very useful. Maximum force is increased. Holding slow allows Cal to slow all targets around him. Increases slow duration on target enemies. Yeah, especially for groups of enemies, those kinds of skills seem to be very, very useful. See, and here I was thinking that force stim packs, might be way too much for the beginning of the game. No, they're actually not. I do very like the quote-unquote normal difficulty so far. Like, it's definitely not a difficult game, but it's just the right difficulty to make it engaging, yet it still goes forward, right? You're not, like, constantly holed up by enemies and try to, I don't know, trying to defeat them and stuff. Okay, I guess now we can push the ball into the other indentation? What? Okay. Guess that's not correct. Can I actually push it against this guy? Apparently not. Right, I can. How? I pressed? That was weird. I pressed X, I thought, with the exact same timing both times. I guess I'm still missing a ball. I think the other place still needs to be occupied too, it seems to me. Yeah, the trick here basically seems to... Or maybe not, wait. Oh, right, there's... What's the point of this, exactly? There is a whole lot going on here, holy shit. Huh. There is actually way, way more than... like now in here than what you can do initially. So this opened up now, right? It's actually kind of crazy, right? So the Empire is sort of on the outside, just doing their thing, and we're in here, like, slowly trying to solve 1,000 different puzzles. Ah. One more missing ball. Okay. So now I guess this needs to go back up there to activate the other stuff again. Oops. Come here. Ah, not that way! No! Thank you. Huh. Let's see if this actually did anything, though. Is there actually something that has opened up that wasn't accessible before? Because it still kind of looks inaccessible, right? I think we need a third ball from somewhere. Oh, hello. I really looked up there. It actually looks pretty awesome. Wait, is there another sort of location you can go to from here? I definitely see another crate over there, but maybe I just missed that earlier. Man, there's really a whole lot to discover here, isn't there? Wait, how... How are you supposed to get over there, though? Wait, now I'm just back here. I don't think there's anything else that I can still do here, right? Doesn't this just lead back to the room I came from? Oh, fucking hell. Oops. I thought the wind came from the... Yeah, it came from the left, not the right. Okay. I have to admit, though, like... Oh, for fuck's sake. I have to admit that the rooms themselves are definitely quite... like, almost a bit too big, to be honest. Because it takes a long time to get back to them, right? No wall to destroy here. Like, for example, right now, right, where I'm just sort of trying stuff out and trying to find maybe a different way to another kind of ball or something. It definitely takes a long time to do that. See, that is also quite annoying. He sometimes stun locks you with his grenades. Which is also kind of problematic, right? Because, well, they do quite a lot of damage. So I almost thought that I was going to die there, simply because he would stun lock me. Which is a bit unfortunate. Wait, we didn't have any kind of other sphere here though, right? Also, for example, this guy does stay dead, right? Only the other ones respawn. I don't know. I think that, especially when they combine these rooms with puzzles, I think those kinds of enemies should actually stay dead, to be honest. I don't know. I don't really see the benefit in them respawning. I guess I can somehow... I feel like I should be somehow able to remove the ball from that contraption. Where are you going?
My friend, this tomb is utterly fascinating.
It once served as a proving ground for Force-sensitive Zepho sages, but was converted into a space to honor their remains, and yet nothing received greater honor here than the Force itself, the life wind, as they called it. It's beautiful to see. Wait, this was the second entry, though? Why was this the second entry if... The fuck? If, Fuck, can I not turn that off? Vibration, head controls, gameplay. Auto-lock target in combat, disable button meshes, disable UI input holds, auto-grip climbable wall. Oh, there is an auto-grip climbable walls? Oh, that's a shame, though. Why the fuck don't they let you turn off those hints? How do I get the ball out of that thing? Huh. I mean, this just activates wind. I don't need the wind anymore since I can use the push, right? Or maybe I need to push it into the wall over there? Ah, okay. Now that makes more sense. So now I need to... Do I need to roll it along this way? I think the wind will carry it up, right? It does. That was weird. Huh? What are these parts on the ground here that you can only see by moving the camera downwards? That's weird. Yeah, there's definitely something finicky going on with the loading of certain things. I was already confused about that when I saw... I don't know if it's something related to enemies despawning when they die? Now that's actually cool that they give you this small sort of hole here. Ah. Okay, so now we need yet another ball to shoot over there, right? Something else definitely still needs to be activated. Or am I meant to use the same ball twice in this case? Like that wind shoots it up there and should, in theory... Does that work though? Oh, it deactivates the wind though. Right. Okay, so that's not the right solution. Or can I do something else? Do I still need that bowl? Ball. The fuck am I saying? I feel like I might be able to just use this one. I kind of don't want to move it yet, since in case I do need something else, but... See, we still have this one as well. Which I thought was weird. And now this is obviously way easier to do if I can just push the ball myself. Oh. Ooh, hello.
These were used in Zeppo meditation rituals. I think they were training Force users.
Meditation relics. Cool. You know what? I think now I know how this was originally meant to be done, because this sort of wall here that I wasn't sure how to break, I think I just needed to turn this wind off, which would have meant that the ball would have run into this wall, destroyed it, and then I could have activated this wind, which would have brought the ball right into the middle, then I could have activated that one, which would have ultimately brought the ball into the middle of this. Well, now I know. Okay, I am wondering though, I can't take this ball with me though, right? This is not, like, movable out of this chamber, I'm pretty sure. That's where it came from originally, right? Yeah. Okay, then I guess... Oh, hello. Wait, were you always in here? Wait, didn't I just walk through this room? Why was he still in here? Well, yeah, that does mean that I think I'm meant to do this other puzzle with only 3 balls, right? I mean, technically this ball, all it's really doing, unless there's, wait. Oh, this is where it came from, right? Yeah, that's that chamber. Did I actually ever check out what's in here? Oh, I think this is what I'm missing. Maybe? Yeah, it looks like it. Huh. A tree is pretty cool, right? I just noticed that it's actually a tree on the wall. Why? I literally pressed L2 as soon as I got close to the... now we need to go all the way around again. Oh, well. But yeah, I think that... I don't know, they seem to be quite... connected with nature, it seems like? Why? Now I didn't even jump to the wall. That is weird. The game's just kind of weird with those inputs, right? I mean, it's not like I'm not pressing them or holding them or something. You just kind of... It felt like he was just... His jump was just way too short for some reason. And now it worked, even though I pressed the exact same thing as before.
This was deliberately destroyed. I can still feel the hate of the act.
Oh. Means of ancient art. Deliberately destroyed for some purpose. The hate of the act. Huh. Oh, you know what? Now that I'm looking at it, maybe maybe I meant to use the original ball in the elevator that it came here with in order to solve this. That might be a thing. Oh, boy, that looks absolutely awesome. So this whole thing, like this entire shrine, basically is one giant stone tree. That looks phenomenal. What a cool setup. And they're even, I mean, I guess they're not really hiding it, but, you know, you do need to, like, take in the full picture, I guess, in order to be aware of it and actually notice what the hell is going on. Okay, so how do I get back to the start, though? I'm not entirely sure about that, actually. Did this lead me back to the start of the level? This is where it just went. So if I go this way... I need to get back to the starting elevator somehow. Oh, this just loops around again, right? Yeah. Wait, how did I... Or am I misinterpreting something here? Is this whole... Let me try what I originally wanted to do, which was... Wait, I need to move a ball in here, though, right? Yeah, so the next one basically has to move down here as well. Maybe that is the solution, though. Okay. So it falls down there. Technically it should fly through there. Whoop. Then come back around here. Oh. Oh, I guess I need to stop it while it's here, huh? Ah. Cool. So yeah, it was actually meant so that you can get back to the entrance, apparently. Unless I'm still missing something else, but I don't think so. I'll jump over there? I don't... Sometimes, I do have to admit the game is a little bit unclear though. Oh, see, this is what I was missing. Yeah, sometimes the game is a bit unclear in terms of what you're meant to do. So that's where I originally came in? Huh, I thought the elevator would move back up or something. Okay. What exactly was the point of this? Oh. That was weird. That was really delayed, right? Maybe it was because I instantly ran out of the elevator and the game didn't want me to get stuck in here. Yeah, that must be it.
Went to Kashyyyk.
That was strange.
Cordova mentioned someone named Tarful.
A Wookiee chieftain. They were old friends.
Think he's still around?
There's only one way to find out. We have to go to Kashyyyk.
Tomb of Elrum. In the eye of an enormous storm, Cal and BD-1 found the Tomb of Elrum. Inside, Cal saw a vision of his former master, Jared Tapal, which helped him rediscover his ability to push objects with the Force. As they were leaving, Cal and BD found another holo from Cordova, pointing them to Kashyyyk. Okay, I have to admit, this entire section was pretty awesome in a lot of ways, but it was also kind of... sometimes a bit too obscure. Well, not really. Obscure is not the right word, because it wasn't really a difficult puzzle at all, right? It was just... I feel like the way they're moving you through the level can sometimes be a bit strange, where you're not quite sure if you're on the right track or not, which is... You know, I mean, sometimes, that's the thing though, right? I mean, sometimes, or a lot of times actually, games like Uncharted, for example, get, I would say, rightfully criticized for having like really, really easy puzzles or stuff that is just, you know, that ultimately doesn't even feel worth it to solve because it's just so damn like obvious what you're meant to do. Especially with Uncharted or in general with the Naughty Dog games, they definitely like very, very heavily hint at the right solution, right? Even if you're not using the hint button that the game provides as well, it's still like the way the camera moves and the way the level moves you. Uncharted 4 was a little bit better about that, and I felt like no, The Last of Us is pretty bad with that. The puzzles in The Last of Us are incredibly easy. So, you know, I would say that there's definitely an argument to be made where, you know, puzzles can just be way, way too easy. So I thought that in that regard, this puzzle was okay, right? Obviously, it still had like a very clear solution. It wasn't difficult at all. There was no mental gymnastics going on, right? The only thing that you basically had to solve is, well, where do I get the ball from, right? Which can still be enjoyable. Like, I didn't mind it. I still thought that the ultimate solution was at least visually impressive, right? So that can still be a decent puzzle. Well, not really a puzzle, but you know what I mean, right? But at the same time, I do think that this game sometimes struggles with pointing you in the right direction. Like, sometimes you're not quite sure what the optional path is, and I feel like I'm just running by a lot of sort of optional stuff simply because I accidentally take the right path, and then it's just too much of an annoyance or too much work to go back to the sort of optional areas. So it's kind of I would say though, at the same time, what this game does really great is that it makes you feel like the optional stuff really isn't all that important, right? Yes, there is a bunch of cosmetics, and technically, yeah, there are also quote-unquote power upgrades with your force or life power increasing and or more stim packs, but none of that really feels absolutely necessary, at least not at this point. I mean, maybe you can get to a point where you're expected to have more life or more force power to get through an encounter, and I just don't have it. I mean, that might be unfortunate in those kinds of scenarios, but so far I like that the game isn't heavily pushing you into a certain direction. But at the same time, you know, every time where I'm sort of saying, all right, now I actually want to find the optional stuff, it's not really making it obvious where they are, where those things are. I don't know. It's
Did we just open the way for the Empire?
Probably. It's a little bit of a difficult balance to strike, right? But I mean, the game's still really good. Like, these are definitely nitpicks, right, that I'm just talking about here. I find really, really interesting. So that statue, I guess they've opened it up to try and find out what it's about. At least that's what it looks like. Huh. I mean, this whole place is definitely still very, very interesting from like a historical standpoint, though, right? Because these statues and ruins, they've clearly been here for a very long time. The village that we've seen, that's been here a long time, but not nearly as long as these ruins, obviously, right? Which brings up the interesting question of why the village is here. I mean, I guess whatever reason this temple has, or these ruins had for being here, I guess the village might have had a similar idea. So I guess, well, the ruins were here because it seems like whatever this force wind power is that we have here, or this nature power that they were trying to either utilize or study or using for their force training, that's why this ancient civilization came here, right? And then I guess later on, this whatever small trading outpost was established here because of the winds as well, because it provided free power. And maybe they had some very, very small sort of mining operation going on. And then very recently, the Empire arrived, did archaeological research here as well, and potentially installed these huge mining tools in order to, well, use these resources for themselves, right? What? The fuck was that? Wait, what? And you guys don't care about that? That was a really weird sequence, right? So these kind of covers just flew up, and none of them really cared about that? That was a really, really weird animation. Wait, also, do we have an easier access to this now, or? Because it seems like there's another platform here. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of fast travel later on to travel to specific meditation points? Because otherwise I can see it, like, for example, I know that there's still a chest down there that I didn't get, right? But I wonder how annoying or difficult it would be to actually come back here and go through the whole process again just to get that. Huh. Oh, fucking hell. Sometimes their range seems somewhat inconsistent. Oops. Sometimes they're also using their, it seems like they're using their rocket launches as sort of mortar type things, which is also quite interesting. Was Meridian? Ah, really? Well, that was unfortunate.
I need help.
I find it really interesting. Oh, that was weird. So they're sort of targeting your last position, but they're very, very quick at sort of adapting to your movement with their rockets, which I find really interesting. Because it's just something that you don't really anticipate, right? You sort of look at them and they seem like really, really quite slow. Oh, hello. What? Ah, okay. You need to learn that timing, I think. Interesting.
Time for a stim. Appreciate it.
Ah, now we're back here. Bonk. Yeah, I really wish they would have... I mean, these surfing sections, they're fun. What? Am I meant to go back to the ship, or... I guess wherever we saw that large ship flying away from, we're not actually meant to go there? Yet, potentially? I guess let's just heal real quick. Seems though as if we've activated quite a lot of these, wind things. I didn't even notice there were that many all over the place. Also, there's, like, look at that cave up there. That is definitely something that I still haven't had access to.
Hope you're ready.
Oh, hello. I really like that you can kill them like that. Sometimes I find it weird. I'm not entirely sure.
You're pretty quick.
I'm sometimes not entirely sure. Oh, right, we still need the scomp link. Okay. Sometimes I'm not entirely sure. I wish they would be. I wish they would have made it a little bit easier to. I wish they would have made it a little bit easier to chain actions, right? So, for example, to make it so that you can, like, attack and then immediately use the force push. I guess that would be a bit too OP, but this way, also, the problem is it feels a little bit janky, to be honest. Like, it feels a little bit, like there's too much space between your actions sometimes. What the hell was that? Stuck on the ground somewhere. And that's another thing, right? It happens very, very frequently that you just get stuck somewhere. Wait, wasn't there a guy standing here originally?
Jedi is here. Hard to stay on him. Launching attack. Don't let up. Guess it's quitting time for this guy. Did I get all the rewards for this? I'll take you down.
Help!
I definitely need to like combine my force powers with everything quite a bit more. Was this open originally? Don't remember. Oh yeah, it might have been. Wait. Is this the right way around though? Ah, right. Now we're back here, and now I can actually activate that bridge. Okay, cool. And let's go into the skill tree. Let's see. What did I think was really, really useful? Maximum life, obviously. Ah, right, the additional health regen might be the best way to go forward first, right? Distance with dash strike, definitely. The X plus triangle strike also seems very useful. Let's go with the additional life restoration at this point. There still seem to be quite a few more skill points, or skills, right? I mean, there is still like these dark bubbles. I think those will eventually also become skills, potentially. Which makes sense, though it definitely also looks as if you're comfortably able to get all the skills at one point, I guess.
The Jedi is here.
Can you guys jump over here?
Hit him already. Oh, it's shaking.
Bye-bye. That is actually what I tried originally. I thought but yeah, my thought process wasn't quite that great, because I thought I was going to push him like down while he's jumping, but that just pushed him back to where he jumped from. So didn't quite work that well. Wait, am I not still at the wrong location though? Completely misremembered that the bridge actually goes the other way around. Wait, how do I get back to the start of this? Does I have to go this way? That's a little bit... See, once again, this... I don't know. I feel like I've definitely played games that did a better, or had better progression, sort of, right? To more quickly get you back to points you already explored. Because now I'm constantly sort of running back through places I was already at. Wait, I still... How? Wait... Oh, wait. That middle section over there. Wait, is there a way to get up there? I feel like I might have moved into the wrong direction. Right? It feels like I wasn't actually meant to go into this cave. Potentially? Yeah, right. I think I was actually, I think I was supposed to go to those wind turbines. What I actually talked about earlier, that it seemed like there was another path to take. Ah, great, now these enemies have respawned. Yeah! The whole...
Alright.
start sprinting if I press sprint. It takes like a million years for him to start sprinting. What the fuck? Why did the camera turn around though? Or maybe not? Wait, was I... What? Where the fuck am I meant to go? I feel like I'm completely missing something here. Huh? See, once again... Oh, I'm out of force. That is also something that is somehow a little bit strange. I wish the UI would be clearer. Like, your health is fine, but... Wait, no, I think this is the right direction, right? I think I'm meant to go through... Because it doesn't look like there's anything that I can do over here. What the hell is going on? Somehow I feel like I'm missing something incredibly obvious, but I'm not sure how or why. I mean, isn't that also why this cave has the whole back loop, basically? Because you're meant to take it? Can't climb up there, though. Oh, wait, did I miss something? No. Can't climb these windows either, right? What the hell is going on? I feel like I'm missing something really, really obvious. But the other path out of the cave just doesn't lead anywhere, though. Or is there yet another path in the cave that I just didn't see? It also just makes so much sense with the meditation point up front there. What the hell is going on? I feel like I'm missing a really, really obvious path. Or, wait, am I meant to maybe go back to the wind turbines this way, and then from there I can take another path? That would be even weirder, though. I mean, that means that you have to go all the way around again, right? But, I mean... Can't do anything this way. What? Huh? Okay. I think actually the force power should slowly regenerate between encounters. That seems kind of strange to me that it doesn't. I still don't understand why the... I still don't understand why your overhead hit with triangle is also connected to force. Like, it's fine if it doesn't do additional damage or something, right? If you're not, like, if you don't have enough force to use it. How did it hit that other guy? Yeah, okay, how was I meant to... I still was in my thingy animation. Huh. Okay, did I overlook some sort of other way here? This doesn't open up though. Man, this is just strange. I feel like I'm completely stuck in the level. I mean, I could also just look at the map, I guess, but... See, there is a way up there somewhere. I have no idea how you're supposed to get there. That's too late. Too late again. Should be fine. Yeah, this is a meditation point that I definitely missed earlier. I think this might be how you're meant to get back. That was an incredibly weird way, though. Villager Shrine. These monuments once served as landmarks and memorials for the departed. The villagers of Zepho possess deep respect for the dead, acknowledging that their struggles enabled the survival of the living. It's possible these stone sculptures were inspired by ancient Zepho architecture. Yeah, it looks like it. I was actually... Give me a second. Sorry about that. Yeah, I said I was actually wondering, when you look at the symbols on here, right? They look similar to the glyphs that we found in the actual ruins, yet they almost look like a cross between the glyphs in the ruins and the scripture of the Republic, right? The like normal writing that you see in Star Wars. So I guess these were put up by the villagers, right? And they try to pay respect to, well, the ancient ruins by doing that. It's actually quite cool. Yeah, I don't know. This was a path that I could have gone to earlier, though, which I just find weird that now it's supposed to be the one to go back. Maybe? Oh, that was too late. Life essence. Pressured for relics. A relic crate filled by anxious stormtroopers. They met their quota this time. That's such a weird... I mean, I definitely understand that the Empire... Or, I don't understand, but I can observe that the Empire would work this way, right? But it's obviously such a stupid way to operate. Like, why would there be a quota for ancient artifacts like this, right? Okay. Interesting. Wait, what? Now I'm just back here, though. Okay. Let's take a look at the map. I'm really confused where the fuck I am supposed to go. But look at this, though. It looks like... If you look at the map, right? The only connection here seems to be the bridge. But I can't activate the bridge from here. Don't I need to be on this side to activate it? Did I softlock myself by overlooking something else? Or this is really strange. Well, at least I found a couple additional routes, I guess. Key available. Why is this? Oh, I can destroy this. I forgot about that. I also completely forgot that there is this this Imperial facility that you can literally access. Don't even remember what that was. Yeah, to be honest, I think you are actually definitely meant to like access the map quite a lot more, right, than what I'm doing. I'm sort of just winging it, which is a lot of fun. But it definitely leads to some sort of strange situations. I definitely expect, I definitely think that they expect you to utilize the map way, way more. It does seem as if I've explored everything down here, though, so I guess that's cool. Well, I do remember there was a chest here somewhere, but I think it was, let's see. I think it was here, right? Here somewhere. Okay, I'm still confused with this though. Like, what? So I'm currently here. This only leads into this small section, and it doesn't show any unexplored pathways here. So maybe I missed... Is there another way to jump over here, maybe? But maybe there is a way to get onto this roof? I don't understand. Like, what? I really don't understand where the hell you're supposed to go. But I couldn't have activated... That's the thing, though, right? I couldn't have activated this bridge earlier because I didn't have the force push. So you're meant to do this without the bridge. Question of this being how? So if I go back here, I come out this way, and then somehow I think I'm meant to somehow get over there again? I mean, there would be something on the map, though, right? If there was some other way with how these sections connect to each other, it would be on the map, right? And if I hadn't explored it yet, it would show, like, orange stuff. Or green stuff. That allowed me to continue that way. Okay, maybe I just missed some... Oops. Ooh. That was kind of scary. I must have missed something really obvious then. Some sort of way to jump back up, right? I mean, what else is there really? I definitely think that the force push just takes too long sometimes. Huh? Why did it suddenly... The target lock suddenly stopped. I pressed circle. Sometimes I think you just can't, when you're like stuck on the wall like that, you can't evade attacks for some reason. Like because the circle is mostly going backwards. So if you're up against the wall, I guess you just can't use it. It's just sort of weird because you're expecting your character to go to the side, right? Rather than backwards. I don't know, there's definitely some jankiness to the combat, I feel like. The combat's good overall, it definitely incorporates a lot of good ideas, but especially coming from Elden Ring, right? As much as I'm complaining about the fact that Elden Ring doesn't have enough defensive options, and that, you know, boss enemies can sometimes feel like bullshit, or attack patterns can be pretty bad, but this does make me realize just how fluid and how just overall it just works in Elden Ring, right? The stuff that works, works. And the stuff that doesn't work very clearly, or rather, so the thing that Elden Ring does, right, is that it's just throwing attack patterns at you that are sometimes very unclear in terms of how you're supposed to dodge them, or if you can even dodge them. And just overall, they don't give you enough defensive options for all the offensive stuff that most bosses can do. But the options you do have, right, are exceptional in how fluidly they work, right? So all the combat that does exist within Elden Ring, even the boss's animations, right, as annoying as some attack patterns can be, but it's just incredibly fluid, and it just has this, I don't even really know what to call it, but it has a certain quality that this game distinctly lacks, right? That doesn't mean, like, that's an incredibly high bar, obviously, right? That doesn't mean that the combat in this game is bad by any means. It's definitely also really, really good, especially the foundations of it, the ideas behind it are really, really good. But there is this slight jankiness to animations, this slight delay to certain things, or this, I don't know, this feeling that sometimes things just don't really line up the way they were meant to. And that does create some jankiness. Which, again, it's not a big deal. It's a very niche thing, and it's, you know, it's fine overall. Again, it's still pretty good. Bye-bye. It's still really, really good, right, compared to a lot of other games. But, yeah. It can also still be improved. Okay, seriously, though, there is fucking no way to get back? What the hell am I missing? I'm losing my mind here. So clearly I'm not meant to go this way. It very much looks like I mean, that's why the shortcut is here. Everything loops back here, right? The wind gets activated here, everything loops back, you run around in here. They even give you this meditation point here, right behind the door, which only really makes sense when you actually come back through the level. But then you're stuck on this platform, and I'm really unsure how you're meant to proceed here. Unless I'm missing something really, really obvious that I'm meant to do. Oh, yeah, I am. I did not see those. Or rather, I just don't consciously saw... Oh, okay. Well, that's unfortunate. That is rather unfortunate. See, so I would have been able to get back here originally already, because obviously I could have just climbed up. Well, that is unfortunate indeed. Well, at least I found it. I mean, there very clearly had to be something, right? Pack left by villagers forced from their homes by the Empire and shipped off to labor camps or worse. What is going on with these guys? Why are they sometimes they're like really, really aggressive, and sometimes not. Ah. Also, that is just a bit inconsistent, I feel like, with... I'm sometimes not entirely sure why I'm able to instantly kill them. Seems to me that... Oh, that's all? Okay. Wait, so you can't even use this to get back there? Like, the other way around, I mean? Okay, I thought it would just, like, fall over. But yeah, sometimes it seems like they still have a lot of health, but they still die. Or you can do your, like, your finisher, right? So it's not entirely clear to me why you can sometimes just kill them and sometimes not. Not that it's a big problem, but I don't know. I just thought that it was a bit what's the word? I thought it was a bit I don't know what I'm trying to say here. Inconsistent, that's the word that I was looking for, huh? Okay, so...
Cal, we've got a walker firing on us, and our weapons are down.
Is that him? Tell him he better get his butt...
Hold on.
I was gonna
I'm
say...
on my way.
Like, they had to have been attacked in the meantime, right? Oh, hello. Can I not... Okay, those kinds of attacks are really, really weird, right? So they're just throwing grenades on, like, on their own feet, basically? That's kind of a weird setup. Also, I thought, so it has like a wind-up animation for the laser blast, right? I'm pretty sure you should be able to block that, or not block, but parry that, and shoot it back at them. But somehow that wasn't really possible, it seemed like. I don't know. That was kind of weird. Fuck. Is the game putting me back to that last spot I meditated at, though? Because that would be really annoying. I should have just meditated. I knew something was going to attack them. It would have been really weird. But see, again, that's why I don't think that for this game in particular that it works well that enemies respawn. I get why they're doing it, especially since it also gives you an opportunity to... Why is it loading so long? Yeah, I'm back here. Well, that's unfortunate. But...
An intruder!
What was I gonna say? Fuck, my mind is slowly getting... Come over here. Bye. Oh, can I jump back this way now? Or does that not work? I guess I don't really have to, right? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of thought that the wind-up animation that I used the correct timing, but maybe I didn't.
He's there, right there.
Still really strange though that they're really strange that they are throwing grenades at their own feet. I don't know. It's, I just didn't really expect that to happen, to be honest. Okay, let's meditate here this time. Right, so the fact that they're respawning, I get that they're doing it because like it provides an opportunity to have basically unlimited experience, right? Because you can always just respawn enemies, you can farm experience and stuff, but I feel like there would be other ways to give you unlimited experience in certain ways. I mean, they could just respawn like basic enemies or something. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that the Dark Souls system really works in this way. It creates a sort of weird feeling that nothing's really changing in the world, right? Because obviously something did change. I mean, the stormtroopers, for example, they did actually go to that temple, and I went through the temple and activated a bunch of stuff, and that meant that they could go there, but all the other guys in the village are still at their exact same points they were at earlier, right? And every time you rest, they just respawn at the exact same point, and I don't know, that it just feels very, very much not immersive, right? It doesn't feel as if the world actually moves, right? Like it's an actual living world, which is a big problem, don't get me wrong, for the FromSoft games as well, right? And I talked about at length about I talked at length about that during the Elden Ring playthrough as well, that I thought that Sekiro actually at least attempted to dynamically change up its world according to the story and the events that were happening. I get that it works in Dark Souls maybe, or Demon Souls, because it's meant as this sort of multiverse, I think, right? Where basically you respawning at a bonfire means that you're in like a slightly different version of the same level where the enemies are still alive, unless you actually get through it, right? And I don't know, the whole setup of Dark Souls still kind of works because it's a very linear game in a lot of ways. Yes, you do some backtracking, and there are some secrets where you have to go back through the levels, or if you want to challenge a thing that, you know, was too tough for you earlier. But I don't know, it still never felt that immersion breaking in Dark Souls. But in Elden Ring, already you can see the limits of that system, especially when you've seen the at least somewhat dynamic changes that they did throughout Sekiro. It just feels weird in Elden Ring that the world doesn't really progress. And I feel like, you know, with a big open world like that, they still have the opportunity. Like, other games do that as well. I'm not saying that a solution like Skyrim uses, where they sort of after a while just respawn random enemies in caves you've already cleared. I don't think that's a great solution either. I also don't think, I'm not necessarily against the Blood Moon and Breath of the Wild, but I still think that it's not the best thing. Like, in theory, something that the player has done should stay dead, right? I can see a justification for something akin to Skyrim, that after a while, a just empty cave would maybe be inhabited by some bandits again or something, right? I can see there being an argument for that. Or maybe some animals, some wild animals, like a bear or something, would move in, right? Yeah, okay, fair enough. And I do think it works in Skyrim to some degree, because, well, Skyrim just marks the caves and dungeons and whatnot that you've completed, and you just don't go in there again, right? So you don't really notice things respawning, and there's enough in the world that it's not really an issue. But in Elden Ring, I feel like that kind of system just reaches its boundaries, because I really felt sometimes in Elden Ring that I'm just not really progressing the world. Like, it's really, really weird, especially then towards the end, right? So the capital of Lanedale actually physically changes. The Earth Tree begins to burn, right? NPCs move. NPCs do stuff during their quest lines, yet everything else just stays where they are, right? Everything else just doesn't move. All the soldiers, all the weird carriages and whatnot, whatever the hell there is, it's just the exact same way as it was before, right? And I don't think that works all that well. Obviously, implementing something else might be really, really difficult to pull off, but I don't know. I'm just not a fan of a world that is just respawning like that, right? I don't mind if things dynamically respawn somewhere, like in the open world, if there's like a random camp that just respawns after a while, right? But things that literally respawn at the exact same point, it does make sense for the legacy dungeons to a degree. It does not make sense for an open world. And it does not make sense in this game, right? Where it's trying to tell you a dynamic story, right? It's trying to tell me, oh, these stormtroopers were here. I'm going through them. Like, if they had changed their locations, so for example, what Uncharted does, right? Sometimes Uncharted 1 relies heavily on that because they obviously still had some trouble during the development. Uncharted 1, is generally not as good as the other ones. And what they did in that game, but they also use it in Uncharted 2 to great effect. Like, Uncharted 2 has some really, really good sequences where you go through a level, you do some puzzles, and then you go back through the level, but now enemies are charging at you, right? These sort of, those aren't even really clever changes, and especially in the case of Uncharted, it's really, really easy to see when environments are already also set up as a combat environment. So the game already sort of very directly tips you off about, oh, there's going to be combat here later. So that's obviously not an ideal solution either. But at least it is a solution, right? At least the world appears to be more dynamic. And obviously, Uncharted being as linear as it is, it's very, very easy to pull that off. But I feel like here, especially with how the level has been set up to very clearly sort of funnel you back towards the beginning, it would have worked a lot better. And also, same thing for these bonfire type checkpoints. I don't think that they're necessarily the best implementation of them here. Because as you saw, right, I now died to this boss fight, and they did the Dark Souls thing and respawned me at the last checkpoint that I rested at. But, yeah, I don't know. In this sense, it just doesn't work as well as it did in Dark Souls. I don't know. Like, it's a small thing, but it's still... It just creates awkward situations like these, right? Where you're already, like, in the middle of the fight, you want to, like, defeat the ATST, and then you respawn all the way back, right? At least I did meditate at that one point, right? So otherwise I would have to go back way, way, way further again. Man, where the fuck?
Throw it.
As much as I hated that sprint is on press circle in Elden Ring, the fact that it's on L3 here is even weirder. And by the way, I wasn't even in that. What? I was out of that. At least the AoE indicator showed me out of it. That was weird. Or maybe it hit my shoe or something. Weird. Also, like, once again, the game has actually, funnily enough, the same problem that FromSoft's games have with the camera. Like, if you're trying to target the thing, it just, like, the camera does all kinds of weird stuff. Huh? How did these get activated? Yeah, okay, that's a lot of...
Help! Stim!
Okay, there's a lot of bullshit in this fight, unfortunately. Because he can sort of awkwardly create situations where you are sort of chain attacked.
Now!
Why? Okay, that was... Honestly, that was a pretty bad boss fight, not gonna lie. That was not fun. That was so weird. Especially because I think the biggest problem is just that if you run up to it, like it does these like these mine type things, right? And you can basically attack it once, but the problem is that you don't have enough control over your character, right? If you press square, you'll move sort of awkwardly forward, and depending on, like, it's doing all kinds of awkward motions with its legs to trying to get away from you, and it's turning around all the time, but your character dynamically locks, like, even if you're not locked on, your character, when you press square, still automatically locks onto its legs. So depending on how it's moving, you might accidentally move back into the AoE stuff from the grenade, even though you intended to move out of it, or you thought you were already out of it. And like in general, there's just, I don't know, it's just a sort of awkward fight. It's almost like the same problems in it's funny how that comes together, right? It's the same problems that some Elden Ring bosses have, where they force you out of melee range. So this game only has melee attacks, at least as far as I'm aware. At least I now currently only have melee attacks, yet I'm fighting something that is clearly built for range. And I don't know, it's doing this awkward movement all the time and stuff. That was a really, really weird fight. Like, really weird. Susceptible to sabotage of its own grenades and missiles. Legs are vulnerable. Yeah, so that's also a thing, right? Like, logically, it doesn't really make sense. Why would this thing throw grenades at its own feet? It doesn't make any sense, because isn't it literally hurting itself by doing that? I mean, maybe in-game it isn't hurting itself because, I don't know, friendly fire might not be turned on. I don't know, but in reality, right, a grenade that the thing throws at its own feet would obviously also hit themselves. So, yeah, that was just an awkward fight. Weird. I wish they would have done something for you to be able to fight it at range too. Like, obviously it can deflect its blaster shots, but that's... Well, first of all, that's pretty boring. Second of all, he doesn't always use them, right? Because he also has the missile and everything. So... yeah, I wish they would have given you, like, a rocket launcher or something for this. That would have been way more fun. Or to make it that you had to, like, run around and then use the ship's weapons to deal with it. The All-Terrain Scout Transport, AT-ST, also known as a Scout Walker, is a lightweight bipedal two-person transport deployed for ground force support in the Galactic Empire. They were often used for swift reconnaissance and targeting smaller threats that evaded the larger AT-ATs. Equipped with chin-mounted medium blaster cannons capable of firing at a range of 2 clicks, as well as side cannons armed with rockets and concussion grenades targeting enemy vehicles and ground troops at close range. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Well, that was funny. I didn't expect him to get out of the thing.
Hey, BD1.
Okay, so what now? that was actually funny.
Nice work out there, kid. Hey, you got some real moves on you. Just tell me that this visit wasn't for nothing.
Still strange though, right?
The Zepho Sage. They definitely use the Force.
An advanced civilization of Force wielders who mysteriously vanished. No wonder Master Cordova became so obsessed with them. What else did you find?
Before they disappeared, the Zepho journeyed to the planet Kashyyyk.
Oh.
Cordova had a Wookiee friend named Tarful. Maybe we can find him.
Kashyyyk, look, things are really bad down there. The Empire's muscling in on those Wookiees big time.
Then we better get ready for a fight.
I think this lifestyle suits you. Fighting that walker seems to have made you more confident. So, how are you holding up?
I mean, with the Force?
Yes, with the Force. I know you said it could be overwhelming.
Haven't gotten myself killed yet. Rather not talk about it.
Yeah, well, I understand. More than you realize.
Why'd you choose to stop using the Force?
Why is the audio off?
When the Purge started, and our clone troops turned against us, my Padawan and I took several younglings and we went into hiding. But we didn't last long. Imperial Patrol was about to discover our location, so I tried to lure them away from my Padawan Trilla. She stayed behind with the younglings, but they caught me. And they tortured me. They wanted to know about the others and how many were left, but mostly they wanted to know about Cordova and where he went.
But you escaped.
No. It was a prison riot.
Picture is way too
I
fast.
saw my opportunity and I took it. But they almost broke me. And I am not the same as I was, Cal.
Your Padawan. Did she survive?
No. But that's why we can't give up. We can't let the sacrifice of those closest to us be for nothing.
Sarah's Padawan. Yeah, that was weird. I feel like maybe it's the performance mode or something. I feel like this game somehow wasn't properly ported to PS5. It might be PS5, it might be the performance mode from PS4 Pro. Probably PS5 though, I would guess. There's definitely some jankiness that I think I would guess earlier versions didn't have, because if they did and they never fixed it, that's even worse. And it's a shame because these cutscenes are really well made, and obviously this kind of takes you out of the... I mean, that was a really sad cutscene, right? And it obviously takes you out of what she was talking about when the picture is moving way, way faster than the audio. That's a weird syncing issue that I've never seen in a video game. That's strange, like really strange. Sarah's Padawan. She has an awful memory about her past. During the Jedi Purge, she was captured and tortured by the Empire. She was able to escape, but her Padawan was not so lucky. Years later, the event has left her scarred and reluctant to use the Force. Yeah, so I guess she views the Force as something that made her a target and ultimately cost her Padawan her life. You can definitely see that being like a big sort of impact, right?
Give me a minute. I'm siphoning Imperial data.
You're just standing here, though. Wait, this is... I mean, there are a couple of weird things to this game. Like, okay, so we just killed an ATST. There is, like, at least 50 more Imperial soldiers here, right? We've seen multiple ships from them fly over our heads, yet they don't really care about our ship? That is strange.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I'm great. Just enjoying some peace and quiet.
Like, logically, it doesn't make sense, right? That they wouldn't just come in here and attack us with like multiple ships, or at least the stormtroopers you'd think would come back here and attack us. Oh well.
They're really growing in there.
New seed planted. So they automatically get planted at the appropriate location, I guess. Gillipot and Royal Fluz. Okay. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they look like after a while. Yeah, I don't know. I really wonder what's up with this game. Like, it's a really, really good game in so many aspects, yet it also suffers from this weird, almost like an EA disease, right? Where it feels like they didn't allow their developers to really, you know, do proper quality assurance at the end. I don't really know. Okay, we didn't get any new colors though. Duty and resolve. Now that looks a bit boring though. Ooh, that looks interesting. A bit too ornamental for my taste. That's what belongs to it. This also looks pretty awesome, right? That's a pretty cool... Cerulean iron, copper... Fucking premium content, like seriously. I'm gonna stay with the silver. I wonder if I should... I don't know, somehow this fits it better, right? Gives it a rougher feeling. Especially since the end is always sort of slightly destroyed. And then I guess I can also customize a little bit, so... Should I go with this one in the future, and then I can change this color as well? Yeah, I feel like that's a good look. Pretty cool. Matches his hair. Okay, I guess I'm meditating here. Yeah, this is really weird, right? You just fight an AT-ST right next to your ship, and then suddenly it... like, nobody cares about you anymore? See, this would have made way more sense if all the other stormtroopers actually stayed dead, right? Because obviously then, nobody else would still be here to pursue you. I mean, logically speaking, I guess theoretically they're meant to be dead, but obviously they're not if you go looking, right? So, yeah, I feel like they could have done a better job with that. Push groups of enemies, that's probably really beneficial. Yeah, let's go with that first, and instead of just increasing life. Increasing life is just kind of boring. Defeats and regain some force when he hits. Let's do that. That sounds fun. Well, that's a hold R2, though. That's way less of a push than I thought, though. Oh well, whatever. Again, ultimately we're gonna unlock all of these anyways, so... It's just... yeah, it's just kind of strange, right? Now I'm just sort of... moving, like very, very slowly moving through my ship, not really caring about what's happening, yet we are also clearly still on a planet where the Empire, you know, is stationed, and I don't know. Also, what's up with this foot? Like, isn't this still broken? Can we even stop? Oh, hello. Oh, never mind. They're still standing at the exact same location.
Let's pick our next destination.
I still find it interesting that Dathomir has been an available location for the entire time, even though the main quest doesn't lead you there. But the game doesn't really have any side quests, right? So what's the point? Kashyyyk. Yeah. That being said, I think this is where I'll stop for now. It's been a lot of fun. I think we've definitely done a lot of stuff, right? I mean, it's been about 8 hours. It was a bit of a longer lunch break. Other than that, it's been a lot of fun. I do really enjoy the game. After the awesome intro sequence, I really appreciate what they've tried to do with this game, right? I do really appreciate that they've tried to come up with somewhat of a cool, what it feels like sort of FromSoft Uncharted hybrid for this game. Like, I do think that is, in and of itself, a really clever idea and a really cool setup. Problem being, it does have some jank to it. Not only in its sort of technical aspects, technical presentation, the performance mode has some loading issues, right? The cutscene that just happened now, obviously. There are a couple of smaller things here and there that just don't feel that tight. The combat, again, a lot of really good stuff in there, but also this slight jankiness to it. And I don't know. Once again, it's this very difficult thing, right? And I can see that being exceptionally difficult as a developer of the game as well, where I can definitely see the argument of people that are saying, Uncharted is not enough game. And I would agree with that. I do think that, well, first of all, I think that The Last of Us 2, for example, Last of Us 1 for that matter, sort of took the formula of Uncharted and made it more interesting. Like, I would definitely say that The Last of Us is a gameplay step up from Uncharted. That being said, The Last of Us 2 definitely didn't do enough, right, to really... I really expected a lot more innovation in The Last of Us 2. It does a lot of really impressive stuff in terms of animations, but that's about it. That being said, right, in terms of story pacing and just in general cutscenes and everything, I don't know, those Naughty Dog games, they do create this really, really cool flow, right, where you're sort of following along with the story and you don't even really think about that you're playing through the story anymore at certain points because it's just, it just goes further and further and further. There's never really any sort of stopping point, right, and I don't know, with this game, right, there are these relics to find. It's way more this sort of stuff where you sort of stop and look, and then you go into the menu and you read through something, and then you find some customizable object, and then you do something like with that, and it's lacking this nice flow that a lot of the Naughty Dog games have. But then at the same time, it definitely does a lot more with its gameplay in a lot of ways, I feel like. You can see that they try to... There are definitely... Maybe it's because I recently played through Elden Ring, but I would say that this game is definitely, to a certain degree, inspired by FromSoft's games as well. How much? Probably debatable. I mean, it's not the first time that FromSoft's games have been, the source of inspiration for other developers, right? And rightfully so, but I don't know. I feel like this game is really good, but it's also definitely it has this weird kind of jankiness in a lot of ways that is very hard to really pinpoint or explain, right? It doesn't really detract from the experience overall too much, but it also just doesn't feel as tight in a lot of ways. And I have to say that so far the intro sequence was definitely the strongest part of the game. Everything now, it's interesting, but I feel like, so one thing that the Uncharted games do so exceptionally well, or Naughty Dog in general, right? Last of Us does that too, is that they have constant dialogue going on, right? They always, I know that people are also referring to that as like walkie-talkie bits, but it feels so much dead air, right? And again, the story is sort of constantly moving. You have constant character interaction, constant character development as well. So many cool little unique moments, right? And this game just doesn't have that. So it's mostly like long stretches of combat section and exploration. And the exploration is okay, but it's more serviceable, I would say, right? The platforming, again, more serviceable. The combat is good, but the whole, like, enemies respawning stuff is weird. I wish they would have just given me, like, normal checkpoints, and if I die, I die and just respawn at the last checkpoint, right? You would still be forced to go through the enemies again, and I don't have a problem with that. But now it's just kind of weird. Enemies respawn. I'm not really sure what they were thinking there. Yeah, I don't know. It's this really weird. I mean, obviously, I'm going to continue playing it. I'm having a lot of fun playing it. I want to see where the story goes, but the story in and of itself as well. I feel like it had such a great setup, right? This refugee Jedi Padawan, meeting like an actual Sith Inquisitor, not with like the slightest chance against them, right? And then you get help by these two, like Sarah here, who found the trail of some old Jedi, who may have found some secret to the Force that the Jedi Council just wasn't really interested in. And that is such a great setup. And then they sort of throw you onto a planet and say, yeah, okay, go find a secret. And then you go find a secret. And then you go, okay, now we need to go to the next planet. And then you go find a secret, right? It's sort of, I wish in this case, for example, there would have been another hint, maybe a cool cutscene with the you know what this game is actually lacking? I think it should have sort of a B plot going on at the same time, right? There should be cutscenes sometimes in between where maybe you see what the Empire is up to, right? Something like that. Something that just creates more dynamic elements and just overall feels like the story's pushed along faster, even though on paper it would still take the exact same time. But it's, I don't know, you're just sort of going around here finding stuff, and then you go back to the ship, and that's sort of it, right? I mean, other games would have maybe, and again, that is sort of the difficult thing to gauge here, right? Because when I talk about other games, quote unquote, there is some legitimate criticism to be made there as well, right? I mean, the games don't always have to be like really, really fast and moving you, like automatically moving you from one point to the next. It can be cool that a game forces you to go back to the ship, but then that sort of time also needs to be filled with meaningful stuff, right? If it's literally just, oh, you have to go back almost the same way you came, just with a couple of shortcuts, then what is really the point? Like, what was the point, except for the AT-ST fight at the very end? What was the point of me having to physically move from the ruins back to the ship? There was no storytelling in there. There was nothing new to be found out, right? It was the exact same level, just backwards and faster, with the exact same enemies and no sort of interaction, no story, nothing going on, right? So if you're not doing anything with that sort of time, which again, a game like Uncharted would have thrown in a bunch of dialogue, you know, maybe even character development between the characters, some cool and funny squabble between your different team members, and potentially would have had like a huge twist at the end where you suddenly realize, oh fuck, you can't actually take the ship, you have to find something else, right? Maybe we have to suddenly flee in like an Imperial vessel or something. So in that regard, it just felt kind of anticlimactic. And now we're just sort of sitting here chilling in our ship, even though we're still on the same planet where we were just assaulted by an ATST. Yeah, it's just lacking something, right? It doesn't make it bad, but it's lacking something. And again, if you're not going to fill that sort of time with anything interesting, then just cut it, right? I mean, just move the character to the ship automatically, right? They could have had a loading scene or some sort of very short sequence where it shows your character basically running back from the ruins to the ship with some sort of background noise that explains why he's quickly going back. And then you can still fight the ATST, right? So, yeah, I don't know. It's just sort of my 2 cents here. Anyway, still having a ton of fun with this game. So basically this game is now going to replace the Elden Ring slot. So tomorrow I'm going to go back to 13 Sentinels, play that more. And Sunday should be 13 Sentinels as well. And then on Monday, this is going to return, I think. Yeah, unless I find some time in between to play it or do some sort of bonus stream in the evening, but I don't think so. So it's most likely going to be Monday. Until then, this has still been a ton of fun. I hope you had a ton of fun as well. And hopefully I'll see you on the next one. Have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. Bye-bye.